What an ugly poll. Whatever. Why does this take up the entire chat? What is this one called? Oops. Immanuel Kant. Supreme principle of morality. Lecture 12 notes. Okay, no. Oh, there's no moral dilemma in this one. Okay. Guess we'll do this. So we'll full screen this. How long is this one? 24 minutes. Oh no, he's silent.
Remember, this is the week, by the end of which all of you will basically get Kant, figure out what he's up to. You're laughing. No, it will happen. Kant's groundwork is about two big questions. First, what is the supreme principle of morality? Second, how is freedom possible? Two big questions. Now, one way of making your way through this dense philosophical book is to bear in mind a set of oppositions or contrasts or dualisms that are related. Today I'd like to talk about them. Today we're going to answer the question, what, according to Kant, is the supreme principle of morality? And in answering that question, in working our way up to Kant's answer to that question, it will help to bear in mind three contrasts or dualisms that Kant sets out. The first, you remember, had to do with the motive.
Was it motive, intent, and quality of the act?
According to which we act. And according to Kant, only one kind of motive is consistent with morality.
Would you say autonomous?
The motive of duty.
Okay,
doing the right thing for the right reason. What other kind of motives are there? Kant sums them up in the category of inclination. Every time the motive for what we do is to satisfy a desire or a
Did I do this one last time? With morality. I think I wrote down all three of these last time. Okay, I guess not.
Preference that we may have to pursue some interest. We're acting out of inclination. Now, let me pause to see if, in thinking about the question of the motive of duty, the goodwill, see if any of you has a question about that much of Kant's claim. Or is everybody happy with this distinction? What do you think? Go ahead.
When you make that distinction between duty and inclination, is there ever any moral action ever? I mean, you could always kind of probably find some selfish motive, can't you?
Maybe very often people do have self-interested motives when they act. Kant wouldn't dispute that. But what Kant is saying is that insofar as we act morally, that is, insofar as our actions have moral worth, what confers moral worth is precisely our capacity to rise above self-interest and prudence and inclination and to act out of duty. Some years ago, I read about a spelling bee, and that insofar as we act morally, that is, insofar as our actions have moral worth, what confers moral worth is precisely our capacity to rise above self-interest and prudence and inclination and to act out of duty. Some years ago, I read about a spelling bee, and there was a young man who was declared the winner of the spelling bee, a kid named Andrew, 13 years old. The winning word, the word that he was able to spell, was echolalia. Does anyone know what echolalia is? What? It's not some type of flower, no.
If I don't know if he's going to tie this back into what was just talked about, or if he's going to be using this to move on to the point of the second of Kant's three contrasts, where it's the determination of will. Maybe saying that this kid had such an absurd word, but he was willing to, or he was able to spell it correctly due to external factors that he did not choose. So it's like, did he really have will in that instance? Because he didn't choose to learn what that word was, so we'll see.
It means the tendency to repeat, as an echo, to repeat what you've heard. Anyhow, he misspelled it, actually. But the judges misheard him. They thought he had spelled it correctly and awarded him the championship of the National Spelling Bee. And he went to the judges afterward and said, actually, I misspelled it. I don't deserve the prize. And he was regarded as a moral hero, and he was written up in the New York Times, misspeller is a spelling bee hero. There's Andrew with his proud mother.
That's cute.
And when he was interviewed afterwards, listen to this, when he was interviewed afterwards, he said, quote, the judges said I had a lot of integrity, but then he added that part of his motive was, quote, I didn't want to feel like a slime. All right, what would Kant say?
You'd say that's a moral act because
I
he's
guess it would
rising
depend on
above
whether or
it.
not that was a marginal reason or the predominant reason in whether or not and why he decided to
I don't think that
confess
really
that he didn't actually
matters.
spell the word correctly.
Good, and what's your name?
Vasco.
That's very interesting. Is there anyone else who has a view about this? Does this show that Kant's principle is too stringent, too demanding? What would Kant say about this?
I mean, just exactly what was spoken out before is that he's technically acting out of self-interest when he says that he doesn't want to feel like a slime, but he's rising above that self-interest of doing so and acting in such a way that is dutiful, which gives it moral value.
Yes.
I think that Kant actually says that it is the pure motivation that comes out of duty which gives the action moral worth. So it's like, for example, in this case, he might have more than one motive. He might have the motive of not feeling like a slime, and he might have the motive of doing the right thing in and of itself, out of duty. And so while there's more than one motivation going on there, does not mean that the action is devoid of moral worth just because he has one other motive. So because the motive which involves duty is what gives it moral worth.
Good, and what's your name?
Judith.
Well, Judith, I think that your account actually is true to Kant. It's fine to have sentiments and feelings that support doing the right thing, provided they don't provide the reason for acting.
Yeah.
So I think Judith actually has mounted a pretty good defense of Kant on this question of the motive of duty. Thank you. Now, let's go back to the three contrasts. It's clear at least what Kant means when he says that for an action to have moral worth, it must be done for the sake of duty, not out of inclination. But as we began to see last time, there's a connection between Kant's stringent notion of morality and his specially demanding understanding of freedom.
I don't know how I should format this. Should I say one of Kant's contrasts? One of Kant's three contrasts? Um,
And that leads us to the second contrast, the link between morality and freedom. The second contrast describes two different ways that my will can be determined, autonomously and heteronomously. And according to Kant, I'm only free when my will is determined autonomously, which means what? According to a law that I give myself. We must be capable, if we're capable of freedom as autonomy, we must be capable of acting according not to a law that's given or imposed on us, but according to a law we give ourselves. But where could such a law come from? A law that we give ourselves? Reason. If reason determines my will, then the will becomes the power to choose independent of the dictates of nature or inclination or circumstance. So, connected with Kant's demanding notions of morality and freedom is a specially demanding notion of reason. Well, how can reason determine the will? There are two ways, and this leads to the third contrast. Kant says there are two different commands of reason. And a command of reason, Kant calls an imperative. An imperative is simply an ought.
the third and final one of Kant's contrasts. I'll say of.
One kind of imperative, perhaps the most familiar kind, is a hypothetical imperative. Hypothetical imperatives use instrumental reason. If you want X, then do Y. It's means-ends reasoning. If you want a good business reputation, then don't shortchange your customers, word make it out. That's a hypothetical imperative. If the action would be good solely as a means to something else, Kant writes the imperative is hypothetical. If the action is represented as good...
Did he say what this was?
Kant calls an imperative. An imperative is simply an ought. One kind of imperative, perhaps the most familiar kind, is a hypothetical imperative. Don't shortchange your customers, word make it out. That's a hypothetical imperative. If the action would be good solely as a means to something else, Kant writes the imperative is hypothetical. If the action is represented as good in itself, and therefore as necessary for a will which of itself accords with reason, then the imperative is categorical.
Jesus Christ, chill.
That's the difference between do Y. It's means-ends reasoning. If you want a good business reputation, then don't shortchange your customers, word make it out. That's a hypothetical imperative. If the action would be good solely as a means to something else, Kant writes the imperative is hypothetical. If the action is represented as good in itself, and therefore as necessary for a will which of itself accords with reason, then the...
Okay, chill. Fuck. Necessary. For a will which of itself accords with reason, then the imperative is categorical. If the action would be good solely as a means to something else, the imperative is hypothetical. If the action is represented as good in itself and there as necessary for a will which of itself acts accords with. Okay.
The imperative is categorical. That's the difference between a categorical imperative and a hypothetical one. A categorical imperative commands categorically, which just means without reference to or dependence on any further purpose. And so you see the connection among these three parallel contrasts. To be free in the sense of...
Categorical versus hypothetical.
which just means without reference to or dependence on any further purpose. And so you see the connection among these three parallel contrasts. To be free in the sense of autonomous requires that I act not out of a hypothetical imperative, but out of a categorical imperative. And so you see, by these three contrasts, Kant reasons his way, brings us up to his derivation of the categorical imperative. Well, this leaves us one big question. What is the categorical imperative? What is the supreme principle of morality? What does it command of us? Kant gives three versions, three formulations of the categorical imperative. I want to mention two and then see what you think of them. The first version, the first formula, he calls the formula of the universal law. Act only on that maxim whereby you can at the
Okay. Whew. The formula of universal law. Act only on that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law. Act only on the maxim whereby you can at the same time will.
At the same time will that it should become a universal law. And by maxim, what does Kant mean? He means a rule that explains the reason for what you're doing, a principle. For example, promise keeping. Suppose I need money, I need $100, desperately, and I know I can't pay it back anytime soon. I come to you and make you a promise, a false promise, one I know I can't keep. Please give me $100 today, lend me the money, I will repay you next week. Is that consistent with the categorical imperative, that false promise?
Is this consistent with the categorical moral imperative? Would that be a... Would that be hypothetical moral imperative, or is it a decision between the two at all? Well... Actually, no, I was misreading it. I think I'm misreading. I think it would be a hypothetical imperative. If the action would be good solely as a means to something else. So I would imagine needing the money today but knowing that I cannot pay it back. I don't know.
Promise. Kant says no. And the test, the way we can determine that the false promise is at odds with the categorical imperative is try to universalize it. Universalize the maxim upon which you're about to act. If everybody made false promises when they needed money, then nobody would believe those promises. There would be no such thing as a promise. And so there would be a contradiction. The maxim universalized would undermine itself. That's the test. That's how we can know that the false promise is wrong.
Broaden the scope of this and imagine if everyone were to make these false promises. This would deteriorate.
Well, what about the formula of the universal law? You find it persuasive?
I think this is duty, right? The supreme principle? I don't know. I don't know if I missed this or if it's going to be revisited, but
What do you think? Go ahead.
I have
okay.
I have a question about the difference between categoricalism and a hypothesis that if you're going to
Between categorical and hypothetical
yeah.
imperatives.
Right. If you're going to act with a categorical imperative so that the maxim doesn't undermine itself, it sounds like I am going to do X because I want Y. I am going to not lie in dire need because I want the world to function in such a way that promises are kept.
I don't want to liquidate the practice of promises.
Right. It sounds like justifying a means by an ends.
It seems like an instance of consequentialist reasoning, you're saying.
Right.
And what's your name?
Tim.
Tim. Well, Tim, John Stuart Mill agreed with you. He made this criticism of Kant. He said, if I universalize the maxim and find that the whole practice of promise-keeping would be destroyed if universalized, I must be appealing somehow to consequences.
Right.
If that's the reason not to tell a false promise. So John Stuart Mill agreed with that criticism against Kant. But John Stuart Mill was wrong.
Should I just say that? I don't know. I'll say JS because we're on a first name abbreviated basis now, so.
You're in good company, though. You're in good company, Tim. Kant is often read, as Tim just read him, as appealing to consequences. The world would be worse off if everybody lied, because then no one could rely on anybody else's word. Therefore, you shouldn't lie. That's not what Kant is saying exactly, although it's easy to interpret him as saying that. I think what he's saying is that this is the test. This is the test of whether the maxim corresponds with the categorical imperative. It isn't exactly the reason. It's not the reason. The reason you should universalize to test your maxim is to see whether you are privileging your particular needs and desires.
I think that makes sense. Although the justification for why you should universalize a maximum or maxim is to let me put this here.
I think what he's saying is that this is the test. This is the test of whether the maxim corresponds with the categorical imperative. It isn't exactly the reason. It's not the reason. The reason you should universalize to test your maxim is to see whether you are privileging your particular needs and desires over everybody else's. It's a way of pointing to this feature, this demand of the categorical imperative, that the reasons for your action shouldn't depend, for their justification, on your interests, your needs, your special circumstances being more important than somebody else's. That, I think, is the moral intuition lying behind the universalization test. So let me spell out Kant's second version of the categorical imperative, perhaps in a way that's more intuitively accessible than the formula of universal law. It's the formula of humanity as an end. Kant introduces the second version of the categorical imperative with the following line of argument. We can't base the categorical imperative on any particular interests, purposes, or ends, because then it would be only relative to the person whose ends they were. But suppose there was something whose existence...
What do you say we... Okay, bitch. What the hell? We cannot base the categorical imperative on any particular interests, purposes, or ends, because then it would be only relative to the person Imperative. Okay. Oh, nice spelling, dipshit. Dude. Imperative.
Existence has in itself an absolute value, an end in itself, then in it, and in it alone, would there be the ground of a possible categorical imperative. Well, what is there that we can think of as having its end in itself? Kant's answer is this. I say that man, and in general every rational being, exists as an end in himself, not merely as a means for arbitrary use by this or that will. And here Kant distinguishes between persons on the one hand and things on the other. Rational beings are persons. They don't just have a relative value for us, but if anything they have an absolute value, an intrinsic value. That is, rational beings have dignity. They're worthy of reverence and respect. This line of reasoning leads Kant to the second formulation of the categorical imperative, which is this. Act in such a way that you
Rational beings have dignity. Interesting. I like that quote. I'll do my shitty little interpretation right here. Kant is essentially...
always treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of any other, never simply as a means, but always at the same time as an end. So that's the formula of humanity as an end. The idea that human beings, as rational beings, are ends in themselves, not open to use merely as a means. When I make a false promise to you, I'm using you as a means to my ends, to my desire for the $100. And so I'm failing to respect you. I'm failing to respect your dignity. I'm manipulating you. Now consider the example of the duty against suicide. Murder.
The insistent false promise paints one back. That is treating the individual. I don't know where he's going exactly with the suicide example, but I think he would probably just say also that that is a like a violation of these formulas, or it's incompatible with these formulas because you're not treating yourself that way either. So,
and suicide are at odds with the categorical imperative. Why? If I murder someone, I'm taking their life for some purpose, either because I'm a hired killer, or I'm in the throes of some great anger or passion. Well, I have some interest, some purpose that's particular, for the sake of which I'm using them as a means. Murder violates the categorical imperative. For Kant, morally speaking, suicide is on a par with murder. It's on a par with murder because what we violate when we take a life, when we take someone's life, ours or somebody else's, we use that person, we use a rational being, we use humanity as a means. And so we fail to respect humanity as an end. And that capacity for reason, that humanity that commands respect, that is the ground of dignity, that humanity, that capacity for reason, resides undifferentiated in all of us. And so I violate that dignity in my own person if I commit suicide, and in murder if I take somebody else's life. From a moral point of view, they're the same. And the reason they're the same has to do with the universal character and ground of the moral law. The reason that we have to respect the dignity of other people has not to do with anything in particular about them. And so respect, Kantian respect, is unlike love in this way. It's unlike sympathy. It's unlike solidarity or fellow feeling or altruism. Because love and those other particular virtues or reasons for caring about other people have to do with who they are in particular. But respect for Kant, respect is respect for humanity, which is universal, for a rational capacity which is universal. And that's why violating it, in my own case, is as objectionable as violating it in the case of any other. Questions or objections? Go ahead.
I guess I'm somewhat worried about Kant's statement that you cannot use a person as a means because every person is an end in and of themselves. Because it seems that every day, in order to get something accomplished for that day, I must use myself as a means to some end. And I must use the people around me as a means to some end as well. For instance, suppose that I want to do well in a class, and I have to write a paper. I have to use myself as a means to write the paper. Suppose I want to buy something, food. I must go to the store and use the person working behind the counter as a means for me to purchase my food.
Right. That's true. You do. What's your name?
Patrick.
Patrick, you're not doing anything wrong. You're not violating the categorical imperative when you use other people as means. That's not objectionable, provided when we deal with other people for the sake of advancing our projects and purposes and interests, which we all do, provided we treat them in a way that is consistent with respect for their dignity. And what it means to respect them is given by the categorical imperative. Are you persuaded? Do you think that Kant has given a compelling account, a persuasive account of the supreme principle of morality? Reread the groundwork, and we'll try to answer that question next time.
So I guess he's just saying that treating people as a means to achieve something that is personal and of interest to ourselves is not objectionable in its own right. It is the way in which we treat that person when attempting to reach our end. Should I say that? When attempting to treat them as a means. Okay, so I think I'm gonna write this summary real quick, and then should be chilling. I think this vote just happened. And if I'm correct, I feel like this might have been swoopy. I don't think it shows me, or I don't think that I can view it. But I feel like that was swoopy that voted for the PBD podcast. Um, we must also seek to universalize the maxims that we supposedly abide by, as a way to test the strength of our conviction and as the rule itself. when applied to a society overall. I think that's good enough, whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm gonna jump into the PBD podcast stuff. I'm gonna change the title. Was it Patriot Front on PBD podcast? A lesson in lying. Damn, he's gonna make me better at it? That's sick. This one's doing like 8 days, that quiz, I think. Okay. Oh, a new camera.
Empirics that
Beautiful.
still have the right to be told that you're
What a insane
deportable
looking
and
camera.
have the right to challenge it somehow. Donald Trump was robbing
Quick detour.
immigrants of the right to challenge their rights, because if you're rounding
What quality
people
does it
up,
go to?
you're not giving them the ability to
Oh,
prove that
720.
they're not an illegal.
Yeah, definitely a nationalist, 110%.
Let's do it, and the capitalists do it. You guys always argue about what's better. There's
Beautiful.
no single country on earth that has a capitalist economy or a socialist one.
There are different procedures by
Okay.
which people deport illegal immigrants.
Patriot
Some people
Front,
are
PBD.
subject to regular removal proceedings. Some people are
All right.
Rogan.
Hmm. Should I even take notes on this as well? Hmm. Before I get into that, which I will, I want to take a little detour real quick. I thought this game kind of looked fun. But I don't know anything about Indiana Jones, so I never could justify me like paying for it. Let's get some Hello Kitty Island Adventure going real quick. I don't think there's really anything new. Nope. I wonder if I can... Huh. If I do this, and then I'll do this. And what if I get rid of this, get rid of this? And then I do this. I'm gonna mute that for a second. What do I go to? This? This? Okay, and then if I apply that, go to here. Promise I'm cooking. Okay. Okay. Okay, nice one. God, chat makes it look so ugly. So I can keep Obsidian here. And I can do this. Hold on, hold on. Okay, okay. Okay. Fuck. This is so botched. Mega botched. But good enough. Okay.
Musk, Jones, a bunch of people watch these guys in videos dressed up, walking around from the Patriot Front with this guy named Thomas Russo. They look like feds. Are they feds? Are you with the feds? Is this manipulation? Why has the FBI been following this guy who's 25 today? FBI started following him at 17 years old and walking around saying he's America first. But there was one point in the first part of the interview, you're going to learn a lot about the guy. Second part of the interview, I ask one question, one suggestion, and he got triggered. You will see it when this happens, and you will definitely learn what they're for, his views on Trump, how weird it is, and his views with others you're definitely going to learn what the founder, Thomas Russo, of Patriot Front is all about.
31 members of the Patriot Front were found in the back of a U-Haul and arrested for conspiracy to riot at a Coeur d'Alene Pride event.
One of the Texans arrested is Thomas Russo.
Thomas Russo on your screen there, along with over 24 other members of the Patriot Front, with a group with matching clothes, riot gear, and shields, believed they were en route to riot at the Pride event. Other members were found guilty of their respective charge and received 5 days in jail, a fine, and were banned from Coeur d'Alene parks.
So just a couple weeks ago, we saw this clip of a group of people representing an organization called Patriot Front, led by a man named Thomas Russo. And this video went viral. If we can play this clip. This is in D.C. This is I think this was May 13th. This thing got 11 million views. And they're marching. A lot of people started asking questions. Why are these guys wearing a mask? Can we find out more about the founder? Are these guys tied to the Fed? Is this a Fed thing that they're just kind of trying to manipulate to make it seem like folks who are voting for Trump are part of white nationalists?
Who the fuck
And
asks
this is
that?
a Rand-by leader who is known for his role as Patriot Front, a white nationalist and neo-fascist organization in the U.S. Now, we've read this many different places. So this prompted a couple different people to react to it. Rob, if you can go to the bottom of the comment section on one of the other tweets where Elon Musk responded. So here's them. If you show the clip at the top first. Wall Street Silver, the fact that the legacy media shows zero curiosity about unmasking these guys tells us 100% that these are federal agents or paid stooges of one of the agencies. The media has been instructed by the FBI or to just report that Patriot Front exists, white supremacy, et cetera, again, pinning this against Trump. Ian Chung asked the question, does a phenomenal job himself. What's the deal with these Patriot Front guys' vehicles? Their license plates are completely blank. Good question. On the bottom, Elon Musk's asked question. Seems like they should be followed and unmasked. Why does the media or government care about? Why doesn't the media or government care about their identities? Go a little lower. Even Alex Jones responds saying, if you look into the group they came out of the events of Charlottesville 2017, the former leader admitted to working for the Obama campaign. I'm going to do a report on this. Anyways, this leads to even Joe talking about this on a podcast. You can play this clip.
You're telling me the FBI is not monitoring fringe groups?
Can you raise the audio a
We're
little
not
bit?
aware these people
Okay, there we
are fucking organized. Out of nowhere, they pop out with the same size flags and the same outfit on, goose stepping. They're walking, not goose stepping, but walking in this at the same pace in a fucking orderly line. Like who organized this?
This is them on their bus. I thought this was going to turn into the video of them walking.
See the video of them walking. Is that the video of them walking?
Like these are linking to blog posts. So it's not going to
Fast forward a little bit, Rob, to see what he's looking at.
How come they're all wearing the same clothes? Look at these guys. Where's the fat people? How come they're all wearing the same clothes? Do that again. What the fuck is this? Have you ever seen anything that looks more like Feds? Tell me that doesn't look like Feds.
He's asking a good question.
Right?
A lot of people are asking the same question.
Bro, look at this. These guys are all runners.
Okay,
These guys
now go to the next one, Rob, where there's a clip.
Is there like any legitimate reason why people have this impression at all? Like, I feel like people talk about speculation that it's the Feds or that it's a setup or something, but has there been any recent history or anything showing that there's cause to believe this being the case? Or is it just sound epic?
Clip of them going to the train, and then cops are standing right in front. We could play this clip right there, Rob. You had it. And then, so that's them going away. Get all the way at the top. At the escalator, there's cops here preventing people from going down. Why are they being protected by the cops? Anyways, I got a few.
Okay, retard. PBD asks, why are they being protected by the cops? Alluding to the idea that it would be weird. Damn it. Only being protected because they are a provocative group. Being attacked. Okay.
Other things. I just have a lot of questions. And so we reached out to the founder, Thomas Rousseau, and, you know, he's been, based on the things you read, he's been followed and I don't even know, this is 2017, the FBI, who was on the FBI watch list, I think it's 2017 or 2016. It was early on as a young man.
In high school.
Yeah, in high school, he was being watched to see what he's going to be up to. And you've said a lot of interesting things. Number one, I was surprised that you said yes. So obviously you'll answer all this stuff a lot of people want to know. My question for you is, why did you agree to do this interview?
I agreed to do the interview because it seemed like a great opportunity to clear the air about a lot of these things. There are a lot of these misconceptions, and you see, you know, when you have a lot of the explanations on something which is very new, a lot of people do not know about Patriot Front. And when we do these big marches, one of the chief, you know, the ends of the march is to inform a lot of people about what Patriot Front is, and during that realization process, you have a lot of confusion. But when we actually are able to sit down or able to have a conversation, you're a huge proponent of free speech. You're a huge proponent of people who love America. And I think we are extremely in common in those two things. Maybe we have a lot of differences about other things, but we believe in speaking, we believe in rational
For
discourse.
sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And I think, you know, this was a great opportunity to be able to clear the air and help.
Okay, what do you think about Joe Rogan, Elon Musk? What do you think about Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, and Alex Jones?
I'm not going to say
What
that.
do I think about them personally? Or
Yeah,
what they've
just
said?
what do you think about them and what they've said and what they stand for, generally?
So as far as Alex Jones, I think he has a lot of interesting theories about the world, and I think he's right about a lot of things. I think he is wrong about a few things, and you know, one of them being Patriot Front.
Okay.
He even said when we were doing a march in Austin, he said that we were going around harassing children of color or something to that effect, which was not true. And Alex Jones should know that as somebody who a lot of people have said things about which are not true himself. But I have a lot of respect for any man who stands up in the political space and has a lot of slings and arrows thrown at him, you know, especially for the ends of free speech. Elon Musk, in the same way, Patriot Front is still banned on Twitter. I myself am still banned on Twitter, but I do believe Elon Musk has done something to enhance the amount of free speech on Twitter, and you could say he's interesting as an entrepreneur. I'm not a businessman. I watch some of your content about the EVs, but I'm not qualified to speak on those matters. But Elon Musk, I think it's interesting in the realm of free speech and in business. Thirdly, Joe Rogan, I think he's an excellent entertainer, and in that clip, I believe if it was allowed to play a little bit longer, he does clarify he's not an authoritative source on this. He is an entertainer, and this is just his off-the-hip comments, and I even think it's a little bit complimentary, him pointing out how there's no fat people, because I'll take it, if that's the only thing about us.
So listen, man. So how well? What are the benefits package of the feds? Like, how well do they pay you, man? Like, is there like
They don't pay me.
They don't pay you?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm not a federal agent.
Okay.
I am not being paid by anybody, and actually a lot
Why
of
do you think so many people that are trusted don't believe you?
I think it is partly astroturfed. I think because it is so convenient. Because when we do these big things, we are presented to millions of new people, because it is a spectacle when we go on march, when we have the drums and the banners and the uniforms and the masks. It is engineered to be something which is spectacular. It is very out of the ordinary, and people watch it. And it's very easy for a lot of conservatives, I believe, not the ones here, but a lot of conservatives to dismiss us by saying that's not real. It's fake. You don't have to engage with these people. You don't have to engage with their ideas. You don't have to engage with the fact that the political landscape might be bigger than you previously thought. So it's an argument of convenience, so that they are also, a lot of people are worried about guilt by association, because the left throws around words like white nationalist and neo-fascist, and I haven't called myself those things, but the left throws around these labels wantonly. And a lot of people decide, okay, well, I'm going to stay away from anybody the left labels with those things. But the thing is, these aren't real definitions. These are insults. They're labels to censor and silence people. You know, when they call you racist, when they call you a Nazi, when they call you all these things. And it's a lot easier for some people to say, hey, I'm not a racist. Those guys aren't even real. As opposed to saying, hey, you know, these are patriots. These are nationalists. They may not be like me. They may not agree with me on everything.
Yeah, but that's different, though. You're saying the left. You know, Musk had a meeting with Trump the other day.
Well, Musk wasn't using those terms exactly.
No, I know, but Musk doesn't trust you and your camp based on what he's saying. Like, hey, let's investigate these guys. Joe Rogan is a very reasonable guy.
I agree.
Guy
Is he?
And some may, even from the left, are sitting there saying, why would Alex Jones criticize you and say you were tied to Obama, you know, and one of your founders was, you know, doing stuff with Obama campaign.
I think you said the co-founder, right?
So Alex Jones is familiar with Charlottesville, and I believe what he's talking about is one of the organizers of Charlottesville, Jason Kessler, did publicly work for the Obama campaign at some point years before, but I have never worked for the Obama campaign. You can search for a million years. You'll never find a single statement of me ever supporting Obama. And Alex Jones said he'll release a report on that matter in a week or two. I don't think it ever...
I think if he sees this, he will react to this and say... So Jason Kessler, I just pulled it up, is an American neo-Nazi white supremacist anti-Semitic...
I've never worked with him directly.
You've never worked with him directly?
No.
So you guys have
So
never
you have
spoken,
worked
never done anything
with
together,
him.
no communication?
We spoke at various times at Charlottesville. Off and on.
So
There was a whole-
what do you and him agree on, you and Jason Kessler?
I do not know the man personally. I don't have a list. He has changed his beliefs several times throughout his political career, to the best of my knowledge.
When's the last time you spoke to him? Like, is there an allegiance there where you guys get on?
No, there is not.
When's the last time you guys had communication?
Years.
Okay, got it. So let's set that one aside. So let's
Yeah.
go to...
But that's
I
where
wonder if
think
there was
the
like
Obama
beef
factor
between them or
Okay,
something.
so again, this is the great thing about asking questions. You know, the audience can go do their own due diligence and people can react to it. Let me continue. So your position, I'm reading some of the stuff that you've said. An African may have lived, worked, and even been classed as a citizen in America for centuries, yet he is not American, okay?
Yes.
He is, as he likely prefers to be labeled, an African in America. The same rule applies to others who are not of the founding stock of our people or do not share the common unconscious that primates throughout.
What the fuck, dude? Jesus. When you say African Americans, or do you just call them Africans? Wild. Wild statement.
Our greater civilization and the European diaspora, the American identity was something uniquely forged in the struggle that our ancestors waged to survive in the new continent, not simply by birth, by one granted this title, but by the degree to which he works and fulfills the potential of his birth. So what do you think, like, if you were to break down what you believe in, do you want America to be a place where it's all white nationalists and nobody else that's not a white nationalist will be here? Would that be an ideal situation for you?
Not necessarily, and I believe that might be a bit of a leading question. But when you're talking about that statement in particular, and it is from an older version of the manifesto, it has been updated and clarified. But when you look at different groups, different groups in America, blacks have been very much culturally, economically, socially, and even legally distinct from what we call white Americans, or I simply...
He is leading with the question, if you... What do you say economically? Was it culturally? And even legally, they are distinct? Okay. Like legally because of laws that have been amended and adjusted to make them more or make them less legally distinct. And economically, like they're economically distinct on average because of the laws that made them legally distinct. Like, what is your point?
Simply referred to as Americans for the entire history of this country. And from the 1600s to the 2020s, there are groups in this country that are very distinct. And when I say American, I'm not referring to purely as a citizen, but I'm referring to a member of the American nation, which I believe is a cultural, as an ethnic group, just like Iranian, just like a member of any country from Europe. But I believe we should treat the native, true-born population of America in the same way that other countries are purely allowed to recognize that somebody from this country has a unique cultural background. And this isn't to say that blacks are not here, that they do not have a unique culture on this continent. It is simply to say that they are so distinct, both racially, economically, socially. Segregation still exists de facto today. Many communities are largely one or another population. I believe these differences are so distinct that we ought to consider them as different nations, perhaps within the same government.
Okay, so what does that really mean? Going back to my question.
Sure.
I'm from Iran.
Okay.
Okay. My mother's Armenian. My dad's Assyrian. I came here in November 20, 1990. June 20th of 1999, I become a U.S. citizen. I joined the Army with a green card, okay? What do you consider me? Do you see me as an American or do you see me as an Iranian?
I would think you are a citizen. You are legally and civically a part of the United States, and I would classify you as a good citizen. You are a businessman. You have brought a lot of value to the country. However, I would say that you are distinct from an American.
There it
and
is.
I am not somebody who believes that everybody who is not American is by default worse than.
Mm-hmm.
I don't put the world into that kind of hierarchy, but I believe there is a distinction there. And when you're talking about, what I would want to do, I think immigration should be restricted. I think all of the illegals should be sent home. I think anybody who lied about their naturalization status in order to get it unlawfully should be sent home. Like Tucker Carlson, you spoke with him recently.
Mm-hmm.
He mentioned how everybody with a dual passport should have to choose.
Mm-hmm.
Things like that are a great start, and I think you would really be able to help demographically secure the country. But, are we asking, should the United States have anybody within its borders in any civic capacity, which is not a national, which is not a true cultural, assimilated person? I think there is some room for that, and I think there's some room for that in a lot of reasonable governments. But what we're talking about today, or what we're talking about in the country today, is the fact that should these globalist policies be allowed to completely transform the cultural and demographic landscape of the country? And I believe.
But what do you mean transform the cultural demographic of the country? Like, it's been so culturally diverse for the existence of the country. The essential motto of the country is that it's a nation created by immigrants. These people never point to a time in history where they believe that it is the most righteous or the most valuable point in time that represents their identity or their movement in a very particular or succinct sort of way. They just make vague gestures to arbitrary distinctions that are created, because the same thing that applies to the black people critiques that they're bringing up in these earlier situations, apply tenfold to those dumb fuck inbred hicks that live in the Appalachian Mountains that can only fucking bark as their own language, that don't speak any fucking English. I don't know how you can't apply the same critique to the other side. I
believe that would make it something.
Also, I do know, I'm not super familiar with white nationalist ideology or argumentation, but I know that they have gone from, which is probably why he revised the manifesto, which I'm curious to see what the original one actually said. But notice how when he told Patrick, I don't look at people in hierarchies like that. I just think of them as distinctly different people. And I think that they should have just their own nation states within the same government, of course, but with them being distinctly different, including legally distinctly different. So it's a sneaky way of making it a more palatable message towards segregation. So
entirely different.
So my sons, their mother is white. Their mother's white. She was born in Texas, Houston, Texas. Their dad is Middle Eastern. What are my kids? Are they American?
I would say they are half and half.
So which group would they go into?
If they're not, so what do I have to be fully American in your eyes?
You can never be.
You personally?
Anybody.
So an American,
born here
I
and be
believe,
white.
is a member of the European race. Any of the nations of the European race.
Any of them?
And they not only, you aren't American simply by being a member of the European race. You have to have lived in America and assimilated to the American culture, the American heritage, which is harder to do nowadays because our culture has been so diluted. Things have been made much less sincere, I believe, when we look back at our history. So somebody not only a member of the European people, but also specifically a member of the who has assimilated to the American nation, just like anybody might assimilate.
Got it. So have you done ancestry on your family?
Yes.
And
I'm
what
aware.
showed up? What came up for you?
I have ancestors on both my mother's and my father's side that go back to the 1700s before the Revolution.
And where did they come from?
Scotland, Britain, and I have some French and German ancestry as well.
Was it 100% Scotland, Britain, and was there anything
No,
from
not
the
at all.
Middle East at all?
No, not that I know of. No.
0% from anything else?
Entirely European. Yeah.
So for you, ideally, let me go back to it, because on another
Also, this is like a similar thing to like whenever people are saying you should just like segregate sports into cis sports versus trans sports, or these two categories of cis versus trans. Like, for one, that doesn't fucking work, because the amount of trans people that actually, for one, exist, and for two, participate in sports, and for three, participate in sports at the level which people have issues like with them being in, like the college level athletes, or like even like some of the top tier high school athletes, or like we saw with the what was it, Iman Khalif, the Olympic boxer. Like, there's so few people that actually participate in this category at this level. Like, how are you going to create a whole like bracket of competitors in the same way? Like, you to have this qualification where you're 100% European and there's no like lineage or whatever leading back to any sort of country that might be a little bit like darker than I don't know, there might be some like Jews or something that live in like Florida that are as tan as like PBD, but like, or PBD. But there's no way everybody's lineage is going to go back and have nobody in their history that is not this dark, at least, or potentially even darker if you go far enough. Like, for that to exist, it's probably gonna be like 6 people within your stupid fucking ethno-state.
article, when you're talking about what the Patriot Front's propaganda tactics and dissemination methods. Let me just read this to you. This is an article written about you. You can react to it. So Patriot Front prioritizes the dissemination of propaganda as a core feature of its organizational activity. Here are some of the key tactics and methods they use. Physical propaganda dissemination. Members are required to participate in physical propaganda dissemination and attend public events as a condition of membership. This could involve distributing flyers, posters, and stickers in public places. Okay, cool. Online presence. The group maintains a careful public image with propaganda and public activity intentionally void of overt racism and hateful conduct. This sanitized public image allows for wider reach to others who may be sympathetic.
So this was an article, I think, written about them. So I don't think this is them at all. I was going to say, because they say that it's like intentionally in a way to avoid like the racism or whatever, so I'm not going to mention that.
Okay. 3, professionalism and publicity. The organization places significant emphasis on professionalism, publicity, and membership growth. Okay, next one, recruitment. Patriot Front quietly recruits new members who are worried about a nation overrun by immigrants and a world controlled by loose. Their propaganda acts as a funnel to more extreme organizations and ideologies through their online presence and organizational affiliation. You can obviously dispute that, but it says recruits quietly. So I'll come back to this. Intimidation and vandalism. The group engages in a mix of vandalism, intimidation, and to foster anxiety. They use attention-grabbing techniques like igniting smoke bombs during demonstrations and protests. Secrecy. Patriot Front communicates secretly and avoids talking about guns or violence online. This is done in an effort to avoid attracting negative publicity and government intervention. Which of these do you think is inaccurate about your organization?
So They say that we use colored smoke at demonstrations or banner drops to instill anxiety.
I like that's how
or
the
fear.
first one.
That's a ridiculous point. You'll find photographers using colored smoke for attention-grabbing photos. It's the same reason we do it. They're entirely harmless. And private communications are so that we can hide things from the world? No. Your company here, I don't
Absolutely.
imagine every communication between all of your employees is public. You know, you can't look that up on Twitter. When you're talking about recruiting members quietly, I don't know how we would.
How do you recruit them? Where do you recruit the guys from?
So
Where do you find them?
we have a website, and people find the organization on any of our publications, or they see us in person, or a lot of networking in person happens. There's a lot of peer-to-peer contacts. And they will contact us. They will submit an application. There will be an email process, and then they will go through our membership process, which is somewhat proprietary because we do take vetting very seriously. We do take security very seriously. But that article, it was written by somebody who does not think highly of the organization.
Of
And
course,
yes.
I get that. No, I totally get that. So, if I wanted to go to apply for the application, is
You
this the way
can.
to go through it, or what's?
That would be the page, yes.
And is it a list of questions that I'm going through, or what's the? Or is there like a face-to-face interview that eventually ends up happening?
There's multiple stages, yes. There is the application page, and as you would fill it out, more things appear.
Are you asking me questions in the interview process, or no?
There are questions, there's in-person
Yeah, I think
things.
that
there-
But in here, what kind of questions would you ask me?
So,
Can you, Rob, just put it in there? Let's kind of go through. I'm curious.
Oh
to know
my
what the questions
God.
are.
yeah, so you have your email, that's so we can contact you. You
What
have
would
your
you
age
describe?
Are you
your political
white?
beliefs?
Yep.
Do you live a healthy lifestyle that includes regular exercise?
You
Okay.
can tell a lot about a person.
Sure, yeah. Have you
I feel like this is about to get really uncomfortable for him because of the way he's just like. I mean, the way that you carry yourself in public is quite indicative of your character and your stature and who you truly are. So, and he's just like giving a caveat for like the most mundane fucking answer as he's scrolling. So I don't know.
describe your religious beliefs? Okay. What are you looking for there? Mainly, are you looking for a specific faith, or faith is not the key?
It tells you a lot about somebody, so it is a
Okay.
general, very good conversation starter. Most all of the organization is Christian or other traditional European faiths. We do not permit members who are Hindu, Buddhist, Muslim,
You do not.
Judaic. We believe that would come into conflict with our sort of America First principles of wanting a very native-born ideology.
Fair enough. So why do you want to join? What are you looking for here?
Yeah, well, it really depends on the person because it's somewhat open-ended. Because I want to find out what somebody is interested in. Sometimes people say, "Oh, well, I want to join because I want to go get people or whatever." And okay, trash, right? Somebody says, "I want to join because I want to help people. I want to join because I feel alienated due to my political ideology. I want to join because I've seen y'all slandered in the media, and I feel like that's unjust, right?" And some people join just out of spite due to what the media says about us. Some people join genuinely because they have a deep attachment to the country. They have a deep attachment to the traditions of America, and they see Patriot Front as one of the more preeminent organizations showcasing a very traditional American view of patriotism. You know,
Okay.
again, there's many different examples.
What skills do you have to benefit the organization? Activism. So you value activism, planning an organization, video editing, outdoorsmanship.
We're looking at where somebody's coming from.
Okay.
What kind of skills?
Activism is kind of like so. Okay.
If somebody's previously been involved in an activist organization, perhaps. Yeah.
How did you hear about us? News, sticker, stencil, flyer, demonstration, community outreach, social media. Okay. Have you read the manifesto and reviewed our updated page?
Or the updates page where we talk about our actions and various things. And the question
That's it?
being the manifesto there is it's kind of a good hint that somebody should go read it if they haven't already.
There's no shot that's
If I
it.
put yes, does it open up for more options? Or
No,
okay,
that will
so,
be the full
So that's the end of it. So this gets sent into you from here.
It gets sent in to people who manage them. Yes.
Got it. And it's from there. What is the recruitment process? What's the next phase?
Well, then we talk with people, digitally, and we
Zoom.
have a whole script that we go through. We ask them a lot more about themselves. We
What's
ask
the
them a lot
script?
more about their ideologies, about their character, because character and morality is very important. We're not just an organization that recruits, we think you're American. We think you're one of us ethnically and culturally, so you're good to go. No, we select for men of
Basically, yeah.
character, men of good conduct, men who are disciplined enough to be in an organization with rules and with security and with practices upon which there are stakes. And after that, there could be several in-person meetings, which are variable depending on what we've learned in the process so far and where you might be going and what local representatives you might be speaking to.
How did you learn how to do this? Who taught you these tactics?
Well, I got started in political organizing, on
Under
sort of-
Obama?
it could be called
Just
the
kidding.
right-wing fringe. I don't like
Charlottesville?
reducing things into purely left and right, but the nationalist politics. I started organizing at 17, 18, and Patriot Front is a result of 7 straight years of adaptation and evolution and A/B testing. Because, like you've gone through many different jobs and business ventures in your life, Patriot Front has gone through many iterations, many updates to its structures. Because what Patriot Front is doing in its particular realm of politics, when I showed up, I was fresh out of high school, there was not a handbook written out. There weren't all the rules. Nobody was there to say, hey, don't do this because this is going to happen to you. And we have had to find out a lot of things the hard way, but we do really well in trying to find out mistakes before we make them. Because, you're familiar with the violent tactics of anarchists and Antifa, and you're familiar with people online who will try to find somebody's identity and use it to destroy their lives. There's a few
You mean like
videos that have
MAGA
gone
now?
viral of, somebody who the left and the internet thinks has done some racist thing, and they get millions of views, their life gets turned upside down, they get kicked out of college, all those things. So there's a lot of security matters that come into place there, and we've had to build that up over time.
Have you ever had conversations or communication with the FBI?
No.
Have you ever met with the FBI?
No.
Why'd you think about it?
Well, I was wondering if at any point in our marches in Washington, D.C., we'll often have a lot of cops come up and talk to us.
Yeah.
Usually those are regular D.C. Metropolitan Police. Sometimes I believe there's a few lieutenants in there. Could there have been one of them who's an FBI agent who walks up and says, hey, why don't you... I do remember a few times. I don't know if he was FBI, though. But there was a gentleman who walked up to the front of the marching column and said, hey, you're obviously the one in charge. I'm not wearing a mask. I got the big hat on. He said, hey, next time you're showing up to Washington, give me a call. He hands me a business card. I'm not interested in talking to the FBI. I ripped it up.
How many members do you guys currently have? Is it 160?
No, it is considerably above that, but the exact number I'll keep it a little bit proprietary.
I guess what I'm asking for is, of the people that you have that's above 160, how many of them are active? Are a lot, is it a lot of
in the
active?
90% range, yes.
So 90% of the 160 is active.
Well, we have a membership that's in considerable excess of that.
Okay.
And we are not a strictly political organization like a lot of people might think. We're not a political party. A lot of what we do is community organizing. A lot of what we do is fraternal, where people have family events. We engage in charity efforts. We, the paper activism you see, where it's a poster, it's a sticker, it's a flyer, it's a banner. That is just one side of what we do. People also engage in career networking. People also engage in physical fitness and training. We host sporting events. We host outdoor treks and hikes and things of that nature. We host workshops. We teach people how to, perhaps you might need some homesteading lessons. Perhaps you might want to start up a small business. Perhaps you might want to know how to rappel down a cliff if you're doing rock climbing. Anything goes, really, because we do all those things. And actually, you mentioned in that article you were reading before, it says we avoid talking about guns. We don't do anything with guns. One of the biggest things that the FBI uses to entrap people, and I think they do this maliciously, is they will go into a political group.
Wait, are you pro Second Amendment or?
And they'll say, hey, do you want to buy this illegal firearm? It's really cool. And the person will say, I think so, and then, game over, right? Members are not even permitted to talk to each other about what guns they might own. Nobody is selling or buying or modifying any firearms from each other. We have these security measures, solid, concrete, in place because we want to prevent, we do a lot to prevent anybody with bad intentions. They don't have to be in the FBI. There's lots of people in the world with bad intentions, We do a lot to prevent those people from even getting in. But even
Do you trust the FBI?
Not at all. I think the FBI is a very politicized institution, and I think, frankly, it should be abolished and perhaps something else should replace it. I don't think you should be able to get away with murder by crossing a state line, right? There should be some way for laws to be enforced on that scale. But the FBI itself, I believe, is so bureaucratic, it's so politicized, that it should be completely gutted and replaced.
Thomas, of the people that have applied to your organization, okay, some would say the reason why you don't want to give the number is because it's a lot smaller than people think. And when you're small, you have to act big. And when you're big, you have to act small. So maybe you're trying to act big while you don't have a lot of members and you're having a hard time gathering a lot of people. That could be one position that some people may take. Whether it's true or not, it is what it is.
They may say that.
What have you had any of the people that came to apply that were former FBI members? Any of the folks that applied?
We screen and we ask people about if they have any government background, whether that's working for the post office or we have a lot of veterans. And we have never uncovered an actual FBI agent. Now, this does happen, and this happens all across the political spectrum. But a lot of times, if somebody's information is put out there, if somebody's
way,
name
I'm
gets made
playing
on Twitter
the
for some sort of fringe political
Ideal
thing,
Thomas
this happens,
World
with Antifa too.
simulator.
This happens with even Trump supporters who post a message about.
This is the world Thomas
sometimes
wants.
they say, "Hey, that person should have something bad happen to them." And next thing you know, next morning, you got 2 plainclothes FBI officers knocking on your front door, and they say, "Hey, we have this tweet printed out here. What would you like to say about it?" That has happened to members, but the FBI, I don't believe, engages in the type of undercover infiltration that a lot of people attribute to it as much as people think.
So yes or no, you've never recruited anybody that was with the FBI before? You've never had any. So are most of the people in the organization that get recruited, what percentage would you say are former military?
Somewhere maybe around 15 to 20%.
Oh, so it's not a big percentage. Is there
1 in 5.
It's not a lot.
Okay.
I would have thought it would have been more. Not in a good or bad way. I just would have thought, because everybody looks like they're in shape. So maybe the guys that you're getting are CrossFit guys. I don't know who you're getting because these guys are in shape.
Sure.
Why wear the masks?
Well, masks are engaging in the practice of anonymity. And I think the government, because if we don't trust the FBI, if we think government institutions like the FBI are politically motivated and they do use people's personal information to silence them, to censor them, and not only that, but the media, they talk about, oh, well, why isn't the media identifying them? Because it's really difficult for them to do so, and it's a lot easier for them to publish the types of articles that they do. Anonymity is a right, I believe, that falls well under the First Amendment of the Constitution.
Okay. What do you think about the organization Anonymous?
I don't have a really fleshed out opinion of the organization Anonymous itself. I'm not sure if it's really a single organization or if it's done anything lately. It might have done some good things. It might have done. I'm not really familiar with.
Any inspiration from them?
Do you have the right to anonymous?
Any connections with any of the guys from Anonymous or no?
I've never known anybody.
Anonymity?
Got it. So,
is that how you say it?
Obtained by
Jesus
the Texas
Christ.
Observer show that the FBI has been monitoring you since at least May of 2017. Now, May of 2017, you're how old at that time?
I would have been 17 or 18.
17 or 18 years old.
And I think where that comes from because at the time, a lot of people...
Let me just finish the
No, please continue. Yes, absolutely.
While he was still a student at Capitol High School for his own flyer distribution on Dallas area campuses. So
that's it.
Why would FBI follow a 17-year-old kid? What are they worried about with you?
Why the fuck does the age matter? As a 17-year-old kid, you're 1 year away from the legal age of, adulthood. You can drive a car since, the year prior. You can probably own guns, prior to that. Why the fuck does the emphasis on the 17-year-old, part even matter whatsoever? It's so fucking retarded. What are they doing with a child? A child? What? Why? Why you? Why? Since it was May of 2017, was that what he said? I'll say since he was 17. Asks him nothing.
Maybe they were worried that I would start a much more successful political organization than the one I was in at the time. But at the time, what's more realistic is a lot of people were putting up a lot of posters and flyers at college campuses around the country, and the FBI probably had some political movers inside that said, hey, keep an eye on these things and get all that data because we think some of these people putting out flyers, maybe they're dangerous. That's all they need. The FBI doesn't need...
That doesn't make any sense, though.
The FBI doesn't
they're just
have a
worried
high
about
threshold.
you with flyers?
Flyers to organize something for a domestic hate group that is potentially violent, that is potentially risky to organize this event. And was this back in 2017? Was this Charlottesville? Was this what that was advertising for, or was that around that time? You act like it's so fucking unreasonable that the FBI, the people that are in charge of the intelligence of our country, is looking into potential risks from literal white nationalists to organize some sort of event, some sort of protest or whatever, just to make sure that they're not doing fuck shit. That's surprising to you? That doesn't make any sense to you? and it has to be political. Is that the only way that they can ever like have any concern for anything like that?
Perhaps it was part of a larger trend that was happening in the country. The FBI doesn't have a high threshold for needing somebody to look in on something.
Yeah, but for flyers, there's hundreds of thousands of people that put up flyers. You want?
I wonder why they would do him specifically. Why they would look into him specifically. What's the difference between these flyers and the other hundreds of thousands that you're apparently citing?
A 17-year-old kid is put on FBI is monitoring them because of just that?
I think it's as crazy as you do.
You think so?
Yes.
What do you think about Nick Fuentes?
I do not have a really one way or the other opinion on Nick Fuentes. I think he has a lot of correct opinions. I think there's plenty of things that me and him might disagree on. I have nothing against him personally. He has had some complicated opinions on the organization in the past, but I think he is broadly somebody that is pushing the boundaries of free speech and pushing the boundaries on perhaps conservatism, even patriotism. So I would say he's done some good in his political career.
Who on the America First community has publicly supported what you guys are doing?
There have been a few podcasters and pundits who I believe have made positive statements.
Who?
I believe one of them, Ryan Sanchez, has come out in support of us. Not people on the same level as Fuentes, but there is some support on that side of things. But
why do you think why do you think they're uncomfortable with you?
I think
you would seem to be somebody that they would say there's a young man, Thomas Russo, is doing X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
Why are you not getting that? Why are they so uncomfortable with you?
AF members. Why would they not be in support of this sort of stuff? Is it the demeanor?
I think there might be a level of perception of competition or a perception that there may be more enmity. You find in a lot of fringe politics that there is a lot of kind of my team, your team tribalism, which is something I really try to move past. I've never made any public statements against
As a
Nick
white
Fuentes,
man, I
and
try not to be
really do my best to
tribalistic.
avoid making any negative comments on people individually.
I mean, I get that, but to me, like this is a Charlie Kirk was a young guy coming up, and boom, Charlie Kirk blew up, and he was pretty controversial. He was challenging a lot of people. He wasn't, it wasn't like, hey, nobody was supporting him. There was plenty of guys that were comfortable supporting him. Let me read something to you here from 2016, February 28th. Your first column for a student newspaper on February 28, 2016 was titled "Diversity Clubs Bring Friendly Atmosphere to Students of Varied Backgrounds." That's kind of contradictory to where you are today, no?
So
read the
that
paper.
is a news piece, and I was simply doing a story for my school newspaper, perhaps sophomore, junior year, that I was given by my editor, and I, like a good journalist, simply wrote the facts, and I talked to these people, and I wrote down what they said. If you look at the same newspaper, there are other comments, or there are other articles I wrote under the opinion category, and you will find more patriotic opinions under those when I was free to write my opinion.
So do you believe in diversity? Do you think diversity does bring friendly atmosphere
in
to
distinct environments?
I don't think ethnic and cultural diversity help a country.
I
think they impact negatively civic engagement. And there are some forms of diversity that are good. Like if you're trying to build a house, right? You want the diversity of having a bricklayer, a plumber, an electrician, and an architect. But if you're trying to build a house, you don't want 10 people who don't speak the same language, 10 people who are trying to build different types of houses. And that's the type of diversity we have in the country today. We're not selecting people for skills. We're selecting people for votes. We're selecting people for economic reasons. The Democrats are importing voters, right? Because every group that they're bringing in is voting more Democrat.
We're supposedly importing voters, despite the Hispanic vote disproportionately going to the MAGA crowd, for one. For two, considering the illegals cannot vote, are we just waiting over time to hope that they, when they have the ability to vote, that they're going to vote in our election? And for three, they have more typically conservative values in the first place. So if you have trouble appealing to these types of voters, then it sounds like a you issue, because you're too fucking retarded to isolate your base so fucking much because of your fragile white identity that you can't even appeal to the most conservative and the most Christian of people that would align probably most with your beliefs and your work ethic.
than they are Republican. And 90% of the people coming into the country are from places other than Europe, other than traditionally white countries. So there's a huge economic incentive, and there's a huge demographic and electoral incentive for that reason.
I mean, if one may say, why are you uncomfortable with that? Since maybe even, everybody that came here was an immigrant at one point. They came from somewhere, right? That they came to America.
Yes.
Even when, Revolutionary War, they had control. We're going to leave. We're going to come here. We're going to come and build what we're going to build. Hey, let me just even go to a different question. What do you think about slavery? The history of slavery, what's happened, blacks, whites, what's your position on that?
Firstly, I would say that for the significant majority of American history, all the way up until the 1960s, the groups of people that were coming here were broadly from not only Europe, but only certain parts of Europe. And that almost 100%. And the conditions of people, especially coming here in the 16, 17, and 1800s, they were coming to an area which was not fully governed. They were coming to the frontier.
Yeah.
They were building homes out of mud brick. These were pioneers. These were settlers. These were homesteaders. It's vastly different than the people who come here today and sign up.
What about the people that existed there before from the land that they took over that were doing the exact same shit? Obviously, they have different types of architecture and everything like that, but like from that same exact pioneer qualifier, from the exact same engineering qualifier, from the exact same exploration qualifier, like the Native Americans fit just as much, if not even more, this standard that you have for what an American is deemed to be. But it's just some bullshit vague justification to try and make like the appeal to whiteness be more palatable to like random dipshits that are also very insecure about their identity.
To welfare programs, the people who get their court date and don't show up. And on your
The welfare programs, you mean like the ones that the Republicans are disproportionately taking advantage of because they're too fucking poor and fat and diabetic that they can't even like properly diet themselves in order to get off the insulin that they are trying to like leech from the government subsidies that they take from blue states, from Democrat states? Is that are those the people that you're talking about? Are those the benefits that you're talking about, or is it something else completely different? Because I'm just a little confused right now.
Your second point, what do I think about slavery? I think slavery was imposed upon the colonies, which later became the United States, ultimately by the mercantile system of Great Britain and the Empire, and it was sort of stuck because it became a very difficult institutional question to ask. And the founders asked this question. Thomas Jefferson and even Abraham Lincoln thought emancipation should naturally be followed by repatriation. Colonies were started in Liberia and even places in Central America so that we could return to a status of domestic tranquility without these large ethnic divisions. But unfortunately, when you were ratifying the Constitution, there were disagreements between northern and southern colonies as to should slaves, and that's where the 3/5 compromise comes from. And you had this large population of blacks, which were slaves at the time and then emancipated later, used as political leverage because southern states wanted them to be added to their House of Representatives number for apportionment, and northern states wanted the opposite. And later on, you'll find that the opposition to slavery became less of a political and a geographic thing and much more of a moral crusade. But even today, I think it can be argued, even Candace Owens says it, that the black voter base is somewhat used as a police.
What was it? What was his claim? I've never heard that before, so I know it's probably fucking bullshit.
Candace emancipated later, used as political leverage because southern states wanted them to be added to their House of Representatives number for apportionment, and northern states wanted the opposite and later on, you'll find that the opposition to slavery became less of a political and a geographic thing and much more of a moral crusade. But even today, I think it can be argued, even Candace Owens says it, that the black voter base is somewhat used as a police, as a way of political leverage from one left to the right.
Do you think Lincoln screwed up with Emancipation Proclamation?
I think it was an act of war. It was done during the Civil War as a...
Also, imagine citing Candace Owens. For one, despite her agreeing like 100% with probably the stupid fucking bullshit that you say, the fact that she's just like too dark is hilarious and wouldn't qualify to fit within your stupid fucking ethnostate. And for two, like, do I want to look into this right now? Okay, I'll search something.
The
We'll
method
see.
to destabilize and to hurt the rebelling colonies, or the rebelling states. As a method of achieving his ends in that conflict, I believe it was successful. And
Would you have done what he did?
I cannot personally say what I would have done if I was in Abraham Lincoln's shoes. And it should also be realized that Abraham Lincoln was assassinated before he could really carry out whatever his vision was. And that's the story of historical debate for every day since then. People have argued what he really would have done.
Yes, I got some questions on that, because when you're talking about
Wait, does he talk about this?
Emancipation Proclamation, okay?
Yes. I do think slavery is an immoral institution, for the record.
You do think slavery is an immoral institution,
Yes.
but you were hesitant to, say whether you think what he did was the right thing or not, right? And you're like, I can't
On a
really...
political level, yes.
Well, because you don't understand, Patrick. It's because they're black. That's why I was like kind of iffy on whether or not I should like condemn what Lincoln did, or like go along with it 100%. Or it's like it's a tough situation, buddy. Okay. So I want whatever. I'll close this out. And then I will put Obsidian back up here. I'll put this retard over here, I guess. That's good enough. And then this here. Okay. This claim is in reference to the 3/5 All right, so just as a reminder, the way that he phrased this initial question about the Emancipation Proclamation and the lead into the 3/5 compromise is that he believes, or I don't even know if he believes it. He seems like an evil piece of shit, unironically. He believes that the southern states wanted their slaves in a wholly virtuous, epic, cool way to be added to their House of Representatives so that they can be tallied into their overall vote. Whereas the North refused the existence of that capability because the North wanted to use them as political points, allegedly. That's their claim. That's his claim. So I'm just going to read through some of this and see if it is accurate. The 3/5 Compromise, also known as the Constitutional Compromise of 1787, was an agreement reached during the 1787 U.S. Constitutional Convention over the inclusion of slaves in counting a state's total population. Which is really fucking ironic that he is pointing to this as some virtuous act of the southern states, considering that he was just accusing the Democrats of flying in illegal immigrants that cannot vote, for one, and for two, if they were to vote in several years, we don't even know, like, they skew disproportionately towards MAGA, and that they align more conservatively anyways. So he's accusing the Democrats of using Mexican immigrants, primarily, as political points because they allegedly want to involve them in the democratic voting process, or at least the census, but then also criticizes the northern states that were anti-slavery for using slaves as a political talking point somehow. I don't know. This count would determine the number of seats in the House of Representatives, which I would imagine either they have either similar votes or similar representation to the northern states, or maybe less, and just want to include these with the explicit intention of having more capital so that it would weigh in a more advantageous consideration whenever they're trying to figure out what to do with slavery. So my intuition is that this is more malicious than it's insinuated initially, but the number of electoral votes each state would be allocated and how much money the states would pay in taxes. Slaveholding states wanted their entire population to be counted to determine the number of representatives those states could elect and send to Congress. Free states wanted to exclude the counting of the slave population in slave states since those slaves had no voting rights, which is basically essential to what the motto was that these fucking dipshits try and espouse when they talk about small government, is the no taxation without representation. The core idea there is the existence or the lack of existence of no representation being considered whenever they're being taxed on their tea. A compromise was struck to resolve this impasse. The compromise counted 3/5 of each state's population, slave population, toward the state's total population for the purpose of apportioning the House representatives, effectively giving the southern states more power in the House relative to the northern states, which is really fucking funny because that's exactly what I thought it would be. It also gave slaveholders similarly enlarged powers in southern legislatures. This was an issue in the secession of West Virginia from Virginia in 1863. Free black people and indentured servitude or servants were not subject to the compromise, and each was counted as one full person for representation. Okay, so if this criticism is levied against the North for supposedly using slaves as the political points against the South, is it not just as justifiable to claim the inverse? That the South wanted to use them as political points so that they can gain more representation in the House of Representatives? I don't know. Whatever. Also, it's not really political points, but it's really ironic that even if you were to ignore the vast amount of diversity throughout the years and since the conception of America, it's ironic that you want to lessen the rights of these minorities that exist in the country already, reap all of the benefits in which they bring to the country, which is cheap labor, new innovative technologies, new cultural practices and arts. You want to reap all those benefits while your small group of disgusting inbred hillbilly dipshits are just leeching off of the government that you want to keep smaller for yourselves. These are the people that you want to leech after. You are using them as, I don't even know if you would consider them political points. Just you're just a leech, bro. You're just a fucking loser. That's all you are. I don't know. Whatever.
It was controversial at the time.
Cringe and gay.
It was
Cringe and
controversial
gay.
at the time, but do you think, I'll read it to you. So Lincoln issued an Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, announcing that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious areas are and henceforth shall be free.
Mhm.
Do you agree with all of that?
I agree that slavery should have been ended, yes.
So, do you see blacks as
What was okay?
equals to
That phrasing was really off, and I'll admit I wasn't paying full attention. What was that phrasing? Because it sounds like he was just caveating to be a little fucking pussy bitch and not admit the full extent of his views because he realizes that it sounds so bad and it's not palatable to any audience whatsoever, which is the intention of going onto here, to make the audience seem like the movement is more palatable than it truly is, and to seem like it's not as bad as it really is.
white? Henceforth, that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious areas are and henceforth shall be free. I'll read it to you. So Lincoln issued an Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, announcing that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious areas are and henceforth shall be free.
Mhm.
Do you agree with all of that?
I agree that slavery should have been ended, yes.
So, do you
Okay. So no mention of the rebellious area that was specified there. No mention of the free portion there, which you can argue when he says that slavery should have been ended, that kind of implies the freedom, but why not just say that you wish, or that the slaves should have been freed?
see blacks as equals to whites?
In the
In their own cultures, in their own distinct cultures. Everybody has like a culture, but it's almost like an ideal, like almost like everybody has their own like ethno-state under the same governing rules. Some people might have like less rights more than others, or less rights compared to others, but others might have more rights compared to others as well. But yeah, we're all just like chill vibing, and some places are just like incompatible with one another. So it's just better to keep that distinct, and like just put them in their own area. Like they're like legally, and they're like legally, economically, like socially, like distinct. So like I don't know, just put them in their own like little area and like let them have fun.
respects of having basic human rights and not deserving to be slaves, yes. Do I think that they are analogous to people of every different nation?
He said that, or he was rephrasing because of YouTube TOS. Oh yeah, hello Hunter, happy 8th of July. Happy 8th of July. Hope you had a good time celebrating your holiday. And it's definitely not because of YouTube TOS. He's explicitly on here and in his manifesto and everything, couching the language to be able to, because if he were to do that, and if I were to grant that, why would he not just do that in his application for joining these groups? Why would he not include that in his manifesto or their stated intentions? Like, why not just include it there? Why do an additional screening process after you do an initial submission of your belief system, your name, where you've been at, everything else? Why do a Zoom call afterwards to go over extra details on a script that you have pre-planned? If it were just terms of service violations. Why is there an explicit goal to not get bogged down in social media posts or like anything that can possibly paint you in a bad light with that explicit intention, by the way? It's not just like, oh, don't do like fucked up shit, guys. It's, listen, don't get caught doing fucked up shit.
On the planet? No. Nor do I think I would compare any two groups of people and expect them to measure up precisely on the fact that they are different. I don't put the world into a hierarchy of races. I think that's unproductive. But I do recognize that different nations are different. They have different cultures. We have different languages. We live in
It's one nation, you fucking retard.
different places. And that type of diversity, not within borders, but
Do you know where their organization is located? I do not. I don't know if they have like a central organization for that. Is the page Sorry, I'm doing something real quick. Okay. So it's based in Texas. Sorry, you can't see this. Based in Texas and has chapters in 40 states. There isn't a single publicly advertised address. They have also been reported to have a 122-acre compound in Tellico Plains, Tennessee. What is this? What the fuck is this, dude? That's wild. Referring to black people as Africans is just insane. Fuck it, bro. It's your life.
Between them is something which is very important. And a lot of the conflicts you have in the world today, whether you're looking at the Middle East, whether you're looking at Russia and Ukraine, are a result of nationalism which has been impaired by imperialism or globalism or these matters where people don't line up with their borders. And America did really well at that for a very long time.
Do you think your bloodline is superior to blacks?
Superior in what respect?
In any, and
If you have to pause the question there and be like, which way? Because I feel like I don't feel like, he definitely is alluding to that he does feel superior in some way, but he would probably back down and then just say that we're all equal and like, not equal necessarily, but we're all just like different people in our own unique kind of ways, you know?
Thinking, decision-making,
superior in being
leadership.
Superior in being American, yes. Superior in any other realm where you might try to measure an individual, I think that doesn't matter. I'm not an anthropologist. I'm not going to look at scientific things and IQ. I'm not familiar with those studies.
Yeah.
But what I do know is that different groups of people are the best at being who they are. But I don't believe we should put people into categories where it's making some sort of hierarchy, which is entirely unnecessary.
What do you think about Hitler?
I don't have any necessarily strong opinions on Hitler. I've never looked into him detailed in a historical lens.
Really?
Nothing I believe ideologically or politically is reliant on him.
So you never studied him?
Never studied him, no. I mean, I'm familiar with the events of the...
What are your thoughts on black people in America calling themselves African American? I'm pretty indifferent on it, but I don't have a reason why I would necessarily like give a fuck either way. Like I can see the utility in referring to African American, especially when you want to distinguish like groups of people for any sort of reason. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a discriminatory reason. But when you want to identify particular groups of people, I can see how saying black is too broad. Because African American refers to like a very, very specific like type of like descendant from Africans that were taken through the slavery process. And they're just like descendants of those slaves. So it refers to them specifically. And I can see like the confusion or the lack of clarity if there is a African immigrant that comes to America and then trying to distinguish between them or just calling them all black is like a very, very, very like difficult term to refer to somebody, and requires more like context, I guess. I don't know. Of course, a white person in this context, their family has also been here for many generations. Are you saying that the argument of the white person also apply, or the argument of why we would call black people African Americans applies to the example you're giving of whites having family here for generations?
The Second World War. I think a lot of
You ever read Mein Kampf?
I have never read the book. I've heard excerpts, but I think a lot of people have. But I've never read it cover to cover.
You've never read Mein Kampf. Okay. All right. So when you started when we started the podcast, you said something about, hey, you know, you're an American, you've done good, but there's some disagreements that we have. At the beginning, you said that.
I said you're pro-American. Yes.
So what?
He said he's a good citizen. He's a good boy. I don't know if whoever's watching, if you were here earlier when he was asked this question, PBD asked Thomas if he would be considered an Iranian or an American. And he was like, well, first of all, you're a citizen. You have good values, good morals. You're a good citizen. But like avoiding, yeah, it's so fucking lame.
Part of my ideas do you disagree with? I'm curious.
I think we have different ideas on what necessarily constitutes naturalization.
Okay.
Which is more of a natural process as opposed to a legislative process.
What do you mean a natural process? How do you naturally become a citizen in the context of a socially constructed identity in a socially constructed country? Like, if you're not talking about the ways in which we identify naturalized citizens today, then how are you going to reform that or rephrase it in a particular way that excludes what exists today?
And any attempt by the government to make that a legislative process is, I would think, a measure to coincide with the recognition of the natural process, because nations are natural things. If you started the world over right now and you
Natural in what way? Like, to the extent in which we define what a nation is, to the extent in which we define what a nationality is, to the extent in which we define what a border is? Like, which part is like natural to spend centuries of evolving and creating a variety of like technologies to like boat over to an entirely new country, rape, pillage, murder, and then conquer the land of native people of that land, sign multiple treaties throughout the years over and over and over, and break those treaties over and over and over. Is that natural? Like, when you talk about like the laws of like the laws of nature, like, does that apply within that standard, or like what are you talking about specifically?
put a bunch of people in a bunch of places on Earth, you would end up with nations. They would be different nations, but you would have nations. Because within human nature, given to us by whatever creator somebody might believe in, there is a social aspect and there is a hierarchical aspect. We form different cultures. We form hierarchies. And
I really hope that he's talking about like hierarchies within those cultures. Actually, no, that would actually still defeat his own fucking point because he's such a fucking retard. When he's saying that he doesn't view these groups of peoples in like hierarchies, because he wants to bitch out and not commit to owning his full opinion. And right now he's talking about hierarchies in cultures when he's talking about different nationalities or like groups of people. He most likely, I'm pretty sure, believes in a American culture or like an idealized version of it. So even within the context of what culture is, you're still identifying that there is a hierarchy.
From our hierarchies extend governments, and from our various social collectives, we form families, communities, nations, and then ultimately races. And these are all natural outgrowths of the human mind and body. And me as a nationalist, I want a government which recognizes and upholds these natural truths instead of what we see today, especially with the transgender pathology. People are trying to play God. People are thinking that human beings and culture and heritage and everything up until now is just something that, like clay, that you can infinitely mold and cast people into these things where they're infinitely malleable. It's not true.
You mean like how you're infinitely trying to create these molds of ambiguous like definitions of what a particular group of person is, or how they should be defined, or where they should be defined? Like, is that how you're talking about? Like a malleable instance? Does that apply? Like, you're just as bad as those like trainees that you're talking about. Like, you're just as delusional as you think that these people are.
Earlier, I asked you a question about people that came here. Everybody was an immigrant that came here, et cetera, et cetera. What do you think about Italians?
I think Italians are from Europe, and people of European nations can assimilate into the American nation as it is of Europe.
Why do you think Italians?
Repeat that?
I think Italians are from Europe, and people of European nations can assimilate into the American nation as it is of Europe.
Why do you think Italians?
Like, this whole entire thing falls apart for one. If there was a hypothetical instance where... Actually, hold on. Give me a second. I'm just really, really curious. And I'm asking this in good faith. Thomas, I promise. Bars.
Experienced.
Can these people assimilate? Can these people... Like, are these people, like, capable of coming to your country and assimilating because they're from Europe? They look a little bit like, for one, a little bit too brown for Thomas's standards. And for two, they're from Spain. Like, would he be okay with this? The idea of this culture, of these people that look like this? What do you mean people from Europe can obviously, like, assimilate? His statement about Italians is like a double-edged sword. Yeah, first generation. Yeah, but it's also, I'm pretty sure Italians are like super fucked when they first came here. Like, isn't that the whole thing with like... I don't know, I could be wrong. I haven't read into any of this, so I'm just bullshitting from stuff that I've heard, but like, didn't they come over here with like the mob or the mafia or whatever and cause a lot of fuck shit that made it extremely difficult to assimilate? Isn't that those same like Italian people? Aren't these the same like European people that came over to Ellis Island and flooded the fuck out of that whole entire section? Like, make it make sense. At all, whatsoever, please. Please, I'm begging, please. Please! Make it make sense. Thomas. No, they're not Romanian people, it was just, I googled just like Spanish people. And I pulled up like one of the first images that I had come up.
You know, I don't know if it's racism, discrimination at the beginning, where Italians were not allowed. They had all these things about them. Why do you think that happened in our history?
There was discrimination and there was opposition to a lot of the immigration that happened in the late 1800s and the early 1900s, not solely on the basis that these people were from Italy, because
By the way, he said Europeans could assimilate into the U.S., which is true, but does he hold that standard of Bosnians who are Muslims who are also considered white? I think it's true that anybody from any country can assimilate. It's just a matter of how far the generations go from once they came here, how far back they came here, their familiarity with the U.S. culture prior to coming here, the efforts that they make while they're here. Like, it's not just exclusive to Europeans in the way that he is trying to describe it. It's just, he's just trying to specify a hyper niche kind of like box that only the people that he believes can come here in a way that makes his sort of ethno-state more official or larger or whatever else. Like, he's just trying to box it into a very specific lens. Because anything falling outside of that identity of the European, white European identity is going to completely shatter his entire perspective. Because that is what his whole movement is founded on, is the idea of pan-European identity.
Even the immigration restrictionists of the time agreed that there are good people from these countries. But the matter was, due to the economic incentives and due to a lot of social differences, the worst rungs of those social classes from Italy and other places around the Mediterranean were being brought into the country because, for example, steamship companies would make money by the head. So what do? You go and you clear out the asylums, you clear out the prisons. And a lot of countries were happy to dump these people onto American shores. And that was where a lot of differences come from. And of course, there was the opposition based on Protestant and Catholic lines. Religious differences you're going to find all the time. That's something innate through human history.
So if you were president today, how would you handle, what would you do differently today? If you become a president today, it's 2024. You know where we're going with immigration. You know, we have somewhere between 8 million, 15 million. There's a lot of numbers we've read. What things would you work on immediately?
So first things first, you'd want to shut down the border. I think this is not a controversial thing to say.
It's not controversial if you're a fucking retard.
To the right wing. You'd want to shut down the border every single...
Wait, do you say right wing?
I think this is not a controversial thing to say to the right wing. You'd want to shut down the border every single... illegal
Fucking retards.
Anybody who's lied about their naturalization status, where they lied about living somewhere, they lied about really being a refugee when they're just an economic migrant, their naturalization should be revoked. Anybody who used that person as a chain link, anchor baby, sort of, don't keep families separated deal, they should go as well. Anybody who's only in here due to visas, which I believe have a lot of economic exploitation of the country,
He doesn't give a fuck about economic exploitation. Like, it's a vague virtue signal to pretend like it's not even just him too. He's one of like the most egregious examples though, because of the intention that he has behind his entire movement. But MAGA as a whole don't give a fuck about exploitation. they will sit there and they'll use their brand new iPhones. Sorry. Maybe the MAGA that's like buying crypto and stuff, but probably the majority of MAGA, you know, like the leeches that just suck up like government benefits while claiming that like people that are a little bit browner than them are actually doing that thing instead of them. Those disgusting fat pieces of lard, those are the ones that are using their iPhone 7s because they can't afford the new iPhones that are entirely just manufactured almost all the way up from China, from Chinese, from foreign parts that are created by slave labor, like the most exploitative type of labor that ever exists. But you're comparing that to Hispanic immigrants that come over from the border that do genuinely like good, hard work, that are paid less than ideal, but still paid significantly more than child laborers. Like, yeah, I don't know. Do you think he's in favor of changing U.S. territories like Puerto Rico from Hispanic to white? From my understanding, it doesn't sound like he... It doesn't sound like he really wants to deport people that are domestically here as citizens. It's that he wants to create a distinct environment in which these different categories of people can live with one another. I don't know if that makes sense, but earlier he was talking about how black people would have their own separate area in America because they do better in their own environments because I think he said the words, they are legally, socially, and economically distinct people from his people. So he wants to create different environments for people to live in the nation, under one nation, but like under one like whole government.
He should be sent home politely. We should be able to create our own engineers.
Politely. But he probably supports like the Kilmar Brega Garcia like deportation, like
dual passports. Anybody with a dual passport, even Tucker Carlson said this when he spoke to him.
Yeah, I saw that.
Every single person with a dual passport should be forced to choose, and I think you'd be really surprised at what countries people would choose if you made them pick. And then you can start on a process of even voluntary.
What does that mean?
Repatriation. A lot of people, you have millions of people coming in, maybe not every year, but every couple years. Biden's let in 7 million people in the last 3 years. A lot of these people are only here because of the economic incentives, right? And I agree that America should be a place where people can make money. I agree that America should be a place with this sort of opportunity. But not all the people coming across the Mexican border are entrepreneurs and businessmen and doctors. A lot of these people are here for the social programs. If those dry up, or even if you turn them around and say, hey, we're not doing that anymore. We've tried since 1965, we've tried the greatest humanitarian experiment in the history of the world, and frankly, it's failed. So we're going to turn this money around, and we're going to set you up going back home. You'll get a bus fare. We'll even sign all sorts of treaties with the government you came from, and we'll make sure it's happy.
Would you consider yourself a white supremacist?
I would not.
No. I don't view them in hierarchies in the way in which you describe, in the way in which you ask me. I view them as separate, distinct groups that are good with one another. I think he would call himself like maybe not explicitly. I don't know. I think he would align more closely with the white nationalist. Leave them politely, LMAO. God, hold on. I'm a retard. Sorry. Let me close this dumb fuck poll. Okay. Leave them politely LMAO. How does that work? Turning themselves in and they end up in detention center that part. Yeah. So even minus that, I don't think he gives a fuck. It's all just placating. It's he probably cheers it on if they do get sent to like CCOT and fucking abused. He does not give a fuck.
Things it might have done. I'm not really familiar with.
Any inspiration from them?
No, not necessarily. No.
Any connections with any of the guys from Anonymous or no?
I've never known anybody who's been involved with that.
Got it. So, you know, records obtained by the Texas Observer show that the FBI has been monitoring you since at least May of 2017. Now, May of 2017, you're how old at that time?
I would have been 17 or 18.
17 or 18 years old.
And I know, I think, where that comes from because at the time, a lot of people...
Let me just finish.
No, please continue. Yes, absolutely.
While he was still a student at Capitol High School for his own flyer distribution on Dallas area campuses. So
that's it.
Why would FBI follow a 17-year-old kid? What are they worried about with you?
Maybe they were worried that I would...
Oh, wait, did I skip backwards? Fuck. What the fuck? Hold on. This would be a banger fucking emote. Shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. My bad. I'm new to the poll game. I'm not familiar with the poll game. Trayvon Martin was also was he 17? Damn. I don't know why I thought he was like 13 or some shit. That was kind of fucked up. I'll be the first to say it. I'm too retarded to actually do the snipping tool thing. I was gonna... Can I zoom in? Fuck. Perfect. Oh, there might be a debate. Nope, but it didn't stop lefties from infantilizing him and conservatives from saying he was military age. Yeah, like, these are also the same fucking people that are talking about Hamas fighters being like 14 years old or 13 or like whatever fucking bullshit age that they want to use to... Which, listen, if there's a 13-year-old with a fucking rocket launcher aimed right at you, feel free to fucking dome him. In a video game, yeah, in a video game, allegedly, but then potentially hypothetically. But I'm not gonna, like, play dumb and act like it's impossible for a child of any age to, like, not threaten you or threaten your life or your autonomy or anything like that. That's retarded as fuck. But when they want to be like, oh, the FBI was looking into you for handing out posters of a white supremacist group, what the... How could they do that? What the fuck? You were in high school. You're literally writing articles in your school about diversity, dude. What the fuck? I don't know. Retarded and gay. My fave 1-2 combo, actually. I was gonna make a joke, but I don't know how old you are. And it would make me feel uncomfortable. Why is Discord still in capitalism? Capitalism is here to stay, inshallah. Enchilada, brethren. Enchilada.
Start a much more successful political organization than the one I was in at the time. But
Oh shit, sorry. What was it? Deport or something? Peaceful? Passport?
economic incentives, right? And I agree that America should be a place where people can make money. I agree that
Enchilada.
America should be a place with this sort of opportunity. But not all the people coming across the Mexican border are entrepreneurs and businessmen and doctors. A lot of these people are here for the social programs. If
The social programs that they get no benefit from, dog. Like, the social programs that they contribute over $100 billion, like, annually into paying for, so these fat fucking leeches can, like, just ruin our country by leeching off of it? What's up, buddy?
Hey y'all, how you guys doing?
Whoa.
Oh God, oh God, indeed.
Oh, I had to turn you down.
Let me take a restroom break.
Yep. I'm mogging the VC right now. They're all mutes.
Hey now, the only reason why I'm muted is to listen to this debate.
Oh, okay. Wait, Alcir, aren't you the bird dude on Discord? Or what's your name on Discord? Because I thought you were just referencing it. Can I change this to Naru? I don't even know if it's a capitalism debate. I think we're just having like a meta conversation about the debate.
Wait, what meta conversation, girl? Oh, goddamn! I gotta charge my phone.
One of the Discord chatters said that the capitalism debate is still running. And I said, I don't even know if it's a debate at this point. It's just kind of like a meta conversation about the debate because there's not really like any point that's being staked out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Wait, did he walk away from his phone?
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I was washing my hands. Okay, so that's my issue with. That's why I say autism is like a curse and a blessing because it gives me hyperactivity, and that usually means that like a lot of like different like areas interest me, but I can't formulate my fucking thoughts sometimes. It's like it's both a curse and a blessing.
Let's chill. You're chilling. Okay, so what got you back onto this conversation?
Yes. Well, Hong Kong video. Okay, I'm ready.
Actually, wait. Let me...
Singapore's pretty cool too.
Let me read it first.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, Chief Executive.
Nice, good one.
Wait, ads. The ads interrupted me from my Hong Kong video.
Okay, so it looks like Swoopy was talking about this woman on Love Island being raped by an IDF soldier.
So
said,
wait, was that story real, or because that's pretty sad?
I don't know. I'm exaggerating.
Oh,
But it sounds like it's real if it's being corroborated
Jesus.
by other explanations. But you say, wait,
Jesus.
is this a serious thing or just dumb Twitter people?
Yeah, because sometimes people like on Twitter. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, let me just write this out real quick. Arya says, the way my friend explained it was insane. I was informed today they're ending the season early because of how controversial the cast was. Controversies included a Jew and a Palestinian kissing, a Hispanic girl saying the soft A on a podcast, and someone saying chinky, not to an Asian. Like, I hate it here, I can't. I'm so glad I have the freedom to write. This is you. I'm so glad I have the freedom to write whatever I want and not be tied to, like, a business or something. So... So I'm just writing out a general timeline, just for my sake, so I know how this all started.
Okay.
She says, genuinely, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I read that in her voice and it was hilarious.
Did you hear her time you out as well?
Yeah, 5-minute timeout, yo.
Yeah, it's really funny when she said yo. What does it do with anything? Okay, so I have that. Some of my written stuff in my novels would be controversial is what I'm trying to say, and I'm not limited to writing in them.
Yes, precisely.
You have to acknowledge that blaming this on big business is actually so detached from reality. I'm more saying it in the sense that there are expectations to writing things when promoting a product. So are you saying... Hold on. Are you saying the writers of the show?
No, I mean just in a general sense.
What do you mean a general sense?
Like, you know, when you write something, right? When, like, let's say a movie was being made, you put a lot of money into the movie. There's a lot of expectations to kind of be more like, I don't know how to say it, but more like average, that it can pass through like filters correctly. Unlike, you know, with more movies that cost less, they tend to take more risk in that sense. But with bigger movies, there's always like the better safe than sorry route, so they don't really take risks when it comes to the story, and that doesn't really give way to more complex characters. Wait, I'm going off topic again. Controversy, but yeah, the whole thing is just the controversy is it's harder. Wait, I can just see this is why I'm a better writer. Because I don't know how to fully speak. They can't put me in a podium. Wait, did you understand anything I said, or I feel like I have to restart again?
I'm gonna be real with you. I don't understand anything that you said. I feel like it
All right.
wasn't related to what I was
Yeah,
saying.
I'll repeat again. So when in basic terms, when you put more money into a product, you're expected to, in the terms of like movies and shows, you're expected more to follow certain guidelines as compared to things that cost less, in which you can take more risks. Story-wise.
Okay. Let me... Okay, so the conversation starts where Arya suggests potentially or messes around with the idea of covering culture war stuff related to Love Island lore, correct?
Yeah, but I don't really know much about Love Island, so I can't really.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So she does that. You guys kind of go back and forth a little bit. Then Swoopy comes in, brings up the IDF point. Arya, before it gets derailed, says that her friend was telling her about it and all of the crazy shit going on. And that's whenever you make the comment that you are glad that you have the freedom to write whatever you want.
Oh yeah, I mean that in a general sense that I'm not tied to like
But is
anyone.
Are you responding to anybody in particular, or
No. Just me, like just me being happy.
Okay.
You're lost, I know.
So it was just, you were just throwing out a
Wait,
random thought.
can I chime in here for a second? Like, the reason why I felt the need to call it out how random it was because my commentary, like what I was talking about, was so clearly about the social reaction to the fact that people were like, oh, this is chinky, or oh, like we're canceling her for saying chinky, or we're canceling her for saying the N-word, or we're canceling her because she's Palestinian, she kissed a Jew, right? Like, that's a very like social cultural reaction. And then
Yes.
their response to it was, yeah, that's why I'm so glad that I can do whatever I want and not be tied to a big business.
I mean, yeah, in a
It's like
sense, yeah. 'Cause, like
it's just
I
like a
could
really quintessential example of how I like perceive people that are like more socialist on the left, right? To be like so single tunnel vision about money, and everything has to be the fault of the billionaires, everything is capitalist. Like, you brought that up out of literally nowhere. Like, that was why I was like, you are like, you have to acknowledge that the blaming this is like really detached from what's actually going on, right?
I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna blame everything on that, but I'm saying like we do live in a capitalist society, so of course, like money will matter. But if you are talking about social stuff, so
Yeah,
correct, yes,
but this is the
it's social stuff, yes.
The comment that you made about being glad to have the freedom to write whatever you want is coming after this conversation that Arya is having somewhat with you, a little
Yeah,
bit
'cause
of back and
I'm
forth
just-
with me in it, and a back and forth more specifically with Swoopy. But you're
I'm
making
just
this
random like that. Yeah, I think I'm just random like that.
Okay, but
I don't know.
But you're saying you're random, but then also telling Arya that you're responding in a way that is socially responsive because it is a social conversation. Does that make sense?
Okay. Can you repeat that again?
Like, you're relating this conversation to you're expressing your appreciation for having the freedom to write whatever you want in response to Arya writing about the Love Island stuff.
Oh yeah,
and when
'cause
she's telling you now in the conversation in the VC that you're like saying it randomly as a critique about capitalism that's unwarranted, but then you're saying that you're responding to it because it's a social issue, that implies that you're not truly just doing it because it's random, but you're doing it actually as a response to Arya because it's a social issue. So it's like those are two contradictory like intentions.
I mean, okay, I guess the way I approached it is that I am happy that I don't have to like I don't have to go to like a business, right? Just to have my story like come to life. I could just do it myself and not have the expectation to write stuff that are not controversial. That's what I've been trying to hammer in. I don't know if I explained that correctly either. Like, I guess that's just my whole thing in regards to that specifically.
Okay. I think in your second message. Okay. Hold on, my
It's okay, don't worry. I get that reaction a lot.
that's sad, dog. Don't say that. What the fuck?
I mean, okay, not all the time, obviously, but like,
Wait, aren't you the one that said that like you had trouble speaking to women because of like the infrastructure and shit too?
I didn't phrase it like that. I'm saying that I had trouble making connections in my youth because of infrastructure, because of how bad infrastructure was. I did not
Okay.
say like speaking to women specifically.
Okay. I was just wondering. Just some of the stuff that you say just comes off as like just sad.
I mean, yeah, my life is kind of sad, bro. I don't mind admitting it, but like, yeah, it kind of is. I mean, I try to make the most of it, obviously, but you know.
Okay. Um so whenever you bring that up in response to what Arya's saying there, it does sound like you're making a critique on capitalism and big business.
As far as story goes, yeah. As far as like with written stuff go, yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so it is confusing when that is the response to the conversation prior. You say some of my written stuff in my novels would be controversial is what I'm trying to say, and I am not limited in writing them. Which that
So okay, so
feels
I should have specified that it was just a me thing that
you're
that
good,
I
you're good.
love.
I'm just
Oh.
reading this out loud because I haven't gotten past this point. My mind is just it's shut off, but it's coming back. It's regenerating. You have to she says you have to acknowledge that blaming this on big business is actually so detached from reality. You said I'm more saying it in the sense that there are expectations to writing things when promoting a product. But like, what is this in response to? Promoting
let
what
me see.
product?
Wait, where's the message? The fuck? Let me get. I'm on the phone. Wait, give me a second. Oh, I found it. I mean, if you're, because a business, right? Regardless of whether like it's a phone or a story, it's still technically a product. Is what I'm trying to say. You're still selling something in a sense. Doesn't matter what it is. You're still selling something to people, whether it be an idea or a phone. That's my general point. And in this case, it's entertainment. Love Island.
Okay. So I'll continue reading this. Oh, I guess she does say this. It's not promoting a product, it's monetized entertainment. It's not entertaining if everyone is ass pained about the oppression Olympics. You say one of the things that was cut off recently from the new Superman movie, for example, is the villain hitting Superman's dog Crypto, and it's like, why did you cut that? A villain is a villain. What does that mean,
No,
dude?
legit. Like, because audience reactions were like, "Oh my god, the villain hit a dog!" Like, dog, that's a fucking villain, bro. A villain is a fucking villain. Did you expect him to kiss the dog or something? A villain is a fucking villain. When I write my villains, I go all out. Like, God, I hate that they cut that from the movie. Like, I'm still excited for that movie, but like, I hate that they cut that. I really do. That was my rant.
What? What does that mean, though? I don't.
What do you mean? Oh, wait, my mom. I opened. Hold up. Goodness.
You say it's your mom?
Sorry, I had to close my mom's door because she was sleeping. She has this habit of opening the door. Okay. Anyway, go on.
Okay, where did the cutting of the scene from the Superman movie?
I think that I meant that more as a social reaction, like a social type of thing, because it's like, what did people expect out of a villain?
Yeah, but where did that thought come from?
It just came, bro, because I correlated it with what Arya was saying.
But she was talking about how your response wasn't responsive, how it wasn't promoting a product, it was monetized entertainment that people are ass pained about. Like, are you saying that your thought came from her comment about people
Love
being
Island.
ass pained?
Yes.
Okay. Uh this isn't a... I'm trying to think of how to say this. You seem very nice, but I can see the autism cogwheels
It's not
spinning.
I don't worry. I know it's not mean. It's an actual thing.
I can see the connection that you're making. But okay, I say, what are you guys arguing about now? And then you say love to see it? What do you love to see?
Debates. I love to see like the when Ari gets mad at me, it's so funny. I don't know why.
But I
Just
asked
is,
you
not mad.
I asked you what you're arguing about, and you say I love to see it.
Wait, no. I don't think that was in response to that.
You responded to me saying that.
Like, okay, I just love to see like discussions in general. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Let me... Okay, let me finish reading. Oh, let me get a drink real quick.
You really needed a drink for this?
My mouth is dry.
Oh.
Arya says, I have permanent beef with anti-capitalists. Sorry, no sub will go uncalled out. You say, hell yeah, to more debates with you about the subject. Just not now. Not too in the mood to debate. I just want to write.
Now I got it. Now I'm here.
We're just talking. You're chilling.
I know.
She said, you don't debate, though. You just capitulate and talk about ideal utopias. You say, it is still considered a debate if two different ideas are being discussed. Do you still feel that way, or...
Wait, repeat that again?
You said... It is still considered debate if two different ideas are being discussed.
Technically, yeah.
Okay. When you say two different ideas, what does that sound like to you?
Two different viewpoints?
Okay. What does... when you say two different viewpoints, in the context of talking about structural systems, like what would the two different viewpoints be in that case? Not specific viewpoints, but like the general idea of what a viewpoint is, or what it would look like. Does that make sense?
Wait, repeat that again? I'm trying to...
When you're having a conversation about like a structural society, and you're saying that you have two different viewpoints or two different ideas on those structures, what would that sort of look like? Would that statement imply that there are two versions of structures that are being debated?
Yes, I'd say the fundamental, yeah. That's the fundamental point.
Okay. And you would say, in this case, that Arya's argument, her structure that she's arguing for, is capitalism, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say, as far as I go, I don't like calling myself a socialist. The thing with me is like, I know there are different like sorts of systems outside of like capitalism and socialism.
Sure, I agree, but you're not providing any of those systems, is the contention.
My issue is that I'm not exactly an economist, but I am trying to fully understand it better.
Sure, I can get that, and I'm in a similar boat, but when you are critiquing these systems without providing, for one, I would say sound, logical critiques, and two, no alternatives, or no improvement suggestions, or three, no alternative system.
For me, those are just critiques that I do. I don't really try to offer solutions where I don't know them. I just offer critiques.
Sure, but what's the point in offering a critique if there is not a better alternative that is realized, I guess?
it gets the conversation started on any issues that we may have. That's the point of open-minded conversations. Doesn't necessarily have to be well, the way my friend put it in a social aspect, and I love that he said that for me. When, for example, a friend of yours wants your help with problems that he's having in life, sometimes you don't really need a solution for them. You just need to be there to listen. If you get what I mean, like where I'm going with that analogy.
Okay, but
you don't need a solution for it.
It's like you're not. It's not a case of you just listening and not providing a solution. It's like you listening and being antagonistic, I guess.
That's kind of a tough word. I just disagree with like the anti-criticism.
Being critical, like being disagreeable. Like it's not just that, like whenever you say that your friend had offered you a phrase that you resonated with, where they're saying you don't always have to offer a solution. You can always just like listen and be there. But it's like your version of being there, and the contention that we have when we're talking about this stuff is that you're not just there listening and taking in the perspective, you're actively speaking out against it.
I mean, the thing is that I do take the perspectives. I just answer immediately afterward. I guess that's is that the issue then? Because
I'm saying that's the issue with the thing that you had just said about how you are listening and you don't always have to offer a solution, which that is kind of like not necessarily like a therapeutical strat or anything, but it's like just being there for somebody who's going through a tough time, or like someone has a bad day and they just want to like vent. But it's like the issue is that like the style of conversation that you're engaging in is not like a venting session. It's like a policy proposal almost, or like an ideal kind of like pragmatic world.
In a basic sense, I would say I don't usually complexify it. Is that the right word? No.
What'd you say?
I just like I'm usually complexify it. I don't know how to say that word. I don't usually like when it comes to me thinking about how the future could look, I like to I simplify it a bit, even though obviously people are complex, right? So are systems, economic systems.
Sure, but we're not talking about like the future, right?
I mean, with me, like I bring up the future just because of how much technology is growing.
Well,
especially with AI.
You bring up the future in the context whenever you're asked to provide an alternative solution to capitalism, but before that, so if we were to take the future, you provide the future examples when asked to give an alternative. When discussing present examples, you're critiquing problematic individuals in the present. And when talking about historical examples, you're talking about adjacent issues to those historical examples as a way to condemn the system while not providing an alternative besides like a futuristic utopia to Arya's example of the Intercontinental Railroad or whatever the fuck. Because your point is child labor, like spawned from that. But that's not really...
Historically speaking, yeah.
Sure, but you're using that as a critique against... I think in that case it was like the what is it called? The Robin Bearers? Is that...
Bear.
How do you even fucking spell that shit?
Robber Baron.
Robber Baron, sorry. Okay. So whenever she brings that up and she's talking about how regardless of the individual character of the person and what they might have done personally and how they might have acted or anything else like that. Thank you. Regardless of all of that, that there is incredibly unique and innovative technology that had come out of that industry, and that it is technology that is a result of capitalism and a result of this economic system that in this moment, unless there's like other information or anything else that people might not be privy to in this moment, that you might be privy to, that we offer to have you suggest, like it seems like capitalism might be the most effective means of like an economy. But whenever those examples are given, you give adjacent critiques to tear down the example given, as if it's wholly bad or if it cannot be used to legitimize the claim of capitalism being efficient. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Wait, let me put the sandwich in the oven real quick. Mhm. Okay, my whole idea is that human innovation should not be tied to a system. Granted, if you're making the case that systems do make it easier to achieve innovation, then yes, you'd be correct. But it doesn't necessarily mean that capitalism is without its faults. And I like to critique things a bit more, you know. So that's what I approached this whole conversation with.
Okay, well, and what's the purpose of you providing those critiques?
It's human progress needs critique for everything.
Okay,
That's the only way.
but if you're saying that you're just critiquing and offering no solution or not proposing any other solution, like
You don't have to propose a solution. All you have to do is call it out, and then from some point forward, it will have a solution. We just don't know it yet. A critique is a critique in and of itself.
Okay, but you can, I'm sure you can imagine, you're a writer, so I'm sure you can imagine vividly. There's a hypothetical world where everybody only gives critiques and no solution. Like, what's the use of that? Like just hoping that somebody would come along with an answer or a solution that would provide like a better outcome or a better alternative to whatever contention is arising from the situation, or
it's definitely an issue. The thing is that it's pretty hard to enact change in general, especially even today, right? With the technology that we have, it's only been. I mean, humans are a young species. We literally just went through our industrial revolution not too long ago. Like, so the thing is that change is slow because unfortunately we do still have flaws in the system that do hamper development. And that's where I was coming from. But if a majority of people are on the same level of critique, as it isn't the case today, the collective can critique it. It means that a solution can be found faster because it'll have that conversation.
okay. And when you are saying that humans as a species are relatively new,
yes,
you're saying that they're young. You're saying that the Industrial Revolution had recently occurred, in at least in terms of human history.
Yeah, definitely.
And where did the Industrial Revolution like take place?
Britain. Actually, I do actually think the Industrial Revolution predates capitalism, if I'm not mistaken. I may be incorrect on that, but same with for a lot of innovations before capitalism, I feel like trains. But if I'm not mistaken, my history could be spotty. It's an interesting topic, I will say.
Okay, so hold on, I'm trying to think of how to loop this back into like, let's say it did predate capitalism as a concept.
Yeah.
like, would you acknowledge that acquiring capital, generally speaking, is probably what like contributed to the pace at which the Industrial Revolution began and accelerated?
I would say yes, but in much the same way that, for example, the Romans were able to build fantastic aqueducts with their knowledge. It all comes down to, because obviously, when you have a system that promotes stability, you are going to get more progress inevitably. And that's fine, but that doesn't take away from any potential criticisms of that system. Do you understand what I mean?
Hold on, repeat that.
Okay, so my entire philosophy throughout all of this is that human progress should not be tied to specific systems, right? In the same way that I don't tie like Roman civilians that were Roman engineers were able to build fantastic aqueducts, and they were under mercantilism, not capitalism. Wait, I feel like I'm focused on the chat. Give me a second. You just checked it. Yeah, okay, Ari, I'm so sorry about that. The issue with that is that like YouTube commentary like is so bad because I couldn't type out everything. So when you were reading snippets of it, you only got like snippets and you didn't get the full picture of what I was trying to say. Yes, okay, that I can explain that part. Wait, let me. Sorry, Garrett. Get what is your name? Gath. Can I call? Do I call you Gath or?
Yeah, sure.
So Gath, what you said earlier, what I'm trying to hammer in is that human innovation isn't necessarily tied to a system. It can make it easier, yes, but it's not tied to it because human innovation is irrelevant when it comes to certain systems. Granted, as I said earlier, stability does obviously lead to more human progress, and that's logical, but it shouldn't be tied to that system.
Okay, there are two things I take issue with. The first thing is that you acknowledge that tying the innovation to the system itself can and will often lead to like a more productive or faster economy and technological advancements, right?
Yeah, in a general sense.
Okay. What would the alternative be?
That's the thing. That's the golden question, right? It's not something that I fully can say when I bring up things like the future, right? I'm looking at it through a lens of like the rise of technology. And I bring up the logic of the idea that if we can clone meat with a very renewable source of energy that doesn't cost us a dime, there wouldn't be logic in trying to sell that to people because you could just get it for free, a basic human necessity. Do you get what I mean? Like that's. I know it's not polished, but like
it's not polished. It's not pragmatic. It's not like speaking to the concerns that are being
I mean,
brought up.
because these are new things that are coming. These are new things that are like being. These are new things that are going to come up in the world as technology keeps growing.
Sure, but you're also saying them as if they're exclusive to capitalism when they can coexist with capitalism and are often products of capitalism. Because without capitalism, then we have no reason to innovate as much as we do. We have no reason to like create the infrastructure as much as and as quickly as we're able to. We have no ability to like house the units in which we create the research, in which we create the actual food itself, in which we store the food, and like this is all due to capitalism, which is the seems to be the structure that you have infinite criticism for, while either tacitly supporting or not really saying much about like criticisms of like socialism or like mercantilism or any other sort of like economic system.
I mean, the basic premise that you're trying to say is that people wouldn't work without that incentive, but I would disagree because people aren't exactly born with a monetary incentive. People are already born with curiosity for the world around them, and the want for knowledge. We just lose it because when we grow up, we are forced to survive in an economy. So barely anyone has time to sit down. Unlike me, of course, but I mean, most other people will probably say the same thing. The thing is that education is a strong education. The way I view education, the way I see real education is that yes, you could go to college, you could study for a certain career, but I think true education comes down to how open-minded you are and how critical you are of the world around you. If you get what I mean. That's what I view true education as.
Well, I think that you're not really
Answering the
like,
question.
I don't think you're speaking to the point that I was like trying to get. I think you misidentified what I'm trying to speak to. What I'm saying is that you have this infinite criticism that is unique to capitalism. You're not critiquing any other economic system. You're either like speaking positively about these other economic systems that you don't criticize, or you just fully go in on criticizing capitalism when it seems like capitalism allows us to like venture towards the future that you talk about desiring.
See, I just don't think we've actually come up with the sort of economic system that I'm envisioning. That's my one issue.
Sure,
I
but
don't really have
where's the critique for like socialism or anything like that?
I mean, I have them.
I feel like there have been conversations where either I don't know if myself like has brought him up, or if Arya has brought it up, but it was like bringing up the
Wait,
idea
hang on. I'm so sorry. I have to interrupt. Okay, I've been watching my stream back to see what context all of this got brought up in. Dude, Adalink, you literally you said, quote, "We're practically living in a radical transition time in which the old rules are changing way too quickly and people don't catch up because we're all trying to survive in a capitalist economy." That was the preface to you bringing up the 1920s. You were bringing that up as a statement of like, we should be radically transitioning now. Like what? Like that was the context in which you brought all of this up in. What how are you even like double, tripling, quadrupling back on all of this now?
Oh, because I didn't get to explain it well.
But now that you're explaining it, you're only talking about future concepts. You were like, no, yeah, I don't think that this is gonna happen in my lifetime. I asked you that straight up before I went to work earlier, and you were like, yeah, like in the future, eventually, if we have like whatever. You started talking about your lab-grown meat. Like, that's not now. That's not now in the radical transition time of us repeating what's going on in the past 100 years.
I mean, I'm saying that because of the trends with technology and people losing their jobs. That's precisely why I brought that up. That's what I meant by radical transitioning time. There we go. Yes. Yes, that's what I meant by that.
I think the conversation kind of just feels like I don't know, imagine you're like hanging out with the little cousin that you have to like babysit or something, and your family gives you like money to take them out to go eat somewhere, and then you're like, yeah, I don't know, like Applebee's is like right around the corner, like we can probably go there, like it's pretty good, like there's a lot of options, and I don't know, it's not like the worst food, and you're like, no, we need an entirely uprooted structure of the meat industry. We need to completely collapse this entire like fucking capitalistic Applebee's like infrastructure that exists, because it is so disgusting and inefficient, and the chicken tenders there, they're so fucking hard, and sometimes they're burnt. Like sometimes I've been there a couple times and they're fucking burnt. One of them wasn't even cooked all the way. How do you even get cooked and burnt things at the same time? That's so fucked up. And I'm like,
that feels
okay.
like an exaggeration. That feels like an exaggeration.
And I'm like, okay, well, like, what do you want to suggest? And it's like, I don't know. I don't have to suggest anything. I'm just giving critiques. And it's like, what do you mean? Like I'm trying to compromise. I'm trying to find a solution or like a pragmatic conversation, because that's like kind of like the goals, or like the conversations that I think are fulfilling or more fun to have is like ones with like people are offering pragmatic solutions or counters to ideas that I have, or preconceived notions or anything like that. But then it feels like any solution that is given is like not good enough, or it's like bad for this reason that's like arbitrary, or bad for this reason that isn't a critique for the thing that I'm saying itself. It's a critique for something that's adjacent, and it feels like it's not. Like that's the frustration, I think.
Um,
Does that make sense? I know it's hyperbolic, but it's like,
no, it makes sense. I mean, I'm just critiquing a system. Is all.
um okay, it sounds like so I'm reading the screenshots that Arya's posting. When you read that message that you sent about communism and the Marx comment, like how do you think that reads from someone from my perspective, or maybe Arya's perspective? I want to see if this
Okay.
is where the misalignment could be.
The thing of people when people think of communism, right? They do think of authoritarian communism, which is in essence its own thing. But as Marx defined it, right?
Wait.
True.
I
Wait, because
think you're about to explain what the comment means, but I'm saying in the context of the conversation that was happening on stream about the robber barons and everything like that, and the advocation of capitalism and how good it is, talking about how good it is and everything. When that conversation is going on, and you say that comment about Marxism or Marx and communism.
Oh, I think because Arya brought up how words are thrown around, I feel, which is true. That's what I was trying to say. Like, words tend to be thrown around a lot. And I may be a victim of it myself, too. But, especially with economics.
Okay. The okay. I would kind of I am hoping you feel this way. When someone says even though in the beginning of their statement, what does that even though apply or imply?
Let me see. Okay, honestly, I was probably throwing around word salads. I do that a lot.
So you're
I throw like
saying
little.
you're saying even though for no reason?
Yeah, yeah. I throw words around sometimes.
Okay. It just feels like that even though falls perfectly in line with the message prior to that, where you're saying like even though, which is like following up with a message that's related at least either in tone or in content, where it's kind of like a disagreeable lead into like the new thing that you're saying.
Honestly, I probably threw that even though around. Yeah, I think that even though was pointless. Because I've actually been trying to like fix that about my writing, even in my own novel. I went over my novel and I have those same things happening, in which I just throw that around, words like that around, even though they make no sense to the context of the. Okay, so yeah, that was my mistake.
Okay. Aside from that point, do you do you see how in the context of that conversation specifically that when you're bringing up communism and how it's misunderstood and not aligned with like what Marx tried to describe it as, that for one, that it implies that you do know some extent of an opposing system to capitalism, which would be communism in this point or in this portion, and for two, that you're seemingly sympathetic to that perspective?
To an extent, yes, because I am someone who thinks of most people as decent.
Well, what is that in a response to?
What you said about what you said earlier.
About you being sympathetic to the idea of communism?
Yes, even though that sounds bad, I'm not sympathetic to like authoritarianism, right? And I never will be, because I'm someone who believes in democracy at heart, just not the economic system of capitalism.
Okay. So you're saying, or it sounds like you're saying, that you are sympathetic, at least to some extent, to the idea of communism and what it represents, as opposed to
In a
the
sense.
system that you are critical of, which is capitalism, which if you're critical of one and sympathetic to the other, it kind of means that you're favoring one over the other.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, I'm also saying that I am not really that good with understanding economics and more economic ideas outside of both spheres of capitalism and communism. Hence why I brought up the whole post-growth thing, because I feel like post-growth economy isn't exactly either capitalist or communist. Again, like, economics really isn't my expertise, and I'm trying to understand it better.
That's fine, because I mean, I'm the same way, that I don't understand it incredibly well either. It's just, I don't know, again, you're just pointing to a future example after saying you're sympathetic to communism. It's like you admit that you don't have an understanding of it, of either of them, but that you're still sympathetic to one but overly critical of another, or in my opinion, overly critical. You can just say critical like de facto, but
I mean, I think my main criticism overall, as far as the economy goes, is that people should have the same level of freedoms as we do in politics under an economic system.
what do you mean the
which we
same
don't.
level of freedoms?
As in the idea that people shouldn't really have to participate in going to a job, if you get what I mean. Like, obviously, I do value hard work, and I do think education should never be taken away. Because I value education, I value open-mindedness in a society. What I don't like is that people are put in a position in which they have to work in order to live.
So how do you expect to have the same freedom to opt in or opt out of the political process, but in the context of like capitalism or the economy, when the economy is what affords the luxury for you to opt in and to opt out of that political system?
See, that's a more complex question, because I don't necessarily want people to opt out of politics or the economy in a sense.
Well, you're saying you have the freedom in the political sense to opt in or opt out.
Well, yes, but the point is that in my worldview, right, I would prefer the majority of people be actually educated and contribute what they want, and to be as open-minded as they want, which I feel like a society normalized to education would be less prone to falling.
Okay, let's just ignore the future kind of like ideal
Present tense.
utopia. Yeah, let's just focus real time right now solutions, pragmatic conversations. What do you think is more pragmatic of a structure? Communism or capitalism?
The thing is that supercharged question.
I don't know if that's what do you mean
It's
supercharged?
not well. I would say supercharged in the social sense. Like people would like those words are thrown around a lot. The thing is that
Yeah, sure, I agree that
don't
they're thrown around a lot, but for one, I'm having the conversation with you, so I'm operating in like mine and your framework. And for two, you can just assume that I'm using the most charitable way of using the terms communism and capitalism.
If I was to put it into perspective, I guess my ideal solution for modern times, of course, present tense, would just be more regulation. Just in the present tense. Like I disagree with capitalism, but in the modern sense, right? I never thought it was going anywhere. I just have criticisms of it, is all. Because as I said before, human progress is slow, especially since we're still young.
Do you think it'd be slower in a communist society or a capitalist society?
I mean, the thing is, right, if you look at the history of communism as it was implemented, it was always authoritarian systems and like they still had things like money and slavery like Stalin when so it's funny to think about, but Marx would have hated that. It's not exactly what he stood for, which is funny. But if I was, if I was to, in the modern sense, right? Because I want to stick to the topic. I just think we need more regulations, and we need to keep money out of politics. As
Well,
far as the influence of billionaires goes, of course,
for one, I
we need
think
more
How
tax.
how have we been talking about this for like probably like over 2 hours in total, and you're like how did you just say we need to get the money out of politics? How did we just get there? Please
I mean,
walk
I
me through
always
like
thought
step
that.
by step how this. Okay,
I always thought that. That's the
wait,
thing. I
okay,
always
but
thought that.
what did Hunter just say that you responded to? We need to get the money out of politics. Like what? How is that? How is that a response to anything that has been discussed? Like as far, I feel like you're just regurgitating all of these talking points, and then when you're getting pushed on them, you kind of just like fold and capitulate, and you're like, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I'm just kind of criticizing, I'm just kind of thinking. Yeah, that's the problem, is that you're criticizing and you think that it's okay to just like blanketly criticize when you don't actually know anything about what you're talking about.
Okay, you guys brought up the modern sense, and I'm speaking in modern sense. When I speak about capitalism in general, I'm talking about the future of technology and stuff like that. That's my general thesis, and that it still has underlying problems, but that in the modern sense, you don't. It isn't going to go away in the modern sense. I don't disagree. Granted, I don't know if I'll see it in my lifetime, post capitalism, which is why I do think it's going to happen. I just don't know if I'll see it in my lifetime. That's my specific answer to the.
Okay, for one, I think there could be a different discussion about money and politics. Because I think money and politics is generally fine. But, like, when I ask you what do you think would be more pragmatic in a modern sense, based on your understandings and your sympathies, and you tell me that you just think we should get money out of politics and have more regulations. Like,
yes.
For one, that's not.
Well, because you need money to taxes. Yeah.
Not to be too blunt, but it's like that's not a response that gives either options as an answer, for one, and for two, like those aren't exclusive to capitalism. Like you can add regulations to capitalism, which is what happens with politics, and those regulations are often implemented by money in politics that advocate on behalf, or that lobbyists advocate on behalf of, by putting money in politics to influence policy to put regulations on capitalism.
Okay, I think I can hone in my thesis a bit better in terms of modern sense. I'll add to it. So earlier I said that the economy is the last pillar that needs to be reformed as much as politics did. And what I wanted to specify from that was that I think corporations should operate like a democracy. In other words, like the idea that there should be social safety nets enough to ensure that people don't go homeless, enough to ensure that corporations don't have too much power over their people, over their workers. That's what I was trying to hone in. I just had forgotten it.
Okay, there's two directions that you can go
How
through here.
how how are you saying something so tame right now as your final honing in when all of your rhetoric has been so accelerationist of like this radical transition that needs to occur for like the betterment of society?
In the future sense.
How is your how okay, in the future sense, true. Um yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, I have to specify that.
Okay,
I feel
there's.
like, yeah, once.
I'm gonna write this down. So you said that you don't think that, you said you don't think that corporations should not have so much control and provide social safety nets. And then you also mentioned the disproportionate power over people in corporations.
Yes.
I assume that's kind of like an allusion to what you think communism would be or how it would exist.
I don't think it has to do with communism. It's just regulated capitalism, as far as that goes.
Okay, and how are you going to enforce a system in which the person whose identity is primarily attached to the IP of the company is going to feel comfortable being on the same level as the janitor of the company?
That would take normalization from companies themselves, which takes time.
Do you think that you would feel comfortable sharing the same amount of status and money as the writer of your novels as the person who sets the books out on a bookshelf, or who like prints the text on the copies of the books and publishes them? Do you think that you would feel comfortable?
Ultimately, what I care about is using technology so that people could be comfortable in a simple sense at their most basic human rights, like shelter, food, housing. Same thing. Shelter, food, water. At its most basic sense, I think people should be comfortable enough to have those things. And as far as that goes, yeah, yes, I would, because poverty is expensive. Obviously, I think we all agree that poverty is expensive, far more expensive than trying to.
The
You get the
question
point.
was, do you get the same return literally writing a novel from your head, like creating that entire book, writing it, creating those character lines, thinking it through? You get the same return on that as the guy who's literally just stalking on the shelf. There's nothing objectively just like intuitively disturbing about that to you. Like you're completely fine with that.
I'm talking about a basic, the
But that
bare
wasn't the
basic.
question.
Okay, what was the question then? Because you asked something and I answered
Well,
as I would have answered.
the question is that, like, you're saying that there shouldn't be elevated status of people in the same company above each other because it breeds inequality, right? Like it's a dysfunctional.
Yes,
Okay.
as far as the power of politics go, yeah.
Well, this was specifically in relation to capital and capitalism and corporate structures.
Yes.
Okay. So in this corporate structure, in this utopia that you're envisioning, as a novel writer or a novelist or whatever you say, like I don't know the official terms, I don't write anything. As the person writing the book, you're constructing the narrative, you're building the story, you're building the lore, you're building the characters. You're going to Discord and asking if people are bi-curious, and like you're getting all this I'm fucking with you. You're getting all this information. You're like crafting a narrative and this whole story, and like, and you're saying you're okay that you're getting the same amount paid out to you.
It's not about money. It's about just the basic the basics that a human needs to live, materially speaking. Materially speaking. Food in my mouth.
Do you not feel like you're entitled to more of the fruits of your labor in that system? If you're the one that is doing the majority of the work, of the creativity, of any of that, do you not feel like you're entitled to more of that than the person that is simply stocking the shelf with your books on it?
Me personally, I don't care about owning a mansion. I just want to live
No,
a
not owning
comfortable
a
single life.
mansion. Not owning a mansion.
Okay, I say that as an exaggeration, obviously, because fruits of labor, right? I'm just saying for me, I'm a simple guy. All I want to do is live in an apartment in a good urban city that's well built, that is not car centric, and be able to have the freedom to choose how to work, and for everyone else to have the same level of freedom, because I do think that would lead to a better society.
Okay,
What if I choose to be a greedy capitalist pig and buy all of the things that I want and spend all of my money and make all of my money in the most unethical of ways?
See, it's only an issue if it affects other people, and that's usually what happens when you buy into the idea of greed. It can seep into the government.
No, we're
Which is
talking strictly corporatism.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it does seep into the government.
Sure, that could be a different critique, but you're saying that even isolated to the corporate structure, that criticism still applies.
Yeah,
okay.
I would say so.
Okay. Do you
Why
think it would
can't you
be...
just live in your apartment and I can be a greedy capitalist pig and that can be fine? Like, what?
The thing is that I feel like, as far as greed goes, right? When you normalize the idea of greed, you will have a lot of problems with the society around you, because you'd be contributing to a problem. And I'm speaking as someone who's an individualist, right? To a certain extent. I do think we need to strike the balance between community and individualism. Like, individuality is important. And I say this a lot. But I think community is equally important. And that's what this country kind of lacks.
Well, how
The
would
community aspect.
individuality exist if you're all getting the same fruits of the same, or of different levels of labor?
I feel like that's an argument about how to view labor per individual. Because I don't think labor, like itself, labor should be enjoyable. Like, I have different interests in life, right? I don't just study politics. I write. I love history. I love geography. I love studying technology. Other people have different like fields of studies that they do, different interests, different goals. What matters to me is that people are ultimately happy, psychologically speaking, while their material needs are met. That's my ultimate viewpoint. And educated, of course. Silence is deafening.
I'm trying to think of...
No, it's okay.
where to go with this specifically, and some of the stuff you were saying. When I say the fruits of your labor, it's not just about like literally the money that you're getting from it. I'm talking about like when you're just making the distinction between individuality and community, and you're saying that these are both very important concepts, ones that almost like intertwine with one another, but that we're lacking the community in our society now. How does individuality exist whenever it is almost inherently demoralizing to put in all of this effort, all of this creativity, and get the same as the person that is stocking the book? Is that not demoralizing to you?
The thing is that a robot should be stacking the books, not a person.
Okay, but they're not. We're talking about modern day.
Okay, modern day. Okay, if we're talking about modern day, then I do think the basic worker, no matter what your income level is, should have their basic needs met at a basic level. And I'm not saying that they could opt out of work, right? We don't live in that society yet. What I am saying is that they shouldn't struggle. as much as people do.
Okay, but my question is like, is it demoralizing if you go through all of this effort and all of this time to create this massive novel, this massive like deal of effort to create something that is unique, that is inspiring to you, inspired by you, and you are getting the same return of that emotional investment, of that financial investment, of that investment of labor? Like, is that
Okay.
inspiring to you that you're going to get the same return on that effort versus somebody that is like stocking your book?
I think the mistake is that I don't write my novel for financial return. I do it because I love it. And while I do have intentions of turning it into a an animated show down the line, I, hmm, I get more joy out of putting the word into paper. I don't need monetary incentive to do that.
I'm asking if
That's
it would be demoralizing.
not really, because not really. What I care about is not just myself, but other people are comfortable. That's all there is to it.
Okay, let's say
Don't we at least think that all else equal, having a financial incentive to write novels will lead to more novels being made? Don't we think that's probably true?
Repeat that again.
Don't we think that like all else equal, having a financial incentive to write novels will lead to the creation of more novels?
No, not really, because humans just have interests outside of capital.
I agree, and there are people who would write novels regardless of the financial incentive, but don't we agree that a lot of people do write novels partly because they can get paid for them, partly because consumers do demand them?
In the modern system, yes. So, okay, I think I can hone in my criticism of capitalism entirely. The idea for me is that if people need money to buy their freedom, that's my issue with capitalism.
Well, I don't think that's a issue intrinsically with capitalism. I think you could have a capitalist society and just have welfare and have a safety net for people, and you wouldn't need to quote unquote buy your freedom or whatever. I think arguably even societies like Norway are like capitalist societies, and there aren't homeless. Well, there might be some homeless people. There aren't many homeless people in like Sweden and Norway and Denmark, and I think you can definitely still argue that they are a capitalist society. But also, like, what do you mean by freedom? Like, I think capitalism provides people quite a lot of freedom. Generally, it recognizes their freedom to own property, which maybe you can argue is coercive in some other ways. But I think that's an important freedom, and I think that leads to generally good outcomes on the market.
I mean, my point is, I don't think the modern job is necessarily free, because a lot of people will tell you the same thing. A lot of people are unsatisfied with the work that they do.
Sure, but would you be satisfied if you create that novel?
Yes, but because I didn't do it with the incentive for money, I did it for me. That's my individualist stance.
Okay, remove you. Do you think people, generally speaking, would be satisfied? Like, morally speaking, like, they're content, they don't feel like slaves to the system? Like, do you think it feels like more like you're a slave to the system whenever you're getting the same amount of return on your investment as the person stocking the shelves? Or do you think it's more like you feel less like a slave if you get more of a return on the intellectual, on the creative, on the financial output? Like, do you think that's more?
There are two important things here, right? First is the nature of work, and the second is that. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
Do you think people feel? Do you think people feel less like a slave?
Less like a slave.
Hold on.
I think people would feel more like slaves if they feel that their work is meaningless.
Okay. Do you think it'd be more meaningful in the perspective of a novelist if they're getting more of a return on their investment into creating that story than vice versa?
Logically speaking, in the system, yes, of course you would.
Like, in any system, like, right?
Okay, not in any system. I feel like if without the monetary incentive, right, you would still write novels, but your entire incentive would be what people think of that novel. right? What people think of you as a writer. That's what you call your high, right? Yeah, you're high. That would be the sole incentive. Do you get what I'm trying to say or no?
Is that not more or less what the incentive is now? I mean, you
No,
write
not really.
novels to make the
I
most
mean,
money based on what consumers demand, right? I mean, like,
not really. It's not. It's not always. I mean, 50 Shades of Grey made a lot of money, and that was a shitty fucking story with a shitty fucking plotline and
yeah, but people
shitty
liked it. That's
fucking
what matters,
characters.
right?
Okay, people liked it. People can like whatever they like, but just because it made a lot of money doesn't mean that it's good or
Wait, so
that.
Good by what
wait. So
metric?
the
I don't know.
reason why people like that is because sex sells. Like that's just people being fucking horny bitches. Like that.
Well, I
I
Like
mean,
agree,
yeah.
but that's it. That's the
I think
consumer preference,
I
right?
think that's
Like,
true regardless of any system. I'll be completely honest. That's regardless
but
of
that's
any
the problem with
system.
the people, right? Like that's not a problem with like even if there wasn't
I
money
don't know if that's a
involved,
problem.
like even if they were trading fucking like Pokemon cards, right? Like that would be with the people.
Okay, I get it, but like people viewed it as a success simply because the author made a lot of money, this and that, and like, oh, this must be the way, but it's not. People judged it solely based off how much money it made.
Okay,
Just as people wrongfully judge someone
the
like Trump or Musk
do you
as,
see? Sorry, you
Hold
can
on,
go.
real quick. Yeah, this is like the nice thing about capitalism. I don't know what type of or what model of socialism you advocate for it exactly, but it might it might not have the future of capitalism where people can choose to take less money to do a job that suits their preferences better, right? Like obviously, less desirable work pays more. You get paid more to do more dangerous jobs. But if you don't like doing dangerous jobs, you can voluntarily choose to. And the word voluntary can be disputed a little bit, but choose to take a job that is closer to your preferences, but you get paid less for. You can choose to write a novel that you think less people
not in
will
this day and
read,
age.
but you like it more.
Not in this day
Not in
and
this day and
age.
age.
No, not in this day and age.
I mean, we clearly, just real quick, you do clearly agree that we observe pay differentials based on how dangerous jobs are, right?
Well, yeah, factory work used to be paid a lot more because it was more dangerous back then before it was automized. I do get where you're coming from, but those are jobs for machines, not people.
Well,
If you get
we
what I mean.
observe currently still that jobs that are more dangerous pay more because people are less willing to do them.
Well, yes, but I'm saying that that could still be done
So
by a machine more efficiently, thereby
that
removing the
if
need
it could
for.
be done by a machine more efficiently, why wouldn't capitalists choose to do that?
I mean, they kind of are already doing that. I mean, a lot of
I
companies
mean,
are.
obviously, yeah, there is increasing automation. I agree, but like,
Well, okay,
we
so this is where my central thesis comes in, right? As far as because the rise of technology has been phasing people out, and I keep bringing it up, but like it'll continue to phase people out, and where does
I
that
mean, I
law
don't. What do you mean by phasing people out? I mean,
like
technology
phasing
a lot
like
of
phasing
times
people out of
destroys
work?
jobs in some sectors, but creates jobs in other sectors. That's why we don't see, massive unemployment in the U.S. today, right? We're at like
Okay,
4.1% unemployment,
I'm
or
I'm
like
saying it's gonna reach that point eventually because technology will keep growing. You don't see it
it's
now, but
possible. It's definitely possible that it could reach that point, but at that point, like you just have like some type of like some type of safety net. You just be able to tax like AI dividends or what, and just tax and distribute like AI dividends to people.
I mean, yeah, okay, that could be something that could happen. I agree completely. I'm not exactly in disagreement as far as that goes. My main thesis is that the nature of work today under capitalism is not the way we view work is not really going to last because of that technology.
Okay, I was gonna say earlier, it feels almost indicative of like an underlying either like premise or viewpoint that you have at your kind of like immediate reaction to 50 Shades of Grey, like your disdain for it, and almost feeling as if it's undeserving of the amount of wealth that is as has received because you disagree with the quality of the storytelling or the way it's written or whatever else. But it feels almost counterintuitive to the idea that you're trying to portray, where your emphasis is placed on the creativity and making sure that these people are like thriving and able to live. So it's like whenever these people are doing what you're wanting to do, and they're doing it at a massive scale, regardless of the quality of work that you deem it to be, that they are able to maximize their profits and distribute that profit down to other people that work below them in arguably more efficient ways than they would have otherwise. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. So are you trying to say that people would work harder, right? If they were working for other people or not? I feel like I'm misunderstanding.
In that hypothetical that we gave earlier, where I'm saying whenever you're writing a book and you're getting the same amount of money or the same amount of like your payments or whatever the fuck as the person that is stocking the book itself, if that system were to exist with the person in the 50 Shades of Grey example, like how is she going to? I think it's a she that wrote it. I don't know. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, it's a she. It's a she.
How would she have that wealth to distribute if she was just making the same exact as everybody else that was within that distribution process? Like, it feels like she can almost provide more. And if your calculation for what is good or what is just is going to be like maximizing people's happiness and comfort and how comfortable they are just generally, then it feels like that is more afforded to them in the system in which the author is generating more profits rather than the system where the author is getting the same amount of profit as the workers beneath her. Does that make sense?
Okay, so that makes sense. So here's my thing, right? I think everyone should be entitled to that same level of freedom that someone with a lot of money has. And that same level of freedom can entitle you to take risks.
Same level of freedom or same level of profit?
Same level of freedom, both are intertwined because obviously we can all agree that if you have a lot of money, you definitely have a lot of freedom to make choices.
They're
in life.
not necessarily intertwined. They can exist independently of each other.
No, they are. I would say they're intertwined. Like, I mean, you can't say that a millionaire you can't say that a janitor has the same level of freedom as a millionaire.
Well, you can
They
say
don't.
that like a
They're-
Disney child star has a lot of money, but they're not very free because they're under the protection of their parents or under the protection of their agency. Like,
I mean, okay, they're a child. I'm talking about adults here, not children.
okay, let's say a 17-year-old.
That's a different case entirely too. I'm talking about people 18 and up.
Okay, but they're still in the labor force. They're still in the workforce. They would still have their wealth distributed in a similar manner if you were to.
I mean, not
advocate on
really.
it.
You could hoard that wealth depending on how much you have, and you could live comfortably for free.
Do you?
It just
Okay.
depends on how you waste it.
Okay, I don't know why I went down that line because whenever you're saying it's not the same case, I think you're implicitly agreeing that the basis of them being children means that they are less free, right?
Well, yes, but okay, I'm not talking about children.
But they
I'm
have
talking
more
about,
wealth too, right?
well, yeah, I mean, it depends on if they keep that wealth when they grow up. And obviously, I don't think the children in this sense are going to have the freedom that I'm talking about here. The freedom that I'm talking about here is a full grown adult, like the author of 50 Shades of Grey, who, could take more risks.
I think that the financial freedom that you have can be tied to your freedom in terms of your risk, but I don't think that it gives you that affordability, but it doesn't mean that you inherently have it or that they're inherently intertwined.
I mean, again, I'd argue that they are because having a lot of money means having a lot of freedom to do things in life that you want.
I mean, the whole point of money is it enables it enables you to buy things. It enables you to do more things, right? Like this is like literally the whole point of
I
money.
mean,
that is what incentivizes people to do work. Is that the more they do, the more they can.
And that's a criticism of
consume.
capitalism that I have. Like the idea of work as a form of like, to commodify things that we need. That's my criticism.
Well, I mean, it just seems like that, generally leads to pretty like positive outcomes. And I like what's it like?
I
Why
mean,
is that a bad thing?
in the modern sense, maybe, but like things change in life, especially as technology grows nowadays. Just as back then we had mercantilism. I mean, here's a fun fact: the Romans could have had capitalism as the next step in their economic phase, but they didn't because they just weren't
Yeah,
normalized to
but
it.
I
I
mean,
guess.
we've clearly seen, the most growth, the most people out of poverty from capitalism, I think. So, like,
I mean, just as farming led to more people having food in their mouths, really, it's more like about it's more about the way you view progress. I don't
And
think progress can be necessarily entirely tied to a certain system. I think human progress is inevitable regardless of the system.
It can
And
be
I
inevitable.
Why do we see like more progress being made in like capitalist countries? Like why do we?
I mean, nowadays that's a questionable stance considering the amount of, the increases in people not making enough money to do stuff.
What
Like
is the increase? What does that mean?
like people aren't really making as much money as they used to do. Back
I
then, like
don't believe that.
wages have not been increasing.
That's not true. If you
How do
look
you
at so number one, even if I look at like wages deflated with CPI, so if I just type in American, hold on, I can like stream some of this. Look, if I just type in like I typed this in so much, we can look at this chart of wages like since 1960 something, deflated using a bunch of different deflators. So even if we just look at like hourly wages using CPI, right? That's one type of inflation measure, CPI. We can see, they did decline for a bit, but since 1994, they've been going up, and they are now higher than they ever have been. Aside from this it's called a phantom blip during COVID, doesn't really matter. Now, I think CPI is a kind of bad measure of inflation, especially before 1996, the Boston Commission, where they updated the methodology. That's part of the reason why I started climbing after this, right? I think a probably better measure of inflation is PCE. And if you look at PCE, wages have been declining, much more rapidly. But more importantly, hourly wages aren't the only thing that matter, right? So we've seen increasing non-wage compensation in the form of like healthcare benefits that companies provide. We've seen household size decrease. We've seen a bunch of other things, and when you adjust for all those things, it seems like the median income in America has been on a pretty stable trend, and you just don't
You mean
don't
it
observe
stayed stagnant? That's the point. It stayed
no,
stagnant.
look, no. It's stable trend, as in the trend line of it going up has been pretty.
What'd you say this unit of measurement was?
What do you mean? What unit of measurement?
Did you say CPI or some shit?
Oh, it's CPI. Yeah, that's a deflator. That's a measure of inflation.
Okay, I'm retarded, but how do you compare this to GDP? I'm just curious.
What do you mean compare it to GDP?
Just compare it to GDP.
So I mean, you can. I mean, you can deflate.
I'm just like, I'm only able to analyze the economy through the lens of GDP. So if you could just compare it to GDP and just simplify it in terms of like GDP for me.
Don't know. I don't know what that means. I mean, we can look at, real GDP US if you want. That's been going up quite a bit.
Fuck yeah.
Which, by the way, I mean, technically GDP is equal to income, but.
Well, I think you guys should GDP and the Gini complex, which measures economic inequality, to get a bigger picture of the economy. Because with the logic of GDP, wait. With the logic of GDP, Mississippi would be richer than a European country, which is bullshit.
I don't know if that is bullshit. I mean, I think on average, they are.
No. If you put it with the Gini complex, which measures inequality, you'll note that Americans make much less and earn far less than your average European person.
Well, I mean, let's just look at America. Hold on, can I open Zotero in my browser? I think I can. Right. Yeah, here we go. The important thing, so if you look at pre-tax income inequality, that has gone up a little bit. But if you just adjust for post-taxes, this is post-tax income, you can see that share of the top 10%, it has risen a little bit, but I mean not that much or whatever. The bottom 50% has been relatively stable. The middle 40% has been relatively stable. It's declined a little bit. Because we have a pretty progressive tax and transfer system in the U.S. You can see this is the bottom quintile of Americans. You can see how much benefits net transfers has expanded. This is the top quintile. You can see how much taxes have expanded. I think there's some other So this I believe is the Gini coefficient. You can see the Gini coefficient, income after tax and transfers. This has been relatively stable. So inequality is not meaningfully gone up. Post taxes in the U.S. I don't think that's true. I don't think we observe that.
I mean, we are one of the most unequal countries in the OECD. So
I mean, again, that's probably looking at pre-tax. I don't know what you're citing for that, but I would bet you're citing like Saez and Zuckman, and I have a lot of issues with the assumptions that they make.
I mean, I guess. I mean, maybe.
And also, I do think like I'm not convinced that or here. Well, first, actually, let's look at let's look at something funny. So, another thing. I guess we were talking about income inequality, but wealth inequality is also relevant. Oh fuck, I should have. There's another Gini coefficient thing. Oh, there's a paper I'm looking for. I don't have it saved. But yeah, you can see after tax also. By the way, Gini coefficient is not like risen significantly, but so if you look at like a European country like Denmark, a big reason why wealth inequality actually started falling in Denmark for a little bit was simply because they switched from a pay-go system for their retirement to a fully funded system. Pay-go is like what we have now with Social Security, where you basically current people are funding the retirement benefits of or current workers are funding their retirement benefits of retirees, and where versus a fully funded system where individuals contribute to their own account and then they withdraw from that account when they get old. So like in Denmark, when they switched from a pay-go system to a fully funded system, wealth inequality appeared to go down simply because the fully funded system was included in wealth inequality but the pay-go system wasn't. And if you essentially make that same adjustment for the U.S. and you include Social Security in wealth inequality, you don't see the same rise in wealth inequality in the U.S. So yeah.
Hey, send me that article.
Sure.
I'd like to read it.
I mean, this is a paper, so it's filled with a lot of statistical jargon that a lot of it doesn't quite.
As usual, same with my school articles. They used to be filled with a lot of jargons. It's really annoying.
But also, I'm not, I'm not like convinced inequality is like super, like negative effects or whatever. So like, I think it is true that like, probably the bottom 20% of people in America have a worse life than the bottom 20% of people like in France, because France has, bigger social safety nets or whatever. But, I also, do just think that like on average, like the median American is probably significantly, or maybe not significantly, but decently better off than the, median European in terms of like income and.
I mean, that's debatable. I'm talking about when I talk about specifically, right, like infrastructure compared to Europe, we are worse off than Europe.
I mean, I don't know how you would measure that. I mean, we don't have nice trains or anything, I guess.
No, of course we don't.
We have a highway system, we have cars. Every American, or obviously not literally every American, but a lot of Americans own their own cars, right? And
I mean, but it is a strain on the taxing system, because when you're spending a lot of taxes on highways that would have otherwise been able to go to proper metros, which would end up wasting less money overall.
Maybe. I mean, I definitely think I'm not against the idea of
No, I get it.
Cities and everything, but
I mean, there's also the science to it. The more cars that use a road, obviously, the more wear you get from that road.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. But also, most of those European countries, I would still consider capitalist. Funny.
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying that.
Yeah. I don't know if you know who.
Oh, go on.
Do you know who Econoboy is?
Econoboy? No.
He's a socialist commie scum. You would love him. I'm just kidding. Kidding.
Yeah, I've been having a decent amount of discussions with Econoboy recently, because he wrote this article basically saying, my journey to democratic socialism, because he's like a streamer and he's a streamer and writes blog posts now. I guess he still streams sometimes, and he's like, he used to be like a sock dem, and now he's a dem sock. Okay, he converted to socialism. And like what, like I don't know if I would call it socialist or whatever, but like one of the things that he mentions in here is like, oh, he thinks Norway is like a mostly socialist country because like a large majority of Norway's GDP comes from collectively owned institutions, like either the government or state-owned enterprises. And I've been having a few conversations with him recently because I've been looking into it. I'm just not convinced the majority of even Norway stuff comes from publicly owned institutions. Like
what they have is a public trust fund with their oil, which they use.
Well, they have sovereign wealth fund, yeah. So that's not like production though. That's not like in GDP. That's included in wealth, and I do think most wealth in Norway is socially owned. Which if you wanted to define socialism as just most wealth being socially owned, then I guess you can do that. But this is talking about like actual production and just Norway, which is arguably the most socialist country, like doesn't even seem to have most of its production actually socialized. You can see this is like the highest estimate I have in 2022 that they almost reached 50%, almost just about. They round up to 50%.
Interesting. Huh. See, that's my main weakness. I don't really have the mind for economics, only politics.
This isn't related at all, but are you the one that has the no, sorry, not you. Are you the one that has the WIC debate coming up?
Oh, yeah, in a few days, yeah. Or I guess technically tomorrow by now, yeah.
No, gotcha. I was just curious.
John Wick?
Are you laughing at WIC now?
No, John. I kept thinking of John Wick.
Wow. That's basically who it is. And you're laughing at him?
Yeah, no, I mean, he would kill me, bro.
Yeah, he should for the disrespect.
Productive conversation, guys. Productive conversation.
I also just want to emphasize a little bit, like the taxes that you pay in these other countries compared to the U.S. is generally, from my understanding, like a bit higher. And it's like I don't know how we would fund those services that you are referencing and that you want to enjoy the outcomes of in America. Like I don't know how you want to fund those without an effective like.
Well, the thing that as far as my latest research goes into that, yes, you do pay more in taxes, but what you get in return is far more than what you get here in terms of income for the average person because of those social services like metros and being able to take a bike to your work. And like, okay, obviously, like Europe isn't perfect. I do have my criticisms of Europe because they're a bit more ahead in terms of infrastructure stuff, for example, more than America.
I'm
but
so
like,
curious. What are a couple of your criticisms of Europe?
so first and foremost, the train systems aren't exactly, and I've had that experience before when I went to Germany myself. Like to get a train is like you have to go through like a third-party website. It's not like it's not like one website that you could go to just have everything like organized. It's so fucking annoying. And like, again, like their infrastructure isn't perfect by any means. I still think they have a lot of work to do when it comes to like biking and train infrastructure. They are better than America at it, I will say, because we don't even have a proper high-speed train. And I can emphasize more on that actually. But I mean, it all comes down to like just the idea of like just can it be in one organized place that I could just buy train tickets to travel from X place to X place
through this junction here
with
so many times.
So if I'm getting this right, your criticisms of capitalism is that it inevitably leads to the forcing of like this rat race and the perpetual like unmotivated like you're destined to be poor and you're the evil billionaires at the top are preying on your downfall. And that's everything that's wrong with America, but then Europe just doesn't have easy to buy a train ticket.
Oh wait. I'm not saying hold up. I'm not saying like I think Europe deals with billionaires better. They still have problems, obviously, but they deal with them better They have more regulations on them. That's
What are
especially
the
in Lux.
So like
What?
would you consider the fact that like Europe has like hate speech laws and the
Okay,
United
that's
States does not have hate speech laws? Like, do you
Aria.
think that that's a good
Aria.
or a bad thing?
Aria, that's a completely different thing. I'm talking about a specific subject in relation to Europe. I do think the free
I'm
speech
just
limits.
curious because I asked what a critique of Europe was, and you said train tickets and not like freedom.
Well, what if?
I'm just
Well, to be
curious.
fair to Arya, what if you change the example towards like a tech future like utopia,
Yeah,
and they have
I
hate
was
speech,
focusing on
and
one
well,
thing.
and they have hate speech banned there. Like, what if you use that example?
Okay, because I was focusing on one thing. Like, yes, we can talk about the hate speech, but like, why did you say that? Like if I didn't know what
I
that
brought
was.
that up out of nowhere because like I
Oh,
feel like that would be more of a magnitudinally like matching of a critique of
but I
Europe
would
than
do.
easy to buy train tickets.
Okay, who am I to talk? I practically do the same thing because of my autism, so I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, I would do the same thing. I'm sorry. But okay, you do bring up a good point. But I did want to focus. I did focus specifically on technology as far as that goes when it came to Europe. But you did bring up a good point. Also, Europe doesn't really integrate their immigrants as well as they could be doing. America does
Are you talking
actually
about like
integrate their.
you're talking about the Muslim ones?
No. Just in general.
Oh,
Just
okay.
in general. Like, because like I feel like America does it better when it comes to integration compared to Europe. That's a valid criticism of Europe that I have. And like it's not to say that they didn't integrate well. They did, and I've been to London before. But you know, points.
Do you think that America or Europe does better with technology?
That really depends on it's really a case by case basis because I could say the same thing about China because China has actual high speed trains that are very well interconnected, but simultaneously they have very shitty politics. Like obviously, like
I mean,
you
I
could.
don't know if that's really what I consider. Well, I mean, that's deploying
Okay,
technology. I
look, I'm
think
saying,
I
guys,
think
like
the US is really good at like inventing a lot of technology. Like a lot of, most of the big tech companies are based here.
I mean,
They're
yeah, we just don't
founded
use it.
here.
We just don't use
Like
it on the majority of people. That's
right, a lot.
that's kind
There
of
are a
the
lot of
issue.
things. Well, what do you mean? I think that like clearly
So
most of
like,
the
okay,
tech giants,
right.
the majority of people use like
All right, so okay, high speed trains because I feel like this is a point that could be made. So
I
high
don't think
speed
that
trains in
technology
wait,
was
wait, wait,
invented
high
here
s-
or
wait, high speed trains in America, right? The fastest train in America currently in New York, and Aria, I'm sure you know of it. Acela train line. If I'm not mistaken, the max speed is 180. What qualifies as a high speed train? Oh no, wait, 160. If I'm not mistaken, what qualifies as a high speed train in terms of the international sense is 200 plus miles per hour, which the US has literally no civilian high speed train that goes that fast. An F1 car goes faster than a high speed train in America.
I'm pretty sure F1 like cars are extraordinarily fast for their capabilities. Like, I think that's a
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is like if it goes faster than a train in America that's supposed to serve people. It's kind of embarrassing because I mean China has actual high speed trains, and this isn't like appraisal of the CCP. Obviously, I'm not for them. I don't have I don't like China as it is. The communist government, of course, but
wait. Why?
that's
Never
just
mind. I was gonna meme. Sorry. Go on.
no. It's okay. I mean, I'm just
Why do you think we don't have high speed rail
because
in
we literally don't. Objectively speaking, we literally don't.
No,
well, like what's
I
the
know. I'm
reason?
asking you, like, if you were to hypothesize on what the reasons for that were, what would your prioritization be for the reasons why we don't have high speed rail?
There are multiple factors to that question. I think it's important to start with the history of car-centric infrastructure.
It
Because
sounds like ChatGPT.
Jesus. Okay. After World War II,
What?
America. What?
Oh God. After World War II.
I mean, yeah. Historically speaking, yes. After World War II, our economy went up, and a lot of that came from the federal highway. Correct. The issue was that we also tore down rail lines, which would have been beneficial for the people of the country and by extension the economy. So, as I keep bringing up, the more they built these highways, the worse it was on public infrastructure because we pay more in taxes with highways than we would with something like a viable metro train system. And this is actually also the reason why the New York Metro got so bad, despite the fact that it was the best in the world over 100 years prior. The reason being that a lot of the funding and care was cut in favor of highways. So it went out of, obviously, it got worse. And they are, I will give it to New York, they are improving. And if when I look at, actually, I feel like cities should follow the model of Hoboken, New Jersey, because it's a very well built city in terms of infrastructure and zoning.
Okay, so it's more convenient for us to drive because of highways. And it's easier for us to invest in highways, so you keep investing in highways. And so we have a country that's more dependent on highways than it is on trains.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think that any any other reason we don't have like high speed rail in America is because like it's it takes 10 years for California high speed rail to pass environmental review and like local communities can sue over like any specific species that can be maybe possibly affected by high speed rail, right? Do you think
You brought up a great topic. You brought up a great topic, actually. Yes, the thing with high speed rail is, and this happened in Japan too, before they built theirs, it is very fucking expensive and it's time consuming. That said, the benefits outweigh the costs. It really does.
Right, but in other countries, it's not. The U.S. is like the most
I mean, we
expensive
lag behind, historically
project
speaking.
ever, right? Well, but my question is, why do you think that is? It costs like 2x the amount of money per mile to build a subway in New York than it does in any other city ever. Like, why do we think that is?
I mean, I think it's a combination of very complex factors, right? Like, wait, sorry, I'm pouring some milk.
Are you drinking the milk?
Of course
No,
I am,
he's just
dude.
pouring it. He's just
Yeah,
pouring it.
it's for the cockroaches. Yes.
It's weird to call your mom that, but
Oh
sorry.
my god,
Sorry,
dude,
go
that's
on.
crazy.
Okay, no, but for real, are you
That's
drink
like a
you drink
few
milk
minutes
before
from
bed?
straight milk, yes, because it kind of fills me.
Fuck it, bro, it's your life.
I mean, I of course I eat healthy, but like every now and then. Okay, anyway, yeah, there's a lot of complex factors. I think it mostly ties to like historically speaking how we've denied a lot of progress to what would be essential services for people in terms of infrastructure. Like cars aren't bad. I love driving and I fucking love F1, but like we do too much of that. And that's the issue. We don't have the freedom, the option to choose to opt out of owning a car. That's my sole issue. Unless, of course, you live in New York. Like, I think New York and like Boston and places like that are notable exceptions. But even then, they were still affected by it. And I'm glad to see that they're making progress on it. I would
I
love
mean,
to.
again, so like, personally, I hate driving.
Yeah.
I didn't get my license until like last year when I was 18. Okay,
No, me
like
too, bro.
I don't, yeah. I hate driving. I would never drive anywhere if I could, but I have no option but to drive because right now it's just fucking impossible for the government to build any like high speed rail correctly at all or public transit correctly at all because every single one of these local communities there's a bunch of zoning laws that restrict how densely you can build around transit areas, so there's a lot of them can't be profitable. There's a bunch of laws that make it too easy to sue over any possible minor inconvenience to local communities. There's too many laws that make it super hard for it to pass environmental review. There's too many laws mandating that you have to hire local businesses or black-owned businesses or unions, and it makes it impossible and way too expensive to build these things. I think that's probably the primary issue.
In a sense, yeah. But also do you want better? So I didn't drive until last year, but you would not guess how old I am. I'm 28 now, bro. I'm 28. I'm 28, and I have drove before, The thing is that I also had a lot of trauma from past accidents, so it took me a while to get over that trauma. And ever
Okay,
since then,
okay, real quick. Do you agree with
What?
do you agree with the reasons that you just listed off as to why it's so difficult to construct like the railways and everything like that?
yeah, logically speaking, yes.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that those are considered to be regulations?
Well, duh, yeah.
Okay, so earlier, whenever one of the big criticisms that you had given were the lack of regulations that were allowing capitalism to run rampant in very inefficient and very economically devastating ways, like that is partially like the issue, is that
Well,
there
okay,
are these
it's
regulations that are in place that restrict us in very stupid kind of like pedantic ways that without them they could be so much more efficient.
well, I'm saying the lack of regulations, especially back then, were what was difficult.
Well, you're talking about a modern day critique,
Oh yeah. The lack of regulations, yes, that's the modern day critique.
and I'm only pointing this out because I just want to stress that it's not, when you say that you want to get money out of politics and you want to enact more regulations, it's like these aren't particular criticisms to capitalism that will make it more efficient or make it more in the direction that you want it to go. Because according to you, with the railways that you want implemented in the states, like the reason they're not being implemented is because of these regulations.
Not necessarily. I just think the will to do it as compared to highways is not there
Well, it sounds like the
yet.
ability to do it and the restrictiveness around it is what is preventing it.
Well, yeah, again, I also think a big reason why the will isn't there is because people see it can't be done. Like California high-speed rail is way over budget and nowhere near, and like way it was supposed to open like how many years ago now? Like it's
No,
people
dude,
don't want
way
the government to do
30
things
years,
if they
bro.
don't see the government working.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just a general thing with high speed rail, though. The issue in this
That's not a
country is
general thing with high-speed rail. China did it super fast. Japan does it way faster than us. What do you mean?
okay, I'm saying like in a general sense, it is time consuming to build high speed rail. Even China took a while. Like, granted, China like built it under a system in which the government could just do it without no one stopping them. But that's beside the point. Like, Japan took a while, and even back then, like with Japan, right? There
Japan
was
takes nowhere near as long as us, and it
Oh, no,
doesn't
no. I'm
cost
saying
nearly as
historically
much.
speaking, before they built their high speed rail, they did take a while to do it. It took a while to fully phase out the plans, and there was
Okay, wait,
even back then in
yeah.
Japan, there was discussion about like adopting American highways instead of like railways and stuff like that. That's an interesting part of
Really?
history.
Japan built
Really?
its first high-speed rail system in 5 years. That was the first one. The very first one that they did it in just 5 years. The first one that they ever did, that they ever constructed, was in 5 years.
Well, I feel like you should also contextualize that we fucking nuked Japan. Like, and they're able to reconstruct and build more on top of that, and in a much
Very
more
true. It
I mean,
was literally in 59 it started. That was so quickly after we nuked them.
we nuked them in 1945, and there were only 2 cities that were nuked.
But she's saying that
And
like a decade later that we were able to they were able to construct those highways that she mentioned. It
Well,
sounds like.
Well, yes, because there was that will, that political will. They didn't destroy their railways, unlike we did. We destroyed our railways. They didn't.
But again,
So they were.
why are they able to build them now so easily, and it can cost us so
Because
much more and take us so much longer?
because obviously they've already built that infrastructure, so it's easier to build upon
Well,
that
they build
infrastructure.
new ones. What do you mean?
Okay, yeah, they
Wait,
built
like
new ones atop the ones that were already built. You already had that structure in place that made it more comfortable
I
to
don't
build
think that's
more.
how
They
I
built
think it's
they
a
built
rail
new high-speed rails on top of the high-speed rails that are already existed.
You gotta double decked.
Obviously, I'm paraphrasing, but that's just a way of saying like they didn't destroy their train infrastructure, so they were able to update it better. Is what I'm trying to say.
Do you think that
Do you think that-
high-speed rails are built off of previous, like every high-speed rail is built from a previous rail line that didn't exist before?
I mean, obviously not, but like Japan already had a viable train system even before the war, even before
So
like
what
their
does
high
that
speed
have
rail.
to do with anything if they're still building the high-speed rail from the ground up?
I'm just saying that they already had that structure so they
What are
could
you
build
just
it. That
saying?
I'm saying like they didn't have to start from scratch.
If they're building it from the ground up, what are they starting from?
What do you? Okay, okay. Oh my God, you guys aren't understanding what I'm trying to say. Okay,
Are you saying
they
that they
already
had the
had
knowledge or something that made them more equipped or more
not just
prepared,
the
or
knowledge, but like not just the knowledge, but like they already had planned routes faster. They already had planned routes
They had the plans.
ahead of time, yes, because they've already built that train infrastructure and they didn't destroy it. Is what I'm trying to say.
What train infrastructure are you
I mean,
talking
Japan,
about?
when Japan industrialized, they also built a lot of trains.
Okay. New trains, right?
Yes, of course, for the time.
So what train infrastructure are you referring to
The
when you
one left,
say that they were able to do this so quickly
the one kept,
solely because they had prior train infrastructure?
the one kept after industrialization.
We're talking about the initial industrialization of the high-speed rail in Japan. When they were first building the high-speed rails from the ground up, how are they able to do that so quickly? You
Because they
said
already
because of the train infrastructure.
and the
What
know-how.
train infrastructure are you referring to after industrialization if we're talking about the initial industrialization of the high-speed rails?
Okay, I see where you're getting at. It's more about the know-how to build these trains, and obviously it was new
It just,
technology.
do you
So
think the
do you think that
know-how?
the
Do you think
US now doesn't have the know-how?
It's not that we don't have the know-how; we just don't
So then
use
it's
it.
not the know-how. Next.
Okay, wait, why don't we use it?
Uh, lack of progress. Shit happens, bro.
Why is the progress lacking? What's the barrier? What's the bottleneck? Please.
capitalism?
Car-centric infrastructure.
Our what infrastructure?
Car-centric infrastructure.
Why is that doesn't the fact that we have car-centric infrastructure obviously doesn't prevent us from building
I mean, it does
trains
because you
somewhere
have
sometimes, right? That
you
doesn't
have.
that
I mean, you have people who lobby
car-centric
for.
infrastructure does not
You have people.
explain why subways are 2 times more expensive to build in New York than any other city ever. That's not
Okay,
why.
I explained the history of why that is because we underfunded that infrastructure, so obviously it's going to be more expensive down the line. But as far as car-centric infrastructure goes, we do have lobbyists who very clearly have an interest in using cars to benefit themselves and not us. So that really hampers progress.
So why can't
I think that
sorry.
just quickly, like if you were just to assign percentages, okay? Like the percentage responsibility for high-speed rail being delayed in California. How much do you think the environmental laws are responsible?
They have see it's not so much the environmental. I feel like a lot of it has to do again with like there's certain business interests that play into this as well with cars,
Well, you
for
can
example.
assign 10% to the environmental laws and 90% to business interests. I'm just curious what you think the relative importance of these are.
I mean, obviously the environmental factors are important because you need to plan the route and you need to build. That's completely fine, right? But
Well,
I
no,
think
that's like a lot of California high-speed rail has not even passed environmental review yet, and it's been like 8 years or something. I think it's been longer than that actually.
yeah, because it's again you're dealing with people on farmlands, right? Certain land, and then you're also dealing with California's mountainous terrain around Los Angeles, which
That's
is
not that's not environmental review. I mean
I mean
some of that. I mean obviously.
it kind of is.
I don't no, that's not they already have the route planned, right? They just need to clear it for environmental review. Like, and that's just impossible to do.
I mean, it's not impossible. It can be done.
I understand it's like not literally impossible. It's impossible to do on a fast enough time scale at low enough cost.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's for me, it's not really about the cost because the benefits will obviously outweigh the costs. Because as I brought up before, it costs
it
Japan a lot
clearly
too.
won't. Yeah, but it costs Japan significantly less and in a lot less time.
Not really. I would say it will cost the same amount, almost nearly enough.
It doesn't.
And
Like let's just like look up like New York subway 2x as much as any city ever.
okay, the equivalent was 1 billion USD in 5 years. USD. That's adjusted for inflation.
How much does high-speed rail cost California? And it's not even built yet.
Wait a minute. Adjusted for inflation, 1.8 trillion yen. The California high-speed rail.
Wait, for the entire country?
For Japan specifically, the first line that opened, it was
okay,
380 billion yen, which is the equivalent to 1 billion USD at the time. But I think the reason why it cost less was because of the previous know-how and the infrastructure that they had from that industrialization, as I brought up, because they didn't destroy their train lines like we did. So it was easier to build on. I say build on that, but like I don't literally mean like they built the top, like railways. I'm saying they already used pre-existing lines to help build more. That's what I tried to. That's what I was trying to say more specifically.
I just wanted to say,
I feel like that doesn't clarify as much. But also, where are we putting, just out of curiosity, where do you think, like realistically, this high-speed rail would go first? Like,
okay, the real route that it has to go through in order to like truly be successful is from Los Angeles to San Francisco. Because it falls.
You're just talking about the California one?
Yeah, just specifically the California one. But if you were to broaden out, there's
like in America, to make America, because you're bringing up like high-speed rail as like this example of how we don't care about our population because we don't want to give them this technology, right? In America, how would you fix all of the wealth inequality with high-speed rail? Where would you put it?
I mean, the thing is that you have to put it in the correct cities. You have to connect cities that are big enough. There's this thing called the golden rule of high-speed rail, which means like if the place is too long to drive and too short to fly, that's the perfect place to build a high-speed rail.
Okay,
so
no.
it is true. Yes.
With us. We're just disputing why you think the high-speed rail project is delayed and costs so much.
My bad.
Like what do you?
Again, I keep bringing this up, but I think car-centric infrastructure has been a drain. Yes.
I just want to put this out there. Like, your golden rule is so inapplicable to anywhere in the United States where it's so easy to fly everywhere. Like, for me to have a high-speed rail in New York, I couldn't even get to Chicago. It wouldn't, like, it because it only goes up to, I think, like 500 miles. Like, it would get me to Boston that the Amtrak could get me to in like, or the Amtrak could get me there maybe like 2 hours max, and then a plane maybe 45 minutes. Like,
yeah, but Aria, Chicago and New York don't fall in that golden rule or whatever.
But I'm using that as an example to that, like the United States doesn't have the geography that Europe has, and that like China has, and that Japan has, where we have cities that are this golden rule apart. We have cities that are either very far apart and you fly to them, or very close together and you can drive to them, or you can already take a train to them. Where it wouldn't make it wouldn't make feasible sense to start looking at high-speed rail to
I mean, by that logic, we shouldn't have built the federal highway, because what point would there have been in connecting the country through cars and highways?
You just said that it was a car-centric thing, so like.
Oh, okay, yes, as a criticism, but I'm saying like if you could build a federal highway, what's not to say that we can't build high-speed trains? It doesn't make logical sense.
Well, the thing we built a lot of those highways before the like environmental reforms of the like 60s and 70s. That
Well,
was
yeah,
one
and
of the big things
that's
that
a
made it
great
really
that's
hard for
proper.
the government to build things.
I mean, that's a proper criticism, yes, but like the point still stands that we could do it. Like,
I
what's
agree.
stopping us?
We could do it if we just like deregulated a little bit and like made sure that the government actually had the state capacity to do these things. And I want them
I
to
mean,
do it.
yeah.
I want the government to have state capacity. I want them to build high-speed rail.
Well, yeah,
I
I,
want
I
them to
think
build
I
affordable
think big
housing if
projects.
it's impossible for them to do it.
I mean, I think definitely like yeah, big projects like that should be federalized, 100%. The thing is that
Well, I
like
mean, it's not even, it's not even just federalized. It's just, it's just.
I say that.
I mean,
I say that as a catch-all term, really, but
But again, how do you get the funds for it? Is like, I don't know. To go back to the what we were initially talking about, like that's, I think maybe mine and Arya's kind of like biggest advocacy for like capitalist structure is like having the ability to provide funding for our government in ways that are beneficial to the overall society that include entitlements and other whatever other benefits you can think of. Like
in the modern sense, I think if you were to change the tax brackets from Trump's current 2017 tax brackets, which put more pressure on lower income families and the middle class, then we could actually see it could be a start to a change, but obviously removing the influence from car-centric infrastructure and the people behind it, like the companies of cars that very obviously lobby the government to create more of these wasteful highways.
well, like you would
And we
say that
will see change.
the high speed rails, like they would probably cost a lot of money, right?
Well, yes, but
And you'd
the
say that
cost would outweigh the benefits.
you'd say that they also like would bring in a lot of money, right?
Yes.
So
'cause
why
you'd
aren't
be
there like
connecting-
high speed rail lobbyists that are counter lobbying to get this pushed through if lobbying is so powerful?
Same reason we have Trump in power. I don't know, bro. Like humans in general, okay? I feel like people in general, like they are scared of change, like actual change. Like people are afraid to like think outside the norm. That's just my criticism of social life, I guess. People in general, the environment that we're raised in. Because like no one wants to suggest the hard answers, right? The hard work to like actually change things. Like again, I really think like if we could just get one actual viable high speed rail in this fucking country, we could set an example for others to follow.
I totally agree. I just think it's a shame that right now it costs way too much to do it, primarily because of a bunch of regulations and bureaucratic rules that don't need to be there.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you bring up bureaucracy, I think of lobbyists, but yes,
Well, I feel
definitely
like when you say lobbyist, it's like a bad word.
catch-all term. I mean, it is a bad word because it is I don't think lobbying should necessarily be as bad as it is in this country.
But do you think lobbying
Like-
as a concept is a bad thing?
Not necessarily. It's too much influence on that. That
I think that's a
something like
bigger influence than environmental laws and like union density requirements or whatever. Like,
I mean, those things are kind of necessary, right? The environmental regulations, the zoning.
not nearly to the extent that we have them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the zoning in this country is bad because it favors car-centric infrastructure. It favors the idea that people can't have businesses in their own homes, stuff like that. You know.
Like, why don't we have high speed rail lobbyists that are just slamming a fuck ton of crypto into Trump's crypto coin, and then like being like wink wink nudge nudge, like you get that deposit, Donald? Like did you check your account lately? That was from me. By the way, take away these fucking restrictions so we can pay you even more, bitch. Like, why not just do that if lobbying is so powerful?
It's the people that have that power aren't doing that. That's kind of the issue. And this administration is very incompetent to science too, for that matter. So I don't see them being competent to infrastructure. I mean, Trump says he wants to fix the infrastructure, but if you continue to fund highways, fixing them, you're still going to get the same problems overall. because wear and tear is a thing. Too many people use cars. It's that sort of logic that this current administration doesn't really think about. But I'm sure we can all agree on that.
I don't know.
You know, I don't think Trump thinks a lot of things through, but
Yeah. You know what's funny? I'm actually looking at a driving video of Hong Kong. It's a shame. It's a fucking shame. I wish like Hong Kong was given to Taiwan or something. Because they did not deserve to be under the CCP. Hong Kong is such a nice city, dude. I mean, obviously the housing crisis is so bad, but like in terms of like infrastructure and metros and stuff like that, they're very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been obsessed with cities since I was a kid, so if I could say that I had a decent field of expertise, it would be this one, infrastructure. Has anyone read The Handmaid's Tale? I'm curious. I'm actually gonna. Has anyone read The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood?
No.
Have you at least heard about it?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, because I read her prologue and from the library that I go to. And I love like she brought up East Berlin and West Berlin, a topic that I find so fascinating, especially after I went to the city. But
What about their
like she just
infrastructure?
okay, I will get to that in a second, but I will say first what Margaret said about East Berlin. She was inspired to write the oppression behind that, based off the feeling that she felt that she was being watched by the authorities in East Berlin, which I found fascinating.
You know who else
Oh, okay.
wrote about that?
Who?
I think Anastasia.
Anastasia, who?
The movie and the musical.
I don't really keep up with musicals except for Wicked.
Shame.
Anastasia. I'd be interested in getting into more musicals. Stage musical. Okay, infrastructure. I was gonna bring up something interesting that I think you guys might like. So in Germany, they call them the Plattenbau. But and this is about social housing, so I think you'd find it interesting. Plattenbau. So Plattenbau in East Germany, the one it used to still exist. It would be these social housing projects in which people would be housed, but it was built so badly. So what happened was that when Germany reunified and West Berlin took over East Berlin, a lot of the social housing there was basically fixed up. And for a while, Berlin was actually the cheapest city in all of Europe, which I find fascinating because I am a proponent of. I know it's a I know it's a racy word, but social housing. I am very much a proponent of that. And I unfortunately. Oh, it's the other chat. About it's public housing basically. The issue with Soviet public housing is that it was shit. Like they built it so shit. They built it such shit, and obviously like the authoritarian elements of it. It was used to control people who live there. Like I'm firmly against that, but like
I mean, I don't think public housing is bad, but again, I think a big reason why we don't have public housing in the U.S. is because of the regulations that make it prohibitively expensive to build, and I don't think we would need. I don't think most places would really need public housing if we just reformed zoning laws so that people could actually build in most places. But
I mean, yeah, I think it comes down to zoning. We need to upzone more in this country because we're missing medium housing.
True.
And obviously the parking spaces, especially in my city.
Yeah.
What the fuck is unusual? Crypto, really?
Yeah, I don't know what the question you're asking. It's obviously the news.
Yeah, it's not. Crypto. I saw crypto, and I'm not gonna take it seriously anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if unusual Wales is the most accurate reporting, but Germany, has. I mean, you just look up, Germany real GDP. It has been pretty stagnant.
I mean, yeah, again, but I don't like I really kind of hate GDP as a sole measurement of an economy. It's funny because there was one person that I knew in my college, and he's an economics major, and he literally goes to me, he goes, it's fine to measure an economy by GDP, but if you're solely using that for measurement, then it is very flawed. Because you have to also measure with the Gini coefficient, like I said earlier.
Yeah, I remember Arya
I
earlier.
don't think that's a measurement of how well an economy is doing generally. But
I remember Arya was saying that you should only measure by GDP, and I was like, no, you should use the Gini thing too.
I mean, yeah. Oh, it's the real answer is that you should.
That's
basically
true. I'm
combine.
actually only able to understand things in GDP. I'm sorry about that.
It's fine. Just combine Gini coefficient and GDP, and you'll get a more accurate picture of an economy.
Yeah, dipshit.
What?
He's not gonna be. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah.
No, I know, but like, what? I mean, I talk like that to my friends too, so it's okay.
I mean, I think real GDP is obviously probably the best aggregate to use, but I don't know.
I'm gonna delete that GIF.
Why
It is
you?
a funny GIF. I have that saved because my friends and I just send shit like that to each other. You don't want to know half the stuff I have in my GIFs, bro.
Yeah, we're okay. Thank you, though.
No, you don't want to know. Wait, my favorite one is the SpongeBob one. My favorite one is the SpongeBob one.
Oh my god. Holy sh... She deleted that quick.
Yeah.
You should look at that chart up there and memorize it.
Let me see. What the fuck? Exporte un portfolioaren.
You feel like you memorized these yet?
I mean, I'm looking at it, yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I trust this guy because there's some charts from Fred there, and I've heard from Swoopy that you're not supposed to use Fred charts.
Yeah.
What? Why? What's with the Fred date? What the hell?
Never trust a person named Fred.
What?
Nah, Swoopy has long-standing beef with Fred. I think they went to high school together or something.
Fred's a bad dude. Never trust Fred.
You kind of have that Econo Boy cadence.
Who?
I love
Adelink, is this supposed to be a genuine response? Like
okay.
It says 0, but it could change. But like trust, bro, like it could change. But what if it changes? But we don't know that for Jerseys. You can't tell the future. Nuh-uh.
That's just a general statement. Yes, I mean it's just a forecast. Things could change, obviously.
But I mean, Germany's GDP has been stagnant for a while, right? Like,
I mean, I get it, but are their living standards still good, or because that's ultimately what
they're probably the median is probably worse in the U.S. I mean, maybe you could argue the bottom 20% are better off, but
I mean, honestly, the thing with Germany is that they're a fascinating country because they were the first country to get out of the Great Recession. Like outside of even before the U.S., which is
Who was the
fascinating.
first country to get out of COVID?
Let me see. Interesting question.
Got him. I have an interesting hypothetical for you. If there was an economy where, like, hypothetically, you had a wider range of wealth, so like you had more poor people and more rich people, but the overall like median like circumstances, living situations, happiness, monetary value, like satisfaction in life was like overall net positive, would you prefer that over a system? Oh, I'm sorry. Would you prefer that or a system that has a smaller range where everyone is just more or less around the same value in wealth? Like there's not that many poor people, there's not that many rich people, but everyone is just overall less satisfied in life, less motivated, not making as much money, obviously, less like lower standards of living overall.
Well,
Which
that last one. That last one is more appealing to me personally, because I feel like the meaning of I keep bringing this up, but I guess the meaning of work and how we define an economy is bound to change over time. The way
So you would rather more people be marginally unsatisfied with their life just
but
so that specific people
you said they were going to
are
be satisfied though. You said it would be satisfactory.
No, I said with your system, everyone would be less satisfied than in my system as the median. My system has a higher median. I just have a higher range of wealth. Like I have more poor people. I have more rich people. But overall, the median is pretty happy, pretty motivated, pretty satisfied.
I mean,
Your system has no poor people, no rich people. Everyone is marginally satisfied with the most basics of living, but they're not satisfied in terms of life overall satisfaction and motivation in society, because everyone is literally doing the same exact thing, making the same exact median standard of living.
That depends on how you it's how you interpret satisfaction. The thing is that like if you're viewing this through a the wealth will make you happy. It really won't. The thing about life is that
I'm not viewing this through wealth will make you happy. I'm proposing two hypothetical systems in which one just has a higher median happiness. That's it. I'm not saying that it's directly tied to wealth. But
that makes sense. I mean,
I'm proposing two hypothetical situations. And I'm saying in these two hypothetical situations, why would you prefer the one that you prefer?
Okay, my thing is that I want equality for everybody. And what that means is that people actually let me think about this for a second. Let me actually write this down, actually. 'Cause I write Elvish history, but I don't fucking write down my own political opinions, and that's tragic. For me, of
That is
course.
tragic. I think we should focus on the real world.
Okay, here's the thing, right? The funny thing is that I apply my worldview to my stories, specifically in Elvish society. Granted, the only hypothetical thing as far as technology goes for the Elvish society is that they've discovered a better renewable energy source, so they don't necessarily have to uh, pay for it, stuff like that, or put in a lot of output to create it.
I like the system that they made in Monsters Inc., where they were able to take
the
children's
screams.
screams
Yeah.
and use them as energy.
Perfect energy source. Wait, all right, can you repeat that question again? And I'll write it down.
Okay. You're given a choice between two hypothetical worlds to live in.
Okay.
One world has a greater range of wealth, meaning that there are more poor people and there are more rich people. But as a result of this wider range, the overall median satisfaction with life, quality of life, is higher in this society. Then on the other side, you have a separate society. This society has little to zero range in wealth. There are no poor people and there are no rich people. Everyone has exactly as much exactly as much satisfaction as is needed, and everyone is exactly is less obviously than my first system, is exactly the same level of satisfied with their life, which is less than the first system.
I would choose a society that has no poor people and no rich people, simply because I like that little laugh. Okay,
Simply
I sent a
because
meme. Sorry.
oh my, I feel like it's more the way that people view happiness and satisfaction with work in this country, and more specifically in general
Okay,
Western
but
society.
I'm not talking about this country. I'm giving you two hypotheticals, and I'm
Aria,
literally controlling
Aria,
all of the variables of the hypotheticals.
Aria. I'm trying to like formulate a sort of comparison so that I could move on to the next thing. If you get what I mean, because I feel like it's more easier understandable, more easier digestible if I could, use modern examples. Um. Okay.
I think it's digestible when you use modern examples, because you've been saying in a modern sense so much, and every time you say it, you say something different that doesn't really tie to many things that you've said before. Could you just answer why you would choose the system in which everyone is like marginally less satisfied but equally satisfied?
Okay. When you say less satisfied, in what sense do you mean less satisfied? Do you mean in material well-being?
In whatever sense of satisfaction you want to measure, one society has marginally more and one society has marginally less.
Well, obviously more. If I'm not misunderstanding. I
So,
mean,
but
that's
the one that has marginally more with as a median. This means that there are poor people that are suffering a lot, and there are rich people that are suffering that are pleasuring immensely.
I'm trying to understand this better. Damn. You can hear the gears turning.
Yeah, the Tism gears.
Yeah, it's hard for me to
Okay,
understand.
yeah, hold on. This is no offense. I think an easier example. Okay, I quoted it in general. Okay, say you and your friend were sitting in a bar, and God decided to bless you with a slice of pizza, and your friend with a slice of Louis did. I think that's like 13th
Louis
pizza.
V. Louis V. Oh no.
Louis V. Whatever. The fucking King pizza with a price tag of $12,000. Both of you are better off than you were before, but there is now an enormous disparity in wealth between the two of you. I would suggest that there's no cause for concern, given that the two of you are both better off than you were before. But demagogues in politics often say otherwise, condemning the growing wealth inequalities, even when they are accompanied by reductions in poverty and real median wage increases.
Okay. Arya, can you type down your thing too? Because I do want to answer your thing too. Interestingly, so are you saying that it's basically we circled back to this idea that the economic system that we have today has pulled people out of poverty? Objectively speaking, yes.
Well, wait, hold on. Hold on, just real quick. Can you answer, like, would you rather the world where neither of you have pizza, but there's no disparity, or the world where you have pizza and your friend has a $12,000 pizza, so there
Okay,
is an
but
enormous disparity, but you're both better off?
why do we have to go with both of these? Why can't we choose neither? I mean, I literally want neither of this.
I mean, so the point of the hypothetical is basically to test if you value equality intrinsically, and then if you do, I want to know what your justification for that is.
Equality intrinsically depends on what you mean by equality, right? As far as material well-being goes, I think everyone should have their basic needs met, and that's not to say that a fucking mansion for everyone, right? For me, it's
Okay, but that's not. But
base.
that's not. But you can argue that someone should have their basic needs met on the basis that utility matters and that maximizes utility, and you don't care about equality.
That depends
But
on
you
how
could,
you
or you
define
could
utility.
also you could also well, objectively, you could do that. That's arguably what I do. Or you could say you do that because you value equality intrinsically and you want to maximize equality. So like, I just want I just want a relatively clear answer to, like, is the world where there's a disparity between pizzas better, or is the world where neither of you have pizza better because there's no disparity?
Because literally neither of those options are good. I think everyone should have equal pizza. Wait,
Well, I understand. I understand. I'm just.
but I mean, you're putting. I feel like you're putting a price tag on something that's like that could be done anywhere. You're using an example that is more commonplace. Like anyone could get a pizza nowadays. Obviously, it was more expensive back then because cheese was
That's not the relevant part for the hypothetical. Okay, the relevant part is that there is a world in which both people are better off, but there exists a large disparity between them, and there is a world in which they are equally better off, but not, or sorry, they're equally worse off, but there's no disparity between them. And the question is, which world is better?
Again, neither.
But you have
neither.
to,
If
people, I don't have to choose. Okay, I don't get this whole like it could be.
Okay,
it
what
could
if
be,
there's a gun? What if there's a gun to your head and now that's the hypothetical? What are you doing now? Are you dying?
Why the fuck would I have a gun? I mean, duh,
It's
I'm
a
dying.
hypothetical.
Dude.
I mean, duh, I'm dying, Arya. I mean, if someone shot a gun at me, of course I'd fucking die.
what if
Like,
we're about to waterboard
guys,
you with milk? Choose one.
I would actually like that. Okay. I don't get these whole arguments with like what do we have to choose between the two worst outcomes? Why can't we just?
It's not even the worst outcome though.
I mean, it
making
kind
the
of
comparison.
is. I mean, it kind of is because you're putting a high price tag on something like a pizza, and at the same time, you're also taking away the pizza from
I'm
said person.
confused at how you're able
I
to
think
write
you
like
are
sci-fi,
severely-
but you're unable to extrapolate this fucking hypothetical. Why
Say
are you
you're-
being so difficult right now?
Say you're both starving. You have nothing to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then
Go
choose out of those two. Assume you're both starving.
I'd rather create a system in which a robot
No.
can feed pizza to everyone.
No.
Christ, dude.
So you're saying
look,
if
I don't wanna
you both
choose.
were starving, you know in an hour that you're both going to die if you don't eat pizza. You're going to either choose that neither of you get the pizza, or you're going to choose that you both get pizza, but one is valued higher.
But
You
who
would
puts
rather
that value
start
on that pizza? Because you could cut the pizza in half and both people could be fed. Why would they? Why would someone put a value on that pizza?
It's valued by the
to
King
survive?
Louis like historians. Like they
Oh,
priced it
fucking
up.
Louis! That's why they fucking killed him in the fucking.
Regardless of the
Who is
historical
he?
accuracy or whatever else happened, like they valued it at this. It's deemed to be this. Like it is socially.
And who deemed it to be?
It doesn't
Why
matter. It
would
doesn't matter.
someone-
It doesn't matter. We
It
agree.
does matter, 'cause
no,
this
it
is
doesn't matter
important.
because we agree that there are different fluctuations in currencies and different valuations of currencies. Like we know that exists in the real world, so this exists in this hypothetical. Like just out of these two options, we know hypothetically. You write fiction. You write Elvish stuff. We know like that things can exist hypothetically in non-real worlds in ways that are unrealistic. Like we can choose between no pizza when we're starving and dying in 1 hour, both of us dying in 1 hour, or you can choose one pizza where one of us has a $12,000 worth slice and the other one just has like a standard slice.
Because both people would eat. Except one gets the better pizza. Is that correct or no?
It's just a valuation of it, but you're still both eating.
I don't do well with these questions. I'll be completely honest.
What's the struggle though?
Yeah.
Because the counter
Maybe
is you both die.
Maybe I'd rather die. I'm kidding. Okay, the counter. Okay, I have a problem with this question because it's like
You would rather die.
it puts you between a hard place. Sorry, Aria. Sorry, Aria. I'm saying this question puts you between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, that's the
like,
point.
There's no
With pizza.
I mean, yes, but like I'm like, what is the point of making it harder? Why can't we just make it easier for everyone to
Because it's to draw an analogy to
Oh my God.
like different worlds. Like if you were to say that you would rather die, then it's like not telling you
I
to
mean,
do
yeah, but
this. Then like
why does the world have to be shitty? Is what I'm trying to say. Like, who put that
that's
rule
the
in
most
first place?
anime ass reply you can think of. That's the most Death Note ass thing you can
Not
say.
an anime reply. It's a serious question.
Well, why are people mean? Well, why do bad things happen? Dude, you're like fully grown. I feel like you should have gone through these thoughts when you were fucking in your emo phase in high school. Like
I've already
shit,
been.
shit happens. The world is hard. Like, I get over it. Okay, next now.
It's that's not the point I'm trying to say. I've been through a lot, so I don't feel apathy. I want people to actually be more positive in the world. That's my point. Like we dwell on the negative for no fucking reason, and it pisses me off. I'm sorry, but it does.
You're the only one on the negative. The rest of us have been hyping up our beautiful society and all of the innovations that come along with it, and all the beautiful, oh my god, you're the only one that's been shitting on everything. What do you mean?
I'm not being negative when I criticize what needs to be criticized. That's not being negative.
Anything.
Yes. Okay, we're screaming for no reason.
I'm so sorry.
I know. I get passionate
I'm
too.
like
It's okay.
I'm like scream laughing because it's like actually just like hysterical. Like you haven't put forth a genuine critique that like you've been able to defend when pushed on it. Instead, you just keep on extrapolating to all of these other side tangents or oh my gosh, it's like yeah, you just keep on saying like, oh well, I don't know about that one. Oh yeah, well I have to think about more about that one. Oh well, I never really thought about that one.
Yeah, because we're talking about complex things, and I'm trying to think outside the box.
So then, what are you critiquing if you don't actually know what you're talking about? It's like, what are you actually critiquing? Like you're saying, oh, I'm critiquing what needs to be critiqued. Oh, I've never thought about that before. So obviously, you've never so what's the critique if you've never thought of it? If you've never given an actual genuine counter, like genuine thought to the counter, genuine like steelman to the counter, and everything that we're saying right now is so foreign to you. Like I've never thought about this before. Like then I really don't understand how you've been in such an echo chamber that you have all of these talking points for one side and you haven't heard a single thing from the other.
I mean, I grew up with a conservative family, so I know these talking points, right? I know how this goes.
Talking points against capitalism?
No, for capitalism, for capitalism. I grew up around a conservative family, so like intrinsically, I know, and maybe that is a flaw that I have. Maybe like it's harder for me to look at the other side, I guess. But I just don't like the normalization of apathy. Is all. That's all I'm trying to say. I think one of my other criticisms of capitalism is, that it creates apathy, like we're seeing right now. It really does. Community, right? It's as I said, community is important. As is individualism. We haven't struck that balance.
But you don't think that your technologically fueled like utopia in the future, where it's all just robots doing everything for humans, are going to be like less apathetic, or leading to less apathetic outcomes, or like
the thing is that if you study history, right?
There's no history where robot utopias exist. But
wait, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying like in the sense of like when your material well-being tends to not be there, people will become more apathetic when the economy goes down, when people become less social, more to themselves because they have to survive, obviously.
Well, if they're being more social in the environments where they are forced to earn an income, where they're forced to like drop off their children at like daycares or schools or wherever else that forces them to socialize, what is going to be the incentive for people to socialize in a technologically advanced like robotic future utopia?
I mean, okay, how long have you been around? Like, okay, people, the thing about people is that we are a social creature. We seek community. We seek companionship. That's just human nature. It's not like people will still do things without a monetary incentive. That's what I've been trying to really hammer in.
We've circled back here again. Oh my god.
I mean, it is true. Like,
I don't disagree with that, but it seems like I even think you agreed to this earlier that like all else equal, a monetary incentive is going to increase the amount of work people do.
I mean, I think the real reason why the monetary incentive even exists is because people need it to survive. It's not like you choose to be born into like a certain system. Obviously, you need it to live. You are born into the system without choosing it.
Do you acknowledge that this is probably like the time that people have been like most loneliest, and it's due to technological advances?
I'd say it's both that and our systems, because it's not technology. The thing about technology is that it could be used either very good or very badly.
Sure, but it seems like every dialogue tree that like is considered in the future is just like good or bad, and it's like you're just selecting good for each one.
I mean, yeah, hypothetically speaking, I want to use technology for good. And the best way to use technology for good is to use it to further enrich education, the society around you, to have our basic needs met without having to break your back for it. That's my ideal overall. I know it's a
Sorry, I have a question. Would you agree that like technology has made like I'm thinking about this example super hyper specifically, but like specifically young girls more insecure? Like like that one specific I just want to follow this train of logic. Like that one specific aspect of society, like young girls' self-esteem issues, was that made better or worse by technology?
I would say that's definitely been made worse. And I'm
Okay,
glad
and
we
that was made worse by technology because of a system in place or because of the people that were participating in the technology?
I feel like it's both. It's a
Like
combination of both.
how is it because of the system in place?
I mean, the thing is, right? It's competition. I think it's more to do with competition and the way we view competition in this country,
No,
in Western
no, you
society.
would say that's a human nature to compare.
Okay, yeah, I was getting to that. So the way I define competition, right, and suffering for that matter, I feel like competition can be defined in two ways. There's good competition and there's bad competition. Good competition is one in which you actually grow alongside the person you are competing against. Bad competition would be, for example, losing your business because Amazon decided that you were a threat and now you're homeless. That's a bad competition.
Well, I think
in
the
my opinion.
distinction. What is it?
It's just an example, okay? I'm just saying, like,
No, I'm
there's
just curious. Why is that bad? What's the bad outcome there?
the bad outcome of what exactly?
What's the bad outcome of Amazon outcompeting another business?
It's called a monopoly. It's fucking bad. Isn't the whole logic of capitalism
Amazon outcompeting? So number one, Amazon outcompeting like one business does not automatically make it a monopoly, right? Like
it's not even that. It's more about consolidation of power, which is my issue. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, it's not a business specifically; it's just consolidation of power.
Okay, hold on, real quick. Do you agree that the reason Amazon was able to outcompete that business is because they were able to offer a better deal to consumers?
Okay,
Generally.
yes, but that doesn't mean that they should have
we agree that-
power above over us. Is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I don't know how much. I don't. What do you mean by power over us? I don't know how much power Amazon has over us, but okay.
I mean,
they probably lobby to some extent, but
I mean, it's not even to some extent. It's like Jeff Bezos barely pays anything in taxes compared to us, the average person.
How
And that-
is that how
It's called power. That's what power is. I mean, the idea that someone could live more comfortably than I could.
Your utopia
Like,
would require a monopoly. Like, you realize that, right?
No, not
pained that Jeff Bezos makes more money than you and you want
Not
to go and
really.
have a job because of that? Like that's
It's
what I'm getting right now.
It's not about money. It's about the freedom to take risks, the freedom to do what you want out of life, compared to the rest of us, and using it to have power over other people negatively, and to, like, buy an election, for example.
In your system where we have no money because everyone just wants to do things out of the genuine desire to do things out of the goodwill of their own heart, and we have literally no one doing shit but getting drunk and high all the time because free will.
That's
Like what would happen?
Wait, but why would you jump to that negative assumption? Like, if people were normalized to education and, like, knowledge and curiosity about the world, they would not be lazy.
Well, there's two things there. Earlier, you had said that people are, to an extent, inherently greedy, which is why the lobbyists exist and why the lobbyists do
Not
what they
really.
do.
Let me specify.
Well, and
People
then
are only
also,
greedy
I was going to
because
say,
of
whenever
their-
you say more access to education, whenever there was more educated or more curious people in the past, like, and then they grow up and they're the conservative, like, bigoted kind of people that you probably dislike or you probably don't, like, enjoy talking to or being around or listening to. It's like access to education or curiosity doesn't inherently exist some sort of, like, virtuous, like world worldview that I think that you're idealizing.
And yeah, also the reason that the reason why we have a lot of problems that you're pointing to right now is because we don't have enough people that want to do things out of the genuine good desire out of their own free will, because that's just not in people's nature. That's just pragmatically
No,
not how
I was about to answer that question. So the way that I define that is, it depends on the system which you grow up in. Obviously, if you grow up under a system in which you are taught that apathy is normal, you will be normalized to apathy. That's the environment. Really, that's the environment, the sort of nature versus nurture argument.
But what sort of environment has bred apathy prior to this technological like revolution that we're essentially living in right now?
I think all the systems that have existed in this current world have all led to that to an extent, and to well, it ranges, right? I think we have been more educated recently, thankfully, due to the rise of. Granted, I understand the criticisms of technology, and I'm very there. I'm very much there with you, but like, it's people have thankfully been more educated, and people will continue to be more educated because human progress is mostly, it's always a positive trajectory. That's my fundamental, and I can prove that with history. So that's the same way that I view this the development of things like capitalism. And
I have a question. Why do you think human evolution has been so exponential in like the past like 100 years as opposed to all of the thousands that we have been on Earth before that, when we didn't have monetary, capitalistic, material things and we were just cavemen just like running around?
I mean, okay, we did have currency in places like ancient Rome, Carthage, etc.
I'm not talking about recent modern like sorry, I'm
Oh,
talking about like
sorry.
like cavemen type. Sorry, I should have specified that. Like cavemen, I'm talking about before civilization, right? Mesopotamia type shit.
Okay, here's the thing, right? I kept thinking of the Fantastic Four. I'm sorry. Here's the thing. So here's the thing. I usually necessities came out of the fact that people, for example, had to plant food, right, to eat. They needed workers to basically build the stuff that we use today, to plant the things that we needed today. So because of that environment, we were forced to put value on things like that so that people would do the work in order to ensure that these things would come to. Wait, can I use the bathroom real quick? I'm so sorry, guys. I feel
No.
like I've been holding in. I'll get back to you, Ari. I'm so sorry. I'm genuinely sorry. I got so distracted. I need to use the bathroom.
My God.
Guys, he's gone. Let's talk shit. I'm just kidding.
I want to see if he took like that autism test that they give you in like at the psychiatrist. I want to compare scores.
Who's more autistic? Battle of the Tisms.
For autism. $35 plus points. Holy fuck. Damn.
I found a new browser that I'm like kind of obsessed with.
Is it different than Arc?
It's from the same company, but it's called Dia, but they
Their
just
new
emailed me
one.
because it's their new one.
Because they
But
don't
it's on
support
like,
Arc anymore.
huh?
They're dropping Arc. They don't do it. Like, they're gonna stop it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's upsetting.
This one's
Why?
gonna
Are
take
they
even more RAM.
Because Dia's like their AI browser that they're gonna work on next or whatever.
Well, yeah, I'm on Dia now, but I don't super love it so far. I like the UX of Arc way more, but Dia has like, yeah, it's way more integrated with the AI stuff. It feels like Perplexity, but just like in my browser instead of like having an additional Perplexity. And it's sick because I don't think it's available for public release yet. Or if it is, then they lied to me on the email that I got because it said that I was given exclusive access as a loyal ARC member.
They say that to
Yeah,
all
I think
the
it's
ARC
investing
users.
in it.
Obviously. But
Wait, is that the
we
browser
don't
you
have
use?
ARC. Huh?
The one where you clicked, where it opened all your tabs when you like Google searched?
Yeah, that was ARC.
Oh, that was Arc. Okay, I thought that was Dia.
No, that was ARC.
Wait, Arc does that?
Yeah, you have to click Shift Enter. And I did it by accident.
Shit, okay.
Wait, that's actually really sad that they're discontinuing ARC.
Well, they're not gonna discontinue. Well, I don't know how long they'll keep it up, but they're just like not gonna like update it, or I don't know. Maybe they'll stop doing security updates for it or something. I don't know.
That's so lame.
Wait, is Counterpoints the only streamer on that Valor Media network channel? What the fuck? Nebraska Steve versus Donut Operator.
Oh my gosh, they wrote an entire Substack.
What?
They wrote an entire Substack about why they're discontinuing ARC. Wow. I would have stopped working on ARC a year earlier. We just didn't want to admit it. We knew we were in denial. Jesus Christ, why is this so dramatic?
All right, I'm back. Should I go on camera so you guys could laugh?
I think you should say less stuff that makes me feel bad about you.
Oh.
You don't have to feel bad about me, brother.
Ooh, what?
I'll be honest, I really don't care what most people would think of me. I really don't fucking care.
Okay.
As you should, King.
I just feel kind of confused.
What do you mean confused?
I believe before you went to the bathroom, I think you were explaining to me how even before capitalism and before we became materialistic pigs, we still
Whoa,
had too
wait.
much innovation with plants.
Whoa, wait. That's a bit. The thing about human evolution is that we kind of. I think my theory is, of course, that currency came out because we needed it in order to sustain a society that couldn't otherwise be sustained by itself. Because obviously we didn't have the technological advancements that we do today. So obviously you needed workers and people who governed above you to do this work, right? What else? ¿Cómo se dice? ¿Cómo se dice? Don't know what else to say. I mean, I guess I struck the main points.
That we needed workers to make stuff.
I mean, hard labor.
what I got from
Hard
that,
labor
but
for sure. The thing is, hard labor was more common in history, even in Roman times. Interestingly enough, I mean, education was always like this privilege, right? Most people were stuck to their trades way back when. In the case of Rome, it was more interesting because soldiers could actually read and write. They had to. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to take orders from their generals. But as far as that goes, the education today it's been better because of technology in a sense. Like it's made it more accessible, obviously, but it's also led to echo chambers, which is a negative aspect of it. But in general, I feel more people are becoming more educated nowadays.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good thing. I think that's partly is excessive capitalism as well, but
In a sense, in a sense, in a sense. I mean, fully criticize capitalism, but I do have very strong. I don't think it's gonna last. That's it. That's just my viewpoint. It's not. It's an idea. Ideas don't really last unless they're very like logically good, like democracy. The logic of democracy is, or okay, to be more precise, the American republicanism, as the republic, I guess. It's that you have separation of powers. You have people who share power. The idea that one person cannot have control over everyone else, because historically speaking, that has led to a lot of political violence, instability, as happened in the Roman Empire directly after the Roman Republic. And if you know, I'm gonna go off a tangent here because it is interesting, but
well, I mean, I think the idea behind markets at least is pretty sound, and that's why markets have existed for even longer than the modern form of capitalism. And I mean, we have like we have even like lab experiments to sort of test how well markets do. Like we have experiments from Vernon Smith that kind of that look at blind auctions where people are given prices for their painting or whatever, and they don't know the price of anyone else's painting. And because of how markets aggregate information, we actually see that basically any gain, well, I think it's like 95%, not literally any, but like 95% of like gainful trades that could be made were made despite nobody having the information beforehand on what trades would be gainful. And so it seems like the idea behind markets at very least is pretty
I mean,
well.
the idea of markets is interesting because the way that I view markets is a bit more defined, more different, not defined, more differently. Because I don't think like necessary commodities should be sold. I think those are basic human rights that should be guaranteed to everyone. The way that I view a market is, for example, if you're a scientist that came up with a new invention, you should definitely claim that as your own. You should definitely be given the resources to improve upon that science as well, because I do value hard work.
I mean, I don't even think that's a strictly market thing. Like that's like that, like patents or whatever. Like, and that's like a state granted monopoly, which I think definitely can have benefits, and I think there is a legitimate justification for it, especially in things that have very high fixed costs, like medicine or whatever. But I don't even think that's a strictly market based thing. Like there are anarcho capitalists who are against IP laws.
I mean, I think monopoly is a strong word because when I think of monopoly, I think of like abuse of power on other people who are trying to start a business, for example. What the fuck is this?
When I can't post links in the server, what the hell?
No, we finally beat. I forgot about that.
1984.
We finally beat Medicare. I fucking forgot about that. You know what's interesting actually, Swoopy, I don't know how to say your name, I'm sorry if I butchered it, but actually Pete Buttigieg was in an interview and he said it recently, like the idea of a federally funded phone would seem ridiculous, but if you put in the same logic that in which the internet was made through federal initiatives, you would get a better phone that could last longer than the current phones that we have, which are only made to last a certain amount of years in order for you to buy more. And that also contributes to environmental waste. But holy shit, I feel like I'm better on camera. I feel like I'm better spoken on camera. I don't know why. It just feels like I'm better spoken on camera.
I think there's some evidence that the government can be beneficial in like, basic R&D funding. There seems to be some evidence of that, but
I mean, my
I
view
don't
of the
know.
government is that the government is a service, but the people have to put pressure on it. That's why I really emphasize education, because education is the way I view education isn't just like a college degree. Like, yeah, okay, that's great. You can be an expert in, you can be a doctor, right? But you could still be ignorant. You could still be very ignorant to critical thinking. And I say this because my country, Cuba, right? I come from a communist dictatorship, ironically enough, but the way Castro came to power and the way I see Cubans here treat Trump, it's it's the same thing. It's the same idea of like people putting someone on a pedestal or an idea on a pedestal and not thinking beyond set ideals that they know. So I don't want to conform to things. I'm just not like that.
Okay, I don't see how most of that is relevant, but okay.
Sorry.
I was wondering if you had that what that interview that you're talking about with Pete Buttigieg. I was curious if you remember how it was. I'm just
Let me look it up. I want to say I hope Pete Buttigieg wins. Oh, I found it. If Pete Buttigieg runs, I would love to work for his campaign. Okay, contrary, I do want to get the job. I am unemployed, but I'm not fucking lazy because I actually do want to work and I actually want to like do things. I want to work in the government and I want to save money for my art so that I can continue writing my novel and having it published, copywriting it because you know that's my property. Those are my characters, my property. As far as that goes,
The
yes, I
fact
very.
that you are an anti-capitalist that wants copyright law is fucking crazy.
I mean, I think copyright laws are gonna be the same thing post capitalism. There are basic things under capitalism that
How copyright law is almost exclusively based off of your monetary compensation that you would have gotten for your original work.
Okay, great. So the meaning of it would change then to the idea that this is my work. You can't take it for yourself. You can't claim it for yourself. I think that concept will still exist with or without capitalism. If you catch my drift, it's kind of the same as like a scientist creating this new technology. It's still his or hers, you know. You can't take it away.
Well,
I'm
I
just
mean, I
so
don't know what you mean
curious what
by
the defense is for intellectual property.
It's because it's logical that people will create things regardless of what system they're under. Their property, in the sense of like you know their intellectual property, has to be defended.
How
That
do you
I'm clear.
defend that though? Like how would you defend that? Why can't I take it? Says who?
I mean, you can't you can post it around, I guess, but you can't claim it as your own. Like if you were to post like my story, right, Neil Terra, and say, "Oh, hey, it's mine." Like obviously, I can prove that it isn't yours, and like you know,
and but
yeah.
what, there's no punishment for it? Can you get monetary compensation if someone steals your work? What?
Under capitalism, yes. I mean,
No, under your ideal socialist utopia system, whatever.
I mean the thing is that my monetary incentive in and of itself is. I, mm,
Would you not be writing a book for the sole purpose of people to read the book? So if people were distributing the book and giving out your book, wouldn't that be feeding into just like your genuine desire for people to just see this knowledge, right? Like why do you have to take credit for it?
well, because it's not about money; it's about spreading knowledge, and
Yeah, exactly. So why does it matter if I take it and why do you have to take credit for it? Like how do you justify a harm in that? What's the harm?
I mean,
You
there's
just
no
wanna-
harm. There's no harm in creating an original story. Like I can't claim the X-Men for
Are you
myself.
listening to my question?
I'm trying to understand it. Okay,
What
sorry.
is
Go.
bad about me taking your work and claiming it as my own?
It's because
In
it's
your
not yours.
system.
I wrote that because I still wrote that, regardless of
Okay,
what
I
system.
understand that, but if you wrote it with the genuine desire to spread knowledge, am I not helping you do that? Is that not a benefit to you? What is the
Oh, yes.
harm that's coming from me claiming for your work, claiming credit for your work?
Oh, you misunderstood the concept. The concept of what I'm trying to say is that you claimed everything for your own, and not. It's not a respectful like. Oh, hey, this. I like this story. This is cool. like the
know, I'm saying that. I'm saying I plagiarized your work. I took it and I wrote it and I put my name on it and I'm distributing it and it went way more viral than than if you would have written it. So actually I helped you by distributing your knowledge, your genuine knowledge that you just wanted to distribute to way more people than you could have ever dreamed to. So now what? How do you
people would-
justify harm in that?
people would still call you out and call you a fraud. That's the thing. I think people would still do that.
In legal terms, under copyright law, in your utopia, how do you legally justify? Oh my god, you're so fucking weird. Take your camera off. Oh my god.
Oh, okay, damn.
Why are you grinning like that? So strange.
Because I enjoy conversations like these. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I scared you. Sorry. Damn. Okay, I'll take off the fucking camera. It's okay. Hmm. I mean, sorry. Can you repeat that again? I lost track.
In your utopia, what's the legal terms under which copyright law is being defined other than my feelings are hurt that someone took credit?
It's like I said, the same concept applies. If you're claiming something as your own without giving credit to other people, it's still bad regardless. Again, like I get it under the modern system, right? You would
You
get
keep on
financial.
saying that it's bad, but you're not telling me how it's bad.
I'm telling you because you are basically claiming something that isn't as your own,
I
regardless.
understand that. I am telling you that's exactly what I'm doing. Now, what's wrong with that under your system, other than just saying it's wrong?
It's just bad. I mean, people would call it out. That's it. I mean, it's a simple explanation that it's bad. Like I can't claim a scientific invention for my own, regardless of what system I live under. It's just bad. It's logically speaking, of course, it's bad.
Okay, buddy.
Punishment. I wouldn't say so. I think punishment would come from just how people would view you in a social sense. I mean, because the thing is that you weren't exactly like doing something radically bad, right? As a punishment, like you weren't killing me, you weren't taking a fucking finger out of me, you know. Like you were just being a
Yeah, you don't
fraud,
get
and
radically
that's
punished for copyright law in the US. You get like fined based on how much you hurt the original author. Like
beheaded for using AI. No, wow, real funny. Anyway,
I mean, okay, you would agree. Let's just you would agree something like I don't want to use medicine because medicine has a lot of externalities and stuff associated with it. You would agree that just generally ideas have like a fixed cost into creating them, right? Like I only have to write a book one time for that book to be done, and then I can reproduce it at a very low marginal cost, right? You would agree with that?
yeah, I would say so. Depends on.
Wait, so you?
Wait, go on.
I mean, so you would understand that, like, if the reason we have protection for like copyright and patents and stuff under capitalism is that for things with very high fixed cost, we don't want other people to immediately be able to sell at marginal cost to like undercut you immediately after you're done making your thing, right? If you spend $1 billion to bring a drug to market, but the drug only actually cost $1 to make for each subsequent pill, if you don't have protection over that drug, then the moment that you bring that drug to market, other people can start making that exact same drug despite doing none of the R&D for that drug, right? So under that system, no one has any, or the reason why IP law exists is to protect the monopoly, or to, basically to incentivize R&D, right? But if you're saying in your system, we don't even have like money necessarily, right? And like no one, and you're saying people are going to do things just because they want to do them, then what is the harm in taking someone else's work then? You're not
The thing is
monetarily
that
harmed. You're not disincentivizing R&D any more than you already have.
I mean, the thing is that obviously I still believe in democracy, right? I still believe in the idea of having competent people in a democracy. So
I don't see how that is anything
okay,
to do with
I'm bringing this up because that sort of thing would be important to determine whether or not a copy of the medicine that you stated would be bad or good. Obviously, you still need those checks, regardless, especially when it comes to science and medicine, things that affect people. Sorry that I didn't make myself clear.
You did not answer my question at all.
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Okay. So the reason generally we have IP law in the US and other capitalist countries is because we want to protect the incentive to innovate, right? We want to say that if you make something new, no one else can immediately steal that idea and charge a lower cost and undercut you because you're the one who did all the R&D. You're the one that should be paid back for that research and development, right? If you're saying we're getting rid of money, if you're saying people are going to make things just because they want to make things, what the hell is what the fuck is the value of IP law in that society?
I mean, obviously, I think the value comes from what you create overall, not about the incentive for money. It's what you create.
Okay. What is the what? Okay, if the value is I get or whatever is just from creating something, then why does it matter if I own it afterwards? What do you mean? What?
That is value. Okay, I feel like we're thinking of two different definitions of value. Because value to me isn't. It depends on what context you're talking about. Because value in capitalism means the amount that you could what your product is worth, in a sense. Value here would be, I think it's more inclined to social stuff, to like how people view your product, your developments. Do you get what I mean or no?
Yeah, sure, but your product is not going to be any less valuable if other people are reproducing it, right? I don't see how that follows. In fact, more people presumably would be able to see it.
So the thing is that, okay, I get the question now. People can reproduce it, but the credit still goes to me because I created it. Do you get what I mean?
What are you going to do if they don't credit you?
Dog. Punishment.
Why
I
would
think
not
punishment.
crediting you even be bad in that case? It's not like you're monetarily harmed in any way by them not crediting you.
I mean, it's more harm to like. I wouldn't say it's harm per se. It's just misinformation, really.
Okay.
I do want to bring up. These conversations are interesting because we're literally bringing up things that I don't know if they'll exist in the future. I don't know if it'll happen in the next 150 years or something. Like we're talking about hypotheticals, but that's the beauty of discussing things, right? The best ideas can come out of
It
hypotheticals.
doesn't seem like you're able to comprehend hypotheticals very well.
Not too much.
Wait. I just want to answer. I don't know if you're going to understand the terms I use. I just want to answer to this general question. Okay, it's what the hypotheticals earlier were trying to get you to answer.
Okay.
Basically, do you think a world with higher total utility but more inequality? Do you think that world is better than a world with lower total utility but less inequality?
Usually, wouldn't more utility lead to less inequality as it is? Or
I mean, that would be. I mean, it can, but that would be valuing it instrumentally, essentially, not intrinsically.
I mean, when you
I would
say
say between these two worlds.
when you say utility, I'm thinking of like beneficial stuff would be the right word, right? Something that benefits. Oh,
Yeah,
there we go.
basically the well-being of conscious creatures is like.
Yeah,
just not where
I would say obviously that more utility would, in essence, lead to less inequality because the idea is that
No. Let's imagine, there are two worlds. Two worlds, okay? One has higher total utility. The other, one has higher total utility with more inequality. The other has total lower utility with less inequality. Which one do you think is better?
total utility. Let me write that down. That's interesting.
Oh my god.
Repeat that again.
Okay, one world, higher total utility,
Okay.
but more inequality.
Second one.
The other world has lower total utility,
but less inequality.
but less inequality. Yep.
Hmm. This doesn't make sense. Obviously, more utility would. I still think that more utility would lead to less inequality overall, because solutions could be found for that inequality with utilitarianism.
That's not the point of the.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. We could so let me try to think of I already thought of a real one example, but you won't answer the pizza question either, so I don't know what to tell you, man.
I mean, it's because I feel like you guys are making me choose between the worst things. Yeah, things could be worse, right? But things could also be better, right? So, okay, interesting question. I feel like there are things that are bad that could be changed, right? It doesn't have to exist. Like inequality. I get it. Okay, obviously bad things can happen. I don't deny that. I'm saying like if there are things, right, that could be changed that don't have to be bad, why should we limit ourselves? Do you get what I mean? Cuz the economy itself is a man-made thing. Like the idea of an economy, the idea of a currency is a man-made thing.
Well, because we both acknowledge that there are malicious and greedy actors that exist in the world, counter to all the people that you believe are good or virtuous, that there's inherently going to be people that are counter to that. And so you have to balance that in the most effective ways possible. And that means compromising to some extent to counteract the bad actors.
No, well, very clearly it didn't work because we have someone like Trump. I, hmm. There are ways to fix things without having to compromise too. It depends on. Okay, if you're talking about things on a personal level, I get it, right?
Well,
Like,
there are ways
I'm
to
not saying.
compromise there are ways to solve inequalities without compromise, but that would require infringing on people's autonomy, and that would require like less utility and
How
more
so would you
inequality.
infringe? How
Right.
so?
I mean, I think just generally, like most ways to reduce inequality
How
will
so
also
would you infringe? How so would
reduce
you infringe?
inequality.
Sorry, I'm sorry about that. I interrupted. How so would you infringe? Because that's an interesting question.
It just depends on whatever like inequality that you're talking about or whatever compromise that you're refusing to make.
Okay, but give me an example. Uh, uh, if it's fine, I mean, okay, we're dealing with very complex questions, but if you can give me an example, I'd be interested in hearing it.
Like if you were to just like tax the 1% even more, like
Well,
I
yeah,
feel
but
like you can argue.
what's bad about that?
Well, are they not entitled to their profits or what they earn?
They're not entitled to be corrupt with it. They're not entitled to use their money to buy influence in the government so that they could pay less taxes.
Sure, but I didn't mention that. I'm just saying they're
But I mean,
entitled
you just
to.
ban that. That's not. Yeah.
Wait, I mean, okay, that's I do think we should tax the 1%, for example,
Okay,
because
but
of
that
that
would
reason.
be infringing on somebody else's autonomy.
Okay, but they were already infringing on our tax systems when they didn't pay their taxes, and thereby that didn't go back into the economy. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not in
'Cause-
this hypothetical. This is like assume that this is like the most pure like billionaire or whatever pays the taxes that are required of him, still pays like his employees a fair wage or whatever, and just assume all of that. Like your avocation to tax him more would be infringing on his right to have that money and to do what he wants with it. with that profit.
The thing is that someone like that having that much money logically would lead to the corruption that we see today, and it's a threat to capitalism, to democracy.
What about Mark Cuban?
Mark Cuban, it doesn't really matter. I mean, the idea. Let me give you an analogy for what I'm trying to say here, right?
I get what you're trying to say, but it's like Mark Cuban is an example of a thing that's like antithetical to what you're saying that
Okay,
billionaires
a good
would.
billionaire. Is that what you're trying to say? A good billionaire?
Yes.
Okay, so again, my example. Let me give you a great analogy. So the Chinese empirical system, right? They
Okay.
had good emperors. They had great emperors, actually. They had very few great emperors, but that didn't take away from the fact that that their system was flawed and they had mostly bad emperors, and it led to corruption.
Sure, but I'm talking
And
about
eventually,
infringing on the individual rights, and that would be a distinct
okay, but
concept that is like so much more different from the American system and what we determine to be like our own liberty and our own rights and our own entitlements. Like that's a
yeah,
much
but like,
different like philosophical kind of like question for yeah.
but
Like,
the entire structure of that system infringes on other people's rights by its logic.
which system? The one that you gave the analogy to, or my Mark Cuban
Not just that
example?
one. Okay, the Mark Cuban example too. Like, okay, I praise good people regardless of but the system is still flawed.
Sure, but what does the
That's
praise matter if you're infringing on their right?
who said he would. Who said he would lose stuff, comfort in his life if he lost a few $1,000,000.
Well,
He's
it's not
still going to
about
be comfortable.
comfort. Like, what if I'm just taking like $1 from you each day?
I mean, why would you take $1 from me if I don't even make that much in the first place compared to other people above me?
Well, I'm saying it's such a minuscule amount that even if I were to take $1 a day, that it would just be so, like, it's so minuscule. Like, what does it matter?
Because it builds up, right? Is that what you're trying to say? The thing is that
I'm saying that the amount shouldn't matter. It's the amount, period, that is the argument of the infringement.
oh, period. So you don't think we should be taking away wealth, basically, correct or no? I'm trying to understand this better
No, you're
because again,
good.
I'm in a worse position than you are when it comes to understanding economics.
No,
Like I can understand politics. I can understand politics perfectly. It's just with economics.
Oh, I'm sure, buddy.
this isn't really under,
No,
like,
no, it's not.
yeah, it's not really economic. But
I mean, it is really, it is because billionaires,
this is more
economics.
about,
Yes.
like, philosophy or, like, what it means to have, like, be entitled to something or to earn something or to, yeah, like, it's
I
a
mean,
different concept.
I think everyone should be entitled to that sort of freedom.
But not the freedom to, like, profit from your own labor or from your own work or from your own, like, why are you not entitled to the earnings of your company?
That depends on how you view the rewards that you should be getting. Because if your idea of a reward is that you have more power over people simply because you may be good at something, then that's pretty bad because that promotes apathy.
But it's not that you're viewing that you have more power over people. It's just you happen to have more money than people, and you
I
can
mean,
use
but
that.
money is power. But money is power, and
It,
money buys you influence.
it
Money
could
buys
be.
you.
It could.
It
And
could.
you're
It
saying that
is.
it is a subjective experience as to who determines what, and I'm saying that it is your subjective experience that is the cause for the infringement on the people that have their subjective experience, like in a different understanding for what they're entitled to and what they deserve. That's the infringement that I'm trying to stress.
I mean, the thing is that like, why exactly would you want to why exactly would someone want to be part of a system that very clearly is flawed, and you would have power over people by infringing on their rights? As it is, there's no excuse for that.
Because it's the
That's
best
not,
system that's
it's
available
not.
to us.
There's no such thing as the best thing in the world. Things are flawed.
God,
There's no such thing as,
what's that quote? Hold on.
guys. Look, there's literally no such thing as the best thing. But why are you guys treating this as it is? Like it's not. It's there's flaws to everything. We have to learn from different things.
It is what was it? Democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others.
I mean, okay, I agree with democracy, right? Because I don't really see anything like post-democracy, but why are we equating capitalism to democracy? It
Capitalism
has
is the
no.
worst form of what would you say, economy? Except
No,
for all the others.
I wouldn't say it's the worst. I guess the quote that I would prefer is like, people back then didn't think that a monarchy or mercantilism wouldn't go out of style, but and yet here we are, right?
No, what the quote is saying is that even though that there are flaws within these systems, it's the best kind of system that we have accessible to us.
Okay, that's valid, but like that feels more like a cop out to wanting to change the flaws
No,
of this.
because you can still
It,
change
it
the flaws of the system, but you're
no,
acknowledging the
what?
flaws.
I mean, okay, I'm acknowledging the flaws, but like every time I bring up the flaws and I bring up things like, hey, the rise of technology is
But
gonna
you're only
completely.
acknowledging the flaws, and you're only like saying how bad it is, and you're only saying that it needs to change, and that it's unequal, and that it's like ethical, and
Well, yes, that's the point. It has to improve.
but you're saying it needs to be
That's why
torn down. It needs to be a entire revolution.
that. Whoa. Hey, that's not what I said. I'm saying that the natural evolution of things like technology will outpace capitalism.
I thought you said that in Arya's chat. That there needs to be like a massive.
Whoa. I'm saying that we're going through a radical transition period overall. Not that I say radical as like not as like a violent word, but like as more like more in the sense of like fast changes. You get what I mean?
I guess. I want to see what he was showing with the wealth stuff, or I think he was trying to
Okay.
show it. But
I mean, the thing is that hard work. I do value hard work, right?
yeah, I
It's
saw you
just
had the paper up about the top wealth stuff. I don't know if you're just showing it or if you're going to talk about it or something.
No. I mean, I have a lot of disorganized notes. Yeah, I was gonna talk about it. Yeah, I mean, look. So I think I kind of forgot exactly where it's gonna butt in, but I think like the relevant thing about like billionaires and everything, I'm not one for like people are like legitimately entitled to their wealth, right? And like they own their dollar, and if you tax away that dollar, that's theft, and that's violating their autonomy or whatever. I'm not at all committed to that idea. But I do think that if you reduce the after tax return to investment, you get less investment. And like generally speaking, investment just has like really good positive spillover effects on other people, right? Like Jeff Bezos like has not only benefited himself by creating Amazon, but benefited consumers all over America by creating Amazon. Like people have access to a lot of high quality cheap goods that they can get delivered in 2 days from Amazon now. That's an amazing technology that might not have existed if we were literally taxing away billionaires 100% of the time.
maybe in the short term, but now you see price gouging because they don't have competition.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that you see price gouging from Amazon. I don't
I
know
mean,
how
do you
often
see
that
price
happens, but
gouging with? Yeah, I think you do. Yes, because actually, the
you have
tariffs
like
actually
evidence
kind of
of
prove
that.
that. I mean, the
The
tariffs.
tariffs prove that. How did the tariffs prove that?
The tariffs didn't prevent it. The tariffs made Amazon sell you price gouge because they needed to cover for that what Trump did, which was stupid. Granted,
How is
grocery
that? How is
stores.
that? Hold on. That's not at all price gouging. If your costs go up as a business because of tariffs, you're very likely to pass some of that cost on to the consumer. That's not at all price gouging. That makes perfect sense.
Price gouging makes perfect sense.
What do you think price gouging is?
How is that? How?
I think price gouging. When I think of price gouging, I think of like a company selling you more than what it needs to sell you on a product, simply because they can and they have no competition.
Okay, when you say simply because they can, like you're making it sound as if there's no reason. You agree that there is a reason
Yes.
with the tariffs, though, right?
Okay, there is a reason with the tariffs, but there's also a reason for the fact that they're increasing the amount of things that they sell you, and that reason is that they want more profit. That's the logic of capitalism, right?
Yeah, I understand firms are profit maximizing, but you understand, like, by definition, I don't want to say by definition, but like if your marginal cost go up because of a tariff, it's not price gouging to charge more because you produce where marginal cost equals marginal revenue, and if your marginal cost goes up, you're going to charge more. That's kind of how it works.
Hmm. Wait, actually, I just got a new idea for my story. I got distracted.
You're basically scaling it proportionally. You're not really getting much more profit, if any, with tariff stuff adjustments.
I mean, the tariffs are a whole different thing entirely. What I
Yeah,
was
but you
trying to
brought them
hone
up
in
and
is
said that they're price gouging.
okay. I brought them up because the tariffs forced Amazon to sell more higher pricing, more prices for products.
Yeah, but that's not
That's what I
price
tried to say.
gouging.
Okay, then my bad. That's not price gouging.
Okay.
So I will say, when I brought up grocery stores, right? I said it because there are only a few companies that own grocery stores, so they don't really have an incentive to lower their prices because there's no competition. That's price gouging.
Yeah, so for one, there's like very little evidence that grocery stores like actually price gouge, right? If you look at the margins of grocery stores, they are very often like 2 to 3%. They are very low. There doesn't seem to be that much market concentration in grocery stores. And importantly, monopolies and oligopolies can still have like efficient outcomes when barriers to entry to the market are low. And now in the real world, you're always going to have some barriers to entry, obviously. But like, if I own the only grocery store in town, that doesn't necessarily mean I can charge any price I want. Because guess what? If I start charging prices too high, well, someone else is going to say, hey, wait a minute, I can make a lot of money starting my own grocery store. And now there's competition, and now we're going to compete to drive prices down. So even a monopoly, if barriers to entry are low, can have efficient outcomes, right? And I
But
don't think
that's the issue. Only a few people would still benefit from that at the expense of higher grocery
how a
prices,
few
for example.
people. What do you mean? How do a few? What? A few
If
people
okay,
benefit? In what case
if
do
a
a few
few
people benefit?
if a few people are setting the prices then too high for the average person, then it's obvious that only the few people would benefit from that,
No,
not the other way around.
No, okay. Like I just explained, firms typically don't have that much price setting power, right? Usually firms are, generally speaking, price takers. And like I said, even in the case of a monopoly, they can still end up being a price taker if barriers to entry are, well, for them to actually be a price taker, barriers to entry would have to be zero. But if barriers to entry are low, you're still going to get efficient outcomes. You're still going to get low prices.
I mean, sure, but the same. We keep again, like I feel like the same thing is going to happen anyway. Like the fact that a few companies own our groceries is already bad enough.
Should no
I
companies
don't
own
see how that's.
groceries, or like, what's the
It's not
ideal?
even that. It's not even that. There's no competition to it,
That is
and the fact that
competition, though.
it's not because
What
it's the
you
same
would
company.
expect way higher markups if there was really like no competition. You just don't have good evidence that there's no competition.
I mean, okay, because it's only a few big companies that own the grocery stores, and even our media.
Hey,
So that's
first of all,
concerning.
it's like 7 companies own like 80. I don't even know if it's 80%, but it's like 7 companies own like half the market or something.
I mean,
The
that's
concern.
bad.
That's not. I don't think that's that bad, right? Like usually the
I mean, it
concern
is
with
bad
it,
because competition
what's
is
your
a
evidence is
very
bad?
dude. Literally, like you need competition in order to like not have companies setting the prices that they want at the expense of the average person,
Didn't
and that's what we're
I just
seeing.
explain why firms, even in the case where there's relatively few firms, can still be price takers? Like, didn't I just?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the issue, the corruption behind that.
No, how is that corruption? How is being a price taker corruption?
Oh wait, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said price gouging. Oh, interesting. Price taker. Company found prices in the market. Be unable to affect. So, is this about the free market, really? Just the entire idea of it, right?
What do you mean by this?
Like the free market ideal, right? The idea that the government shouldn't intervene in like the free market.
I don't know. I don't know what you mean by this. Like, I'm not 100% committed to that claim. I think
Okay.
generally markets work pretty
Mhm.
well, but like, I like welfare. I, to some extent, like socializing things that I think are like public goods.
Yeah. Wait. I got distracted again. Herculaneum. I keep getting distracted by Rome. I'm sorry. Herculaneum. I mean, my issue is, like, for example, right? Remember the egg prices going up? And the fact that, like, because I shop, right?
Yeah.
A lot of American companies, like, the food has gone up.
But why?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's price gouging and the lack of competition from these companies.
No, there's
But
no
we-
good evidence of that. Wait,
we-
hold on, just real quick. I'm just so curious. I'm just so curious because I know the answer to this. Have you read like a single study on like price gouging ever? I'm like, I'm just so.
It's a recent thing that I'm studying. It's more
Okay.
recent that I'm studying this.
Right. Okay. Okay. Have you read an economics textbook ever? I'm so curious.
I mean, I have, yes, I have basic economics. I understand basic economics.
Good to know, buddy.
That's precisely why I hate capitalism, kind of. Not gonna lie.
Okay. Wait, what is elasticity? What is the price elasticity of demand?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. What are the 4 components of GDP?
Gross domestic product.
No, the 4 components that make it up, that add up to it.
Explain.
What do you mean explain? It's the
Like,
equation.
explain it, 'cause I don't know.
Okay, you don't. Yeah, so it's consumption plus investment plus government spending plus net exports.
Which came after the Great Depression.
What?
It came after the
what?
Great Depression. GDP. GDP was adopted as a measurement after the Great Depression.
Okay. I actually don't know if that's true or not, but it could be.
I mean, yeah, because the way that the Great Depression was solved was through federal initiatives. Things like a social safety net.
Are you saying it was adopted as a kind of like a federally recognized measurement, or that it came into existence as a measurement?
I'd say it came into existence as a measurement. And same with the social safety nets and stuff like that. Because back then, when you worked in the factories, you didn't really have the sort of safety nets that you have today, which are okay. But back then, it was just far worse. And factories would be very dangerous to their workers.
Did it say 1600 in that wiki article?
Yeah, but it said the modern concept
modern
was
concept, okay.
1934, which was Great Depression. But yeah.
Interesting.
See, despite not understanding economics entirely, I can at least criticize it on a basic level. When I took the history class with my
I hate to break it to you, buddy. The 4 components of GDP and the price elasticity demand are relatively basic things that I feel like you should know if you read an econ textbook.
Okay, but I like I said, I'm not an economist. Why do you expect me to know like everything about it? I don't.
You said there's not everything about it. You said you know the basics, and you said
Okay, in a relative sense, yes, I know the basics, because I've actually taken classes with very good professors, and I've learned a great deal of things.
I think the issue is that like when you say price gouging and you're referencing like people marking up their prices due to tariffs or the expectation of tariffs, like it feels like that's a very like I'm a fucking retard, but like it feels like a very foundational kind of like understanding of like why they would raise the prices.
I mean, I just brought up the tariffs as an example.
Yeah, but I'm saying like calling it price gouging when companies are raising their prices to account for the increased burden to them, like that just feels like a misunderstanding of it, which is totally fine.
Okay.
But like I think
that's fair. I can take it as a misunderstanding. I will want to talk about the things that I know for that reason, just to expand upon them, to learn. Right. When I took my class on the Great Depression, right, there's a reason why I brought up the whole going full circle, because we kind of keep running into the same issue of giving corporations too much power, and that's essentially what got us into the Great Depression, right? In the first place. Because
I
without
am
these
not
regulations,
remotely convinced that that is what that is what got us into the Great Depression. I think
I mean,
that's
I mean,
very
it is.
complicated thing to get into,
I mean,
but
obviously, it is
I don't
complicated,
think
but
it's
like the basics of it was yes, obviously, it was under capitalism that this happened. It was after the Industrial Revolution that this happened. So in that context, yes,
But also
you
the
could blame it
recovery and us thriving
I
happened under capitalism too, right?
under federal initiatives,
that's true.
not capitalism. Federal initiatives. If it wasn't for the federal initiatives, we wouldn't have the social safety nets that we do now.
The federal
Those are
initiatives that
federal.
are funded by capitalism.
Yes, in that context, yes. But I'm saying like the idea would be viewed as socialist today, for example, by like uneducated people, even though it wasn't really socialist, right? But still, the idea of a social safety net in and of itself is fairly socialist, I would say, because I mean, the idea was to control the Great Depression. The idea was to bring it to a stop.
I mean, I think there were. I don't know if the social safety net in and of itself is like particularly like socialist. You know, it's not really the government like organizing production. I mean, just it's the government like redistributing. You know, uh, usually it's
Well,
in kind benefits or cash transfers to people who are poor.
okay,
Which
that
you
makes
can
more
kind of argue
sense.
socialist. I
So
think I
yeah,
think we had more. I think we had like obviously more socialist things during the Great Depression, where like we literally had the government organizing a lot of production, and like we had the New Deal, and we had job guarantees, and we had all those things. Um, but
yeah.
I've seen mixed things on whether that actually helped us get out of the Great Depression. I would probably lean towards yes. It's just based on my
I mean,
intuitions, but that's a very complicated thing that economists debate today. That's not a thing that like
no, yeah, definitely. I do agree that it really isn't socialism because I discussed this with my teacher. So the New Deal wasn't exactly socialist. Also, I think well, it is a complex answer, but people when they say that they got out of the way they say that we got out of the Great Depression was through a mix of the Great New Deal and the World War II, the industrialization of World War II, and the developments of new technologies that were then implemented into the society from the war. Like a lot of the factories that produced cars and stuff like that.
I mean, yeah, it's probably part of it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the war acted as some type of stimulus. So
Yeah, that's why I said it was both. I did write a 5-page paper on this as a final for my class, which is interesting to research. I actually have many articles that I could send that I saved from my school, talking about the history of the 1920s and stuff like that. Like tractors back then, dude. Like tractors before tractors were built, like people used to have like one section of a farm dedicated specifically to feeding the animals. That took it away, and you can make more produce, which was interesting. Little things like that that really paint the picture of how history is. Hmm. But economic systems do change over time, and that's kind of been my whole argument this whole time that I don't think capitalism is going to last forever. Just because economic systems change over time as technology grows.
I mean, it probably depends what you define as like capitalism, but like I don't like
I mean,
I
okay, I
could be
don't.
convinced that 500 years from now, or maybe sooner, we have the AI utopia, okay, where central planning can work because we have super advanced AI. But I don't know, like it just seems like within our lifetimes, we're definitely going to have capitalist-oriented systems, like.
I mean,
And I
yeah,
would argue that those are the best systems. We see the best outcomes under those systems. We have good reason to believe in theory why markets tend to be efficient and why central planning tends to fail. And yeah, like
it's a half and half for me. As far as I don't know if it's going to be like, oh, I really don't know because I can't predict the future. So I don't know if it's going to be the next 50, 100 years or if I'll see it in my lifetime. I really don't know. It's just with the rise of technology, right? It kind of phases out old ideals. And the same thing's going to happen again with capitalism. As of now, as of now, I don't necessarily disagree that it's like the worst system, that it's like the best system, right? For now, but I'm also not like dwelling on it. You get what I mean? But
I guess.
All right. I'm gonna write my stories. I'll see you guys.
Okay. Enjoy your milk.
Thank you. You mean enjoy my stories?
No, I mean enjoy your milk.
Pour one out.
Why can't I enjoy both the story and the milk?
No.
I'm gonna get milk right now.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys.
See ya.
Oh my god.
You guys have got anything to say now, do you?
I got gaped.
Yeah, my entire worldview was destroyed. It's over for me.
We need to send
guys
him
got owned.
Send him into a boy ASAP. Dude, imagine him having a
The Cowboys
conversation.
are stupid fucking socialists now. Okay, they'd agree. They'd agree.
True. God damn. I felt so bad when he had his camera on. And what did Arya say? Like, turn your fucking camera off. Why are you smiling like that?
He's like, I don't know, but he's like, I'm just excited. I like debating, or I like having I love these questions, or something.
Poor guy.
I don't know what he was saying in chat, actually, that spurred all this. I would never pay attention.
It was about the Love Island stuff, dude.
Oh no! I was talking about YouTube, like, I don't know, way back or whatever. What he was at, whatever.
Well, because he sent a video that was criticizing capitalism, and then Arya was reviewing it on stream, and then she
is
started
that what
talking
was
about
going on?
about robber barons and stuff like that, and like I guess the positive outcomes that they've had on society, and he started going on about how
I would have pissed. Oh,
communism is misunderstood and Marxism isn't really understood either, and people misinterpret him, and how capitalism is like, what was it? It's not viable. I think we've just come full circle almost 100 years after the Great Depression. The same mistakes are being repeated from that era nowadays, despite our recorded history. We're practically living in a radical transitional time.
Video, huh?
What is it? Oh, yeah.
Was it the capitalism ruined dating?
Yep.
Damn, that video spurred that off? Damn. The thing is, a lot of the issues that people supposedly have with capitalism, I guess, I feel like a lot of them were already, like, are things that we've already, like, addressed before in different, like, it's still within the capitalist system. And just now, I don't know if we're just seeing them in the modern day and we're like, well, just throw it out. It's not really working. There's nothing we can do. Just throw it out.
Yeah. Like, fuck it. It's unironically like the Elon strat that people talk about.
I don't necessarily disagree, though, that maybe whatever someday some capitalism turns into some other form because of technology, but like that's just, I don't know how you're taking that and then turning it into like that like epistemic like view of where we're gonna be in what economic systems we're going to be using in 100 years.
Yeah, it's just
You
like
say,
saying
well,
like we're gonna have no rape, we're gonna have no murders. Everyone is just gonna do stuff to be kind to each other because robots. It's like I don't know how to respond to that for one, and for two, I think the frustration is that it's just endless critiques over and over and over and over. And then talking about how it's the worst system ever, like over and over and over and over.
And the fact that he can't answer like any hypothetical.
I was losing it whenever it was the pizza question.
Well, I like the what was it? Where it was in the inequality or the inequality or the utility, where it's like, oh, what?
Yeah,
Would
it's
you rather
just the
have
two worlds.
Would you rather have utility and was it high inequality, or like
Yeah.
no
High.
utility and equal and low equality or low and inequality? He's like, well, you know what? Actually, if if there was a lot of utility, then
These are both bad.
actually, there wouldn't even be inequality. Actually,
It's like a D&D game where it's like I just stabbed you. You have to lay on the ground and pretend you're dead.
actually,
I have it like ammo on right
100 health
now.
shield, and
Well, I burned your armor off because the fire I used on you is so hot that it burns through armor. Actually, I have a potion, bitch.
actually, I'm immune to all status effects.
So the key takeaway is that he would choose to starve instead of himself or a potential friend having a $2,100 pizza or however much it was. And also we own his IP now.
Did you argue him out of having copyright laws?
I think it was just argued to being like, oh yeah, like people would shame you, but nothing would really happen because it's not really a drastic crime. So we're free to go, baby.
Broke my brain. Was it non-fun? Do you go to school?
I go to college, yeah. Sometimes.
Sometimes.
When I feel like.
I was wondering because I saw you using Zotero in the browser, and it kind of annoyed me. But it's like
Oh well, I have it downloaded, but I was streaming it, right? So I wanted to open it in the browser so
Yeah.
I could show my But usually I use the downloaded version. Yeah.
I had never put my textbook in a Zotero before. I never thought of that, but I kind of want to do it now.
Technically, I guess I have one textbook in my or one school-related textbook in my Zotero library, but it's
Well,
for
I
a
saw, like,
class I'm finished with by now. So
Oh, I saw
literally
you
everything
had
else in
like
it is just for
the macro econ or the or no, not macro econ book, I think.
I have some econ textbooks, but none of them are for a class. They're just for to have in case I need them for things like this.
You got those fast. There was a There's a chicken in the background before he mentioned eggs, and you're like already had the egg prices pulled up. You'd be a nightmare for people on TikTok debates.
Dude, I tried that, but I hate it. It's hard to do with my setup. I don't know. Like I don't know. It's just annoying, and the people you get there are not high quality usually, so it's not even that fun. I don't know. It's
They're
like
insane. I just tried listening to him the other night, like just random ass like channels or whatever, and they're just they're so bad. They're so bad. They're so bad. I was listening to a Trump one. I think it was like a Trump channel, or not Trump, but it was like a conservative like debate room or whatever. And the guy was like so mad at the girl. He's like, you're not even America first because you support Trump. And they're just arguing about like immigration, and the guy was like, no immigration. The topics are just crazy.
Did you see
They're, like,
that
purity testing each other?
Did you see that dude that Dean doxed? Or tried to dox?
I heard about that.
That shit was wild.
I didn't
was
see
like,
it.
I haven't like watched one of his streams in a little bit, so I'll just pop in. And then I pop in, and he's just fucking. There's some people in his chat too that were like, dude, why would you do this? Like, this is a little too far, dude. He does that soy face.
He does that a lot when like someone says something that like is like when he gets someone to say something that's like moderately controversial, he does like the face like, oh, what? You just said.
We need that emote. Why is the only thing popping up? I want the actual clip. I don't want reactions to it. Whatever. He was going through his like typical dialogue tree of like the Donald Trump stuff. Like, I see you have a kid in your profile picture. Like, if Trump said he was gonna like walk in on her or walk in on your child at a beauty pageant because he's the owner and he can do it, like, would you be okay with that? Here, I'll share the screen. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Yeah. Right to consent to 65-year-old men looking at your son while he's naked?
Am I retarded? Aren't babies born naked? Or what are we talking about here? Wait, is this a trick question? wait, what?
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think
That's
that
my
you have the
responsibility as a
right?
father.
Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think if you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter whatsoever. It's my decision as the parent. And I wouldn't put my kid in that situation. That's why I think pageants are weird in the first place.
Well, I mean, like I mean, isn't this kind of true? Don't we, if they're under 18, don't you kind of control your kid to some extent? What do you mean? Isn't the guy right, or am I?
Do you think that you have the right to consent to 65-year-old men looking at your son while he's naked?
Like, is he talking about for fun? Like the right to create child? Probably not. I don't think you can do that. For context, that guy was defending Trump walking into underage girls' locker rooms. His argument was awful, but the way Dean again, he wouldn't put his kids in that situation.
I wouldn't allow it.
Do you think
That's
that
my
you have the
responsibility as a
right?
father.
Do you think that you have the right to allow it? Do you think if you did allow it, that you would be violating the consent of your child?
They have no choice in the matter whatsoever.
Right, this is a stupid dude. I hate consent. This word is like rotted. I know this person is rotted. Like so many people. Children don't aren't allowed to consent or not consent. Basically, they're children. You literally have autonomy over them, right? Children, for instance, don't consent to going to school. It sucks. All right.
It's gonna be their handle. If there happens to be
Dox him already, bitch.
Custodial rights.
Here's what we're gonna do.
Oh,
say in the matter we're talking about here. What?
Okay.
There we go.
So here's what we're gonna do.
No,
I think that you don't deserve to have any custodial rights over your child.
Wait,
I've decided
custodial rights?
that you do not deserve to have.
Yeah, thanks. Those are mine.
That child didn't have consent? Did he consent to those custodial rights?
For those watching, their handle is Goatman91096.
Oh, that's
it's worse.
It's gonna be their handle. If there happens to be anybody in here that's good at has facial recognition software.
What the fuck? Fine. It's fine. Nothing I said was wrong.
If anybody here has access to like the FBI database or anything like that, alongside of that facial recognition software, please get
I just said that the kid doesn't get to make the
1795.
decision.
What's your name?
I would never put them in that situation.
Okay, what's your name?
And why are you trying to dox people, dude? That's weird.
Because I want to find who you are so I could call CPS and have them take your child away from you.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you would like to try to do that.
Yes, I would. So
they would never even do it. That's the best part.
Yes, I would.
Because I would take the part, and
Give
I
me
have
your
a witness
kid
sitting here
now.
who's heard me say I would never put my child in that situation.
Okay. So what's your name?
So don't worry. Move the goalpost too, by the way.
So you said that you think that parents have every right to exploit and traffic their children. So
What is up with the? I noticed this when I was doing the TikTok. That's what more TikTok things. This is the debate bro shit. Wait, what the? You took your child to the hospital?
Seems a crazy debate, bro.
And you said the doctor did a check involving their genitals? Yeah. Do you think that you can force your child to submit to that kind of examination? I mean, yeah, of course, I'm their parent. So just to be clear, you think that you can sex traffic your child and have strange old men being and defiling their genitalia without that child ever wanting that to happen? Gotcha. Like, what?
I think
That
that
would be
parents
funny
have
if you
every
did
right
drop
to
the boom.
exploit and traffic their children. So
No, that's not what I said.
So I'm not going to debate it with you. That is what you said.
That would actually be so fucking funny if he was, if Dean was
He's like-
unironically being like, yeah, I'm going to call a CPS. Boom.
Boom.
I'm going to take your child. Boom.
So I just putting this
Fucking
out there
insane.
for anybody. Feel free to take his profile picture. Maybe you could go on TikTok.com/his handle. You could save his profile picture, run it through some reverse image search. Maybe it will link back to a Facebook or something where you could find his name. And if you do find said information, that's public, by the way.
You're more than welcome to.
Feel free
There's nothing
feel
wrong
free
with
to
what I
take that
said.
information and report it to CPS. Feel free to take that information and report it to the law authorities in this area. Feel free to take that information and report it to maybe
Interpol?
his local CPS, etc. Child Protective Care.
Somebody get L on the
Child
case.
Protective Services. Feel free to do that. I'll go ahead and leave him on the live for around another 20 or 30 seconds here before we kick him, just so you guys.
As if the dude
anybody
can't just
that's interested
leave.
in trying to do this can grab his profile picture.
Jesus. Holy shit.
Is that
Oh,
bannable
wow.
on TikTok? Did he get banned?
I don't think so. I think I just saw him streaming today. I wonder if he mentioned it.
Oh damn.
Dean Withers. 8 hours ago he was streaming. Wait, when was this? What shirt was he wearing?
Did this not happen today? I feel like I heard. Well, I don't think I heard about this yesterday.
It was either yesterday or the day before.
Do you think that you have the right? Hello and welcome to Donation.
It looks like it was 2 days ago. What would I... Maybe... CPS? Docs? Goat?
I think I should do my part right now. Wait, what's his TikTok handle? Can someone send his Facebook? Send me his Facebook real quick. I gotta do my part.
The CPS dude?
Yeah.
Let's do a Discord call where we all simul call the CPS and just report this one dude.
I'm gonna call CPS, but I'm gonna use the AI like Luigi or something, or AI Waluigi.
Dude, have you seen the one where it's like AI XQC?
Oh yeah, excuse me.
So fucking stupid.